Hi, Diane. We are live, but if you would like to test anything, you're more than welcome to. We won't actually start for 30 minutes, but we wanted to.
Do you want video on or do you want, we recorded ours. I wasn't sure what you guys had in mind and hi, who is this, by the way?
Hi, my name's Ryan. Hi.
Hi, Ryan.
Now I don't have your recording. Or let me see. I do have one recording, so that might be yours.
Oh my gosh, I mean, it's a good thing you didn't see me and because my mouth was wide open, like, what?
Let me just check. Okay, I do have yours. Yes.
With Ken Ross, right?
Yes, exactly. I didn't realize that was your full recording, but yep, I have that.
Okay, so do you need anything from us?
No, when we get to your section, I will just play that video
Awesome sauce.
and you're good to go.
And so you have 22 people on right now for a half hour?
We decided to open up the webinar and the stream. Just we knew there were a lot of people waiting and maybe worried they weren't in the right spots. We just wanted to open it for them, but nothing's happening for a half hour.
Oh, gotcha. Let me see here. Yeah, this is great. So did you need a Q&A from us or it's going to run? So our section is going to run from what, 12 to 1, no, 11:30 to 12:30, 8:30, 11:30. Yeah. So ours is going to run from what time to what time? Did I lose you?
Your section is 12:20 to 12:35. Did you have a different?
So 15 minutes?
That's what I have from the website, but if something changed, I can make a note of that.
I thought our set, sorry, I'm eating a chip real quick.
No
A veggie chip, no less. I'm stress eating. So I thought the recording that Ken and I did was longer than that,
Okay.
but it's only 15 minutes, which is fine by me. I mean, I don't care.
I mean, we'll play the whole video. So I didn't time it, but if you think it's longer than that, then that's okay.
Just, did you want a Q&A or no? You go right straight to the next person?
Just go to the next person. Yeah.
Perfect. So I don't really need to be on then.
No, you can just watch. If you want to join, once we get going, you're welcome to watch, but you don't have to be live and you don't have to be on camera or any of that.
Does it say what our topic was? Do you know?
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
And for the panelists that are here right now, a little bit early, if you could hop over to check the chat and just hop over to our prep room.
Unmute. John, can I start the video?
Hi, Gloria. We'll get started in just a few minutes. If you can just hang tight, and then I'll let you know when we're ready to get started.
Okay.
Thank you. Gloria and Heidi, you can begin.
All right. We want to welcome everybody to our International Day of Hope and Healing After Loss. I'm Dr. Gloria Horsley with the Open to Hope Foundation with my daughter,
Dr. Heidi Horsley.
Well, Heidi, I'm really excited that we're having this day today because it's been a rough year, a couple of years for everybody. We know it. And it is so great to be on with you and to be unmasked and have this day. So Heidi, you want to talk about our day a little?
Sure. As you all know, we did this 2 years ago, and it's backed by popular demand because there was so many people 2 years ago that loved it and that found hope. And we have a wonderful lineup of speakers today. And we are going to start with David Kessler, who we will introduce in a minute. But before that, I just want to say we also have 4 panels throughout the day. We have a parent loss panel, a child loss panel, a sibling loss panel, shout out for my sibs, and an after death communication panel. And then we will be closing.
Yeah, with Alan Peterson, he's going to be doing a candle lighting. So everybody make sure during the day, sometime you get your candles ready for our wonderful candle lighting ceremony. Well, let's get started. I'm so excited to have David Kessler on, aren't you, Heidi?
I am too. He's one of our favorite people, and he touches thousands of lives, hundreds of thousands of lives, actually, all over the world.
Yeah, and then as many of our speakers, and probably most of them and participants, David lost a child, which he's written many things, but his last book is Finding Meaning, and was inspired by the loss of his son. And he is also the founder of grief.com. David, welcome to the show.
Hi, David.
Thank you so much. I love being here with both of you and these amazing speakers today.
Yeah, it's great to have you on. So you're going to be talking about finding meaning after loss, right?
I am in our world today.
All right, we'll take it away.
Oh, thank you so much. And thank you everyone who's joining us virtually. I'm so honored that they put this together and just brought together so many incredible speakers. It's really amazing. I want to, just for those of you who may not know my work, I want to just share a little bit about my background, and then we'll get into just a little bit of the nuts and bolts of it. Like many people, we don't choose this world, it chooses us. I had a mother who was dying in a hospital when I was 13 years old, and a horrible shooting happened. One of the first mass shootings in the US, went on for 13 hours, racially motivated, and then we weren't able to be with my mother. So dying alone, racial tensions, sounds a little bit still like today. I went on to try to search for healing. And back then, there just wasn't anyone to sort of help with those kinds of losses. And it was so much trauma and grief. And I always talk about, all grief does not have trauma, but all trauma has grief. And I was so fortunate to learn about end-of-life care and work with amazing people like my mentor, Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, and write 2 books with her. And it was just such an honor to learn at a master's feet like hers. And I also wrote a book with Louise Hay, and have just spent decades really learning from people in grief. I often want to make sure I don't get too much credit, because so much of what I share is recycled that people in grief have taught me over the years. I thought, as I became a grief specialist for decades and worked and helped people in end-of-life care and dealing with the grief after the death, as well as some of the grief before the death, I thought my grief was behind me. And then 5 years ago, my younger son, David, unexpectedly died at 21 years old. And brutal then, brutal now. As a grief specialist, I wanted to write a note to every parent I had counseled saying, I'm so sorry, I didn't know how bad the pain was. And I think it's such an important lesson to know that we can never know another's pain. We can only know our own. So I had to do what I had asked others to do all those years, to go to grief counseling and go to a grief group. And I took my contacts out and put my glasses on and a baseball cap, and I sat in a grief group. I literally sat in a compassionate friends group with a table with my books 5 feet away. And I couldn't be, as much as I wanted to be, the grief expert. I had to be the father who had to bury a child. And yet I was also aware of that grief process. And I thought about the grief that I was going through. And I had moments I'd go, yep, this is denial. I can't believe it happened. And I would also go, yep, I'm angry. Yeah, here's bargaining, the what ifs. And I would see myself going through different stages. And I always want to remind you, as Elizabeth Kubler-Ross would, they're not linear. They're a very organic experience. There's no right way to do grief, clearly, or no one model for grief. So we all do it so individually. It's an organic process. And one of the things, besides Elizabeth and I teaching people over the years that it's not linear, the experience of grief or the stages, also, when I began to wrestle with acceptance, I remember how people had so misinterpreted that thought of acceptance like it's one place you get to and you're done. And we know that's not true. And as I wrestled with acceptance, I thought it's just not enough. I wanted more. I wanted to find meaning. And I had so loved Viktor Frankl's work on meaning and how he dealt with it in concentration camps. And I wanted to really know how it would work for those of us who were dealing with so much pain of loss. I think about meanings all around us. If you want to know about finding meaning, you could literally start with today. You know, I think about what this is today. Gloria and Heidi have put together an amazing community of people, and community brings us meaning. And they brought together their own community and Open to Hope that served and helped so many people. And each of the speakers today, most of them have their own community of helping. And so I find so much meaning in just being here today with those of you watching and the people you're going to hear from. Brilliant people like Bonnie Carroll and Donna Schumann and Sherry O'Laughlin, Brian Smith, Ken Druck, Allison Gilbert, Michelle Neff Hernandez. These people have been through this themselves and are here helping. Glenn Lord, Kathy Murphy, you're going to hear from, and so many others. And in grief and in life, so many people that are on here today, we've become family. I'm on their things. They come to my things. They're part of my grief educator certification program. They teach for us. I teach for them. Ken Ross, who you're going to hear from later, Elizabeth Kubler-Ross's son, an incredible photographer. He's going to be interviewed by Diane Gray. So many wonderful people. I find such meaning in just this moment and all of us coming together to help one another, because the world needs so much of that today. So please soak in the meaning of today. I think about the world we're living in now. The past couple of years, there have been so much loss. There's been job loss, the loss of safety, of freedom, of our health, of events, of the normal life. Like, do you remember that world from 3 years ago? Where did that go? Milestones are gone. Rituals have disappeared in so many ways. People weren't able to have funerals. Just even the loss of transition, so many things. And one of the things, and I know I'm preaching to the choir here, so many people who have been through grief, you realize in such devastating loss, you have X-ray vision. You feel grief and loss in the world a little more personally. I think about what's happening in Ukraine and the pain and suffering we see on TV these days. People in grief have just an unending amount of compassion. And so I think we have a level of empathy that we see that suffering and we want to take action and do something. And meaning is one of the ways we can do things to help out in the world. I think of in these past few years, I think of it as micro and macro losses. In other words, the big and little losses of life. And we're the one that defines them. It's never for me to say that's a micro loss or a little loss. We, look back on our own lives and define how our losses sit together. But there's been all kinds of losses that we've gone through. And I want to share a story that I think is very pertinent to this that happened in March of 2020, early in the pandemic. I was doing a walk 6 feet apart from a friend who came over. And when we were talking, a young woman ran up and said, "Oh my gosh, my wedding's been postponed and I heard you deal with grief." And she just burst into tears. And she was talking to me about her grief. And I chatted with her about her disappointment, her sadness. And then after we chatted, she thanked me, she walked away. My friend turned to me and said, "I couldn't believe her going on and on about her wedding being postponed. That's going to happen in a few months. And you've had the death of a child. Her grief, that's not even grief." And I said, no, you don't understand how grief works. So many times we think of grief as this pie. And if you take a piece, there's less for me. And I think about the concept of having security in grief. My grief stands alone. Her having grief, first of all, for her, that's a wedding she was dreaming about since she was 5. She's 22 years old. It actually probably is the worst thing that's ever happened to her. And it doesn't take away from mine. I'm secure. I know my son, David. I know that our grief is about our love. Other people having grief and talking about it doesn't take away a piece of the pie. There's enough room in the world for all our losses together. And one of the questions I often get asked is, which grief is the worst? Which grief is the worst? And I always say, the worst grief is yours. The worst grief is your grief. I think about, we don't have a broken head, we have a broken heart. And when we're comparing, we've moved into our head. And we have this sense that but their grief isn't as bad as mine. And really, sometimes what we're saying is, my grief needs to be seen a little more. I need a little more love for my grief. I think about, just people ask me, they'll say, "Isn't the death of a child the worst grief?" And I'll say, for me, and only for me. I don't know anyone else. But I also know, my older son walked in and found my younger son. I will never know what that did to him. I can never look at him and say, the loss of your brother isn't as bad as my loss. I can't say a sibling loss is easier. Why would we even want to compare? Because, when you win, you lose. And so that whole comparison thing sometimes can separate us from connection to each other and the support and love we all deserve. I think of what Ram Dass would always say, we're just walking each other home. And your grief is as unique as your fingerprint, because no one has had your loved one. No one knew them like you did. Even if it was your mother or father that died, you had a different relationship than your siblings. When I wrote Finding Meaning, the 6th stage of grief, and I will be forever indebted to Ken Ross and the Elizabeth Kubler-Ross family and foundation for giving me permission to add a stage to her iconic stages. I think about how unique our grief is in all the world. And one of the things in researching that book that happened that I just never thought I'd be doing in this lifetime is to look at how different people, death of a spouse, death of a sibling, death of a parent, death of a child, how we all deal with those losses and those traumatic experiences. And I did some research on buffaloes. I never thought in my career as a grief specialist I'd be studying buffaloes. But one of the things that's really extraordinary to me that I found is buffaloes, when they sense a storm coming, they actually run into the storm, thereby minimizing their time they're in the discomfort. I think about most of us in this world grew up being taught to run from our grief, to keep it a mile behind us for our whole life, never attending to it. We have such a grief illiterate world. And then when so many people get thrown into the face of grief, we don't even know how to process it. We don't have good models for it. We don't know, one of the things I think about, people will often ask, why on earth do I want to sit with my pain? Why do I want to be in the horrible pain of grief? And of course, I think about, first of all, as I mentioned, grief is the love. You can't have one without the other. And why be in the pain? Because what we run from pursues us, and what we face transforms us. So important to think about that concept. What we run from pursues us, and what we face transforms us. And I think about how much the world has changed. I can remember early on in my career when I would talk about my mother dying, the shooting as a child, I would get criticism from many academics who would say, you should really be talking about studies, tools, coping mechanisms. It's not very tasteful to sort of share your own story. Times have changed. What they didn't understand back then is we have to tell our stories. And those of us that work with clients, we understand that there's a moment for self-disclosure, and we understand there's moments that would not serve our clients to disclose what we've been through. But it's such a primal need in life to share our stories. The reality is grief must be witnessed. We want our grief, our loved one's life, our loved one's death witnessed. And I think about finding meaning. One of the things that I think is confusing for people when they hear about this concept of finding meaning, they'll often say, there's no meaning in a child's death. There's no meaning in a death from the pandemic. There's no meaning in these horrible things that happen in life. And yet, we can still find meaning in what we do afterwards. The meaning is not in the horrific event. The meaning is in us afterwards. In my online group, Tender Hearts, we have so many people who deal with all kinds of losses. And in different times, we have moderators come in who are volunteering their time to moderate different groups. And they come in and moderate groups, and they're from the Grief Certificate Program. One of the people who's moderating the groups on Hope had 9 family members murdered. There's no meaning in that horrible situation, but I find great meaning in that she shows up to help others. And she's learned that helping is healing. I think about one of the things I learned early on and I wrote about is something Diane Gray, who you will see later today, talk about. Diane called me probably we talked many, many times, but I remember one conversation after my son died, and Diane is not only, a specialist in these areas professionally, but she's also a bereaved parent herself. She called me up one day and she said to me, David, I get that you're drowning and you're going to be drowning for a while. And she said, at a certain point, you will touch bottom and you will have a decision to make. Do you stay there or do you swim back? And I wasn't really ready to know the depth of what that meant at that time, but Diane had so smartly planted a seed. And I realized how important that is, that seed of hope and that sense of making a decision that I am going to live again. And it's one that I think each person has to personally sit with in their grief. I know there were so many moments. There was one point in the first Christmas after my son's death, my younger son's death, I was sitting with my older son right before Christmas at my younger son's grave. And my older son said to me, he said, I'm never going to enjoy Christmas again. I'm never going to enjoy the holidays for the rest of my life. And I said to him, wow, I completely understand that feeling. I completely get it. I said, and I have maybe 20, 30, 40 more years here. I don't quite know. But I would really hate to think you and I are never going to have a good Christmas again. I would hate to miss that with you. And he went, oh, I didn't think about that. And I said, so at some point, maybe we'll find a way and make that decision to try to have a good Christmas again or good holidays again in honor of your brother and my son. And for me, I think about meaning. And my son, David, loved my work. And it would be so easy for me to just have been done after that. I pictured I could be the guy on my block with the old dilapidated house, and people go, who lives there? What happened to that guy? And they go, oh, he used to be a grief expert, and then his own son died, and now he never leaves his house. So easily, I could have been that guy. And I know probably for many of you, you've dealt with that feeling too, or maybe are dealing with it. And I had to really sit with, I know my son David, and he would not want his death to constrict my work. He would want it to expand it. So that's part of the meaning I've been trying to find. And I think about, really thinking is meaning making. We don't have neutral thoughts. Every thought we have is about, love or fear. We attach stories to everything we do. We either have a meaningless or a meaningful existence. And so meaning making is something that's in our mind, in our heart. It's instead of having the post-traumatic stress, we work towards our healing to find the post-traumatic growth. And post-traumatic growth actually occurs more often than post-traumatic stress, but we don't think about it as often. What can that be like? What can making meaning be after a death? It can be that your identity has changed because they lived. It can be your identity and your relationship with other people has changed because of it. You can have a changed outlook on life. Dare I say, you can even find growth and not just go through this experience, but grow through this experience. And I use the word healing, and so many times people go, I don't like that word healing, or what do you mean by healing? First of all, I think there's a myth that healing means forgetting. All of us today know we are never forgetting our loved ones. never forgetting them. What healing means to me is that horrible event that happened to them on one day and to us in one day does not get to define our love. It does not get to control our lives. That healing means eventually we can remember with more love than pain, but in our own time and in our own way. Meaning can look like finding gratitude for the time we had with them. And by the way, if you're early in grief, gratitude is a word that you can't imagine. It might be just, instead of gratitude, a win. It could be that you took a shower this morning. That was the win for the day. Meaning can be finding a way to commemorate and honor our loved one. Maybe meaning is realizing the brevity of this life we have and the value in it. And it can be a springboard to some sort of shift. Meaning can be just that we're changed by we knew them this life. It can be feeling changed by how they died, and we want to change the world so no one else dies the way they can. There's so many different ways meaning can occur. And one of the things is meaning is found in the little moments. So many times we think about the people who started a foundation, or they're doing the 5K run in their loved one's honor, or they're doing these big things. That's great. But meaning is also found in little moments like these. Me being with these other speakers today, and all of you who are joining us today, collectively joining in our grief and in our love, it's so meaningful. This is a meaningful moment. I remember talking to one woman whose child had died at 2 months, and she goes, there's no meaning in his horrible death. There's no meaning in Aaron dying. And we sat together for 2 hours, and she told me about what Aaron meant to her, and how, even though that 2 months was so brief, it meant so much to her. And she said to me, there can be no meaning. And I said, I get why you feel that way, but I just want you to know these 2 hours that we've sat together and you've told me about Aaron has been so meaningful to me. And I find great moments and meaning in knowing about his life and his death. You know, I think of 2 goals in grief work for me is to figure out who we are in this world without them. And the second one is to establish a new relationship with them. We knew how to love them when they were present, but how do we learn to love them in their absence? I think about also, you know, our grief is so shaped by a million things. Last year, I had 2 stents put in my heart. And Ken Ross, who you're going to hear from later, he and I have talked about our heart problems, but it's fascinating to me. One friend of mine said when she heard I needed to have 2 stents in my heart and that I was having some issues, she goes, oh, that heart of yours, what a problem it is. And I remember going, oh my gosh, I don't see it that way. This heart has beaten and continued to beat through my mother dying, my father dying, through a shooting in my childhood, through so many horrific events, through, oh my gosh, AIDS, pandemics, epidemics, friends dying, loved ones dying, then my son dying. I said, this heart is amazing. And to think of how we all have these different perceptions, and your assumptions about grief actually create your experience of grief. When I had those stents, there's drugs you get put on like atenolol, and atenolol is what's called a beta blocker. And if all of us got put on atenolol, it would slow our heart down like 5 beats a minute. That's what it would do. It doesn't care whether you think it'll work or not. It just slows your heart down. It doesn't care whether you believe in it or not. It just does its work. Grief is not like that. your assumptions of grief. How were you raised? What did your parents believe in pushing it under the carpet? Did they believe it was weak? Did they believe ladies don't get angry, men should stay strong, we shouldn't cry? What did your clergy, what did your religion teach you about grief? And this world is such a productive society telling us to get over grief. So our grief is so personal, and it is affected by how we come together. I think of even coming together today. I love the idea of Open to Hope. What a beautiful concept and organization that Gloria and Heidi have put together. So many times when I work with people who are in the midst of pain, they'll say, all hope died with my loved one. And I'll often go, I can see how you would feel that way. I get that. And I just want to remind you, the death of your loved one, the physical death of them, I'm so sorry to say, is permanent. But your loss of hope is temporary. And until you can find your hope again, all of us are going to hold hope for you. I don't believe in giving death any more power than it already has. Death does have the power to take our loved one away physically, but not our hope, not our love, not our memories. You know, we often think our work is about making the grief get smaller, but I think our grief doesn't get smaller. I think we have to get bigger, that we have to grow and continue to live and nurture our life. I know so many times before the pandemic, I would grab someone's hand, of course, with their permission, and I would feel their pulse. And I would say, your heartbeat is continuing. You are still here. You still have a purpose. I don't know what anyone else's purpose is, but I'll go, despite the fact that we feel all is lost and it is over, we continue. I'll go, look tonight when you get home, your toenails are still continuing. We still continue. And you know, as long as we continue, as long as we remember our loved ones, they can't fully die. They can't fully die. They stay on and they continue with us. And I think about, you know, my son David, when he was in kindergarten, he was voted the most likely child to become a helper in his life. And he didn't get to do that. And I hope in many ways, by me sitting with people who have had a child die, who have had a spouse die, who have had a sibling die, who have had a parent die, and put their stories in Finding Meaning, and his story, that in some ways he continues to live. He continues to become that helper in death he never got to be in life. So I'm so honored to be here with you and to be with these other speakers. And thank you. For anyone who wants to find me or know more about my work, you can always come to grief.com or drop me an email at david@grief.com. So thank you all for being here. I so appreciate your time. It's the only precious thing we have that we can really give to one another. So thank you all. And thank you, Gloria and Heidi.
Oh, thank you so much, David. You're absolutely an amazing person and so wonderful. Thank you so much for being on today. And you do have such a great heart.
Thank you.
Well, our next speaker is going to be Allison Gilbert. And Allison is an Emmy award-winning journalist, and she has written numerous books. Hi. And Past, Present, and Keeping Memories of a Loved One Alive is a groundbreaking book that she wrote. She's on the board of directors of the National Alliance for Grieving Children and on Tragedy Assistance Program. And she's going to be talking to us a very interesting topic, Allison, which is Listen World, Empowering Lessons in Grief from a Writer Born 100 years ago. Fascinating. I'm looking forward to it. And thanks so much for being on. You're looking wonderful.
Oh, thank you so much. It's really, I have a bone to pick with you. It's very hard to follow David Kessler.
Well, I'm sure you're not going to have any trouble. You're a dynamite woman, and thank you so much for being on today.
Well, thank you, Gloria, and congratulations are in order for you too.
Oh, yes.
Love heals, and I'm so happy for you, and love to Heidi and David. You are always such a light, and I feel honored to be following you today. I am really always amazed by you, Gloria and Heidi, and for what you have pulled together here. I am really thrilled to share with you my thoughts today. They are always grounded in the experience, very personally, that I've had with loss, and I will talk about that in a moment. But oddly, I do want to say to everyone who is listening right now to get out your phones. I know that's a strange thing to start with, but there will be an interactive component of my very brief remarks this morning. So please have your phones ready as I get started. So I want to take a moment to talk about why I write about grief and loss, what this bit about 100 years ago, what we're talking about, and it'll all kind of come into play as we get started. So my first experience of loss before I began writing books about grief and loss, before I wrote a single article about grief and loss, was personal. So many of us in this work do begin because we had a personal exposure to our own loved ones passing away, and mine did too. My mother passed away shortly after, and we have a presentation, very, very short, because I only have a few minutes with you this morning. My mother, this is my mom and me. It's not my daughter and me, it's my mom and me. And she passed away when I was 25. So right after basically I graduated college and before I got married and before I had my two children. And so I really grew up as a young woman without my mom to ask for advice and to ask for guidance. And while my brother and I were cleaning out my childhood home, there is something that I found in my mother's belongings. Within all of her books, there was a piece of paper. And inside that piece of, well, the book, inside the book was this piece of paper, and it was that very thin onion skin, and it was a poem. And the poem was about grief and loss. And it was a very tough love poem about grief and loss. Basically, to summarize, it's really about be thankful that you had someone worth missing. It was what I needed to hear because at 25, I felt so young to be without my mom. And my mom also believed in tough love. So, in an odd way for me, this poem was almost like my mother consoling me about her own death. But then I looked at the upper right-hand corner and I saw that the poem that I had never seen before, that was tucked in one of my mother's books as I was cleaning out my childhood home, was attributed to a woman whose name I did not recognize, a woman whose name is Elsie Robinson. So I asked my brother if he knew if that was a friend of my mother's, if it was a colleague of my mother's, a college roommate of my mother's, and my brother had no idea. So I set aside time at my computer to go research who is Elsie Robinson. Why did my mother save this poem? Was she a friend? Was she just who? I had no idea who she was. And so for the last 11 years, I have been working on now a book about Elsie Robinson. And she was born, it's called Listen World, and it's coming out this September. And it's all about her life Elsie Robinson's life. She was a writer, she was a poet. And just like that poem, Pain That I Found in My Mother's Belongings, all of Elsie's writing is very similar in that tough love vein. And this morning, what I would like to do is share with you one of, I think, the best poems that Elsie Robinson has written about grief. And it's called I Build Happiness. And for those of you who I know David spoke a lot about recent loss. For those of us who have been on the journey longer, perhaps this poem, I'm only going to read parts of it, will find a special place in your heart as you're looking for ways to move forward. So I'm going to look down and look up and look down and look up while I'm reading from this poem. You are not happy, you say? You wonder if you will ever be happy again? I do not know. I can only tell you something I have discovered about happiness. Perhaps that will help. And again, Elsie Robinson was born in 1883. So this advice is old and oh so good. I have learned to build my happiness bit by bit. Once I did not need to do this. Once happiness came without effort or plan, as naturally as the sunrise, the song of a bird, the swoop of the glittering tide. And so I began to wish that happiness would come back to me, but I wished as a paralyzed man might wish for movement. The paralyzed man thinks of motion coming back to him in a sudden miracle. I thought of happiness coming back to me that way. I waited for happiness to come sweeping back again, like the glittering tide, like the song of a bird, like sunrise. Then dimly, I began to perceive that I was wrong. Happiness could not ever come back that way, for that sort of involuntary happiness was part of something that had gone forever. That did not mean, however, that happiness was over. It simply meant that one had to be grown up about happiness as about everything else. Happiness must be planned for, fought for, achieved. And so I learned to build happiness. I no longer waited for happiness to happen. I made it happen. I took joy wherever I found it, in the little experiences, in the fleeting moments, in the briefest of glimpses. And it wasn't easy at first. It was dreadfully hard. My heart was heavy as lead. My imagination refused to budge. But I persisted. And gradually, something began to stir in me, warm in me. And I saw that my life did indeed hold happiness again. And so I came to build happiness. You can too, if you will. So I love that poem. To me, it talks about looking at your life as it is, pain included, and deciding that there is a pivot that is within our power. And I promised you an interactive component to my remarks today. And as I close, because I know I only have a short period of time, I want to go to the next slide. Because if you like Elsie just as much as I do, and you appreciate her thoughts about loss and so much more, I really want to make sure that you know everything there is to know about Elsie and be a part of my inner circle. So take out your phone. Look at this QR code. It'll take you right to my email newsletter list. The book is not coming out until September. It is only March, of course. So there's a long time between now and then. You may not remember this poem, I Build Happiness, but I want you to know more about what Elsie has to say about grief and loss and resilience, all from when she was born, 1883, up until when she died in 1956. So come along on that journey with me. Please sign up. And I would love to share her with you. As I learned about her, I've been so much more feeling grateful for having had my mom for 25 years. And this project that I've been on, writing about Elsie Robinson, has made me feel incredibly close to my mom, despite her having died so many years ago. So the next slide again reminds you of when the book is coming out. Again, not until September 27th. And I thank you, Heidi and Gloria, for having me share a little bit about Elsie Robinson, what she has meant to me personally, how I discovered her. And I thank you for allowing me to share my passion project with you this morning. And I send everyone peace and love. And I hope we can all start to build our happiness bit by bit.
Well, thank you so much, Allison. That was just wonderful and very inspiring. And we hope to see you soon. And thank you very much.
Of course.
Well, our next presentation is going to be a panel, and leading our panel is Glenn Lord, one of our great friends, and he is the co-creator of Walking Through Grief. He has the Grief Toolbox, and also he has been president of the board of the Compassionate Friends. And Heidi and I have known Glenn for years, and he and his wife Tanya are some of our besties. So he's going to do a panel on parent loss panel. Thank you, Glenn, and it's so good to see you today.
Good to see you too, Gloria. Thank you very much for hosting this conference.
As always, and you want to introduce your panel. I'm excited.
Oh, absolutely. And thank you for introducing me. So I have two members of my panel. And first one I want to introduce is Dr. Jill Harrington, a licensed clinical social worker and a bereaved adult daughter who suffered the loss of both of her parents in 2015 and 2016 to back-to-back life-limiting illnesses. In 2021, she was the lead creator and editor of the creative textbook using modern-day superhero narratives to teach the principles and concepts of thanatology and to provide support to the bereaved. Superhero Grief, The Transformative Power of Loss, published by Routledge and co-edited by Dr. Robert Niemeyer.
And by the way, Glenn, I have a chapter in there.
I know, she told me. Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm proud of it. It's an awesome book.
It's in the wake of loss of both of her adult children's restorytelling journey of love. So thank you. And my other participant is Reverend Al Johnson. And Al is married to Vicki Johnson. Together they have 3 children, 2 alive, Hannah, Ben, Zachary, and 1 in heaven, Nicholas. Nicholas died in 1989 from leukemia. Al is an Episcopal priest who served many years as a parish priest and now serves on Bishop Sean Rowe's staff in the Partnership Diocese of the Northeast Pennsylvania and Western New York area. Al has spent countless hours with bereaved parents over the years, and most especially with bereaved parents in sports, exploring spirituality and grief. Al volunteers with the local Barrington County Fire Prevention District, as well as with the Above and Beyond Family Recovery Center in Chicago. He is author of the recent publication, Grief Set Free, a memoir.
By the way, that's a great book, and I also have given him a testimonial for it. Hey, Al.
That you have. Thank you.
Well, thank you all. And so the 3 of us are here today to talk about what it means to lose a parent. And in our case, we had some discussions kind of preparing for all of this. And so, Jill, when we were preparing for this segment today, you shared with me that you feel as if losing your parents in adulthood has been an experience of disenfranchised grief. Can you help maybe explain what you mean by that?
Sure. Thank you, Glenn. So as you said, I had lost both my parents in 2015 and 2016 back to back. They were 72 and 73 years old, both native New Yorkers. In that summer too, what I failed to actually share as well was that the babysitter who had become part of my family, Ashley, died suddenly, I would say suddenly, of leukemia. She had a very quick onset of leukemia and died within 4 to 6 months. And I was on my way to go visit her when she died at the hospital in Cincinnati. And then I turned around that summer and was caring for my father, who was on hospice care for 2 months and at his home. I say that being a bereaved child in adulthood comes with a lot of like disenfranchised statements. It's almost like the invalidation starts, just a couple of weeks after your parents have died. I mean, to me, I still feel like a child has lost your parents. Now, granted, I am in this world without them. It feels sometimes really foreign at times. I just came back from New York, where I was born and raised. And every time I look at the skyline driving into the city and to Long Island, instead of it bringing a sense of joy to me, I feel an immense sense of sadness. I have sadness for the fact that, I passed Rockaway Beach where my father lived. My parents had been divorced, and this is a whole nother webinar, but then they got back together later on in life. And so they had this beautiful kind of reconciliation. They're buried right next to each other at Holyrood in Old Westbury, New York, or in Westbury, New York. But, it started several weeks or months right after, where people are trying to kind of say, you're an adult, you've had your parents your whole life. So, pick up your bootstraps and kind of march on. And it starts with the at least statements. People often say to me, well, at least you didn't lose a child. How do you know that? How do you know maybe I didn't have another kind of loss? Maybe I lost a child as a miscarriage. At least you didn't lose them at a younger age. At least you didn't lose them suddenly. And so all of these kind of invalidating statements start sort of right away, because you're supposed to lose your parents. And we know that. We know that as we age and as we live longer, as T'Challa says, as the Black Panther says to his young son, T'Challa, on the ancestral plane in the movie Black Panther, when he says, I'm not ready to be without you, his father's response was, a man who has not prepared his children for his own death has failed as a father. And I feel like my parents did prepare me for their deaths, but it was really, really hard to lose them back to back. And, people kind of go on with their lives several ways. We know that happens after death. But, the death of my parents, was it a cataclysmic event in my life? Did it bring me down to my so broken open that I couldn't pull myself up? No, but it was a very seismic event in my life. I've lost a whole piece, not only of my own identity and my family and the two people I really loved and had a close relationship with. My parents stepped in. I had almost a cataclysmic event in my early 30s when I was widowed suddenly with 2 children, a 10-year-old and a 6-year-old who has autism. And if anyone's lost a spouse or a partner, or has had to raise children by themselves in a younger year, your parents sometimes, not always, because our attachment to people, we know grief and attachment are intertwined. And some people don't have a close relationship with their parents. Some people don't have a close relationship with their child. Some people have closer relationships with our friends. But we know that it's kind of axiomatic. It's double-edged, that love and pain coexist when you love somebody. The loss that you feel there, that pain is telling you about the love and where it has nowhere to go, but you're in a sense fortunate to have it. So those kind of statements sort of start, and then all these secondary losses, like, who am I now? Am I still a daughter? The holidays for me changed drastically. I spent every Christmas Eve with my mother. So, also the person who loved and nurtured me, there hasn't been anyone that sort of has stepped in. And for my children, they became even closer to my parents. And they lost not only a babysitter figure who was like an older sister to them, but both sets of grandparents within a year. And I just remember feeling so heavy. I couldn't get out. I couldn't really process or negotiate or learn or be in this dual process because I was just shifting from one parent to the other. And I know people sometimes say, at least you were there to help them through their deaths and comfort them. And I do believe that that is an opportunity for us to say things and be in the presence of people when they die naturally. But death is ugly. It's ugly. And it has its own horrors that come with it and helplessness. And so on the flip side of that, because I'm expected to lose my parents and I'm expected to go into adulthood, it doesn't necessarily take away the feelings that I feel like a child at times who's lost a parent. And as you go on, it's not as if people, Mother's Day, it is such a sad day for me, and Father's Day. People don't reach out to me and say, or one person just to say, hey, how you doing? How's Mother's Day for you? So I feel like losing your parents in adulthood comes with this expectation that it's supposed to happen, but you're not supposed to, in a way, feel like a child who's lost a parent.
Yeah, I think that's very, very true. And I think it actually leads into kind of the reality of my world too, in terms of my mother died. And 2 years later, my father died. Well, when my mom died, she had had a very long-term illness of about 20 years, and it had been debilitating. And although her actual death was meaningful to me, I had been losing her progressively for years. And in many ways, her death was one of the easier close deaths to me, because we had said our goodbyes, and I was ready for her to go, and she was ready to go. And not that I don't miss her and love her and everything else, but she was in such pain, and the world was just really a bad place for her. However, when my father died 2 years later, it was very complicated for me. He died 1 week after my sister died. He died on the night of her funeral. And so it's hard for me to even separate out the two. However, when my father died, it wasn't expected. He was 71 years old. His father lived to be 98. I had no expectation that he would die anytime in the near future. To me, he was going to be something that I had many more years to be together with. And when he died, my world completely changed. I actually became the oldest member of the generation in my family. So my position completely switched. So I can really relate to what you're talking about that identity of kind of understanding who I am. And I still feel like right now today, there are all these things that I didn't even know I should have been talking to my dad about. And he did prepare me for the fact that he would die, but he didn't prepare me for what it meant for me to be in my 50s, or for me to be in my 60s, or for me to be, having children who are now thinking about taking on wives of their own, because I have 2 other sons. And so it's just one of these things that I found added to all of the pain. And then when like you pointed out, I'm a bereaved father. And when I tell people about my son who died, even though it's 20 years later, for the most part, people understand that a child is part of your life forever. And even though there can be that moment when I feel like they don't understand at times, in general, it is part of what people see. But what they don't see is that, my dad's been gone now for 5 years. And it's not supposed to be part of my life. It's supposed to be something I'm over and moved on. And in reality, it's not. It's something that it still affects me. And I still find myself wanting to pick up the phone and ask for his advice. I still want his approval. I still want him to help direct me with where I'm going. And I very much relate to that pain. And I also very much agree that there was a lot of support for my parents' deaths until about 24 hours after the funeral. And that's about when it changed. And so that was about how long that the world was okay with that. And it was very difficult to have people understand that you had used a word when we were preparing for this that I never really thought about. But to be orphaned as an adult is an interesting concept. Al, I wanted to ask you a question. You had, you have had two losses that are kind of on the opposite ends of the scale. You had your son Nicholas Alvin die, and your father at 7, and your father Alvin Carl die at 85. Does the age of the person matter when it comes to the grieving process? I think you're muted, Al.
Yes, thanks for the question. I really tuned into a couple of things just before I get to the answer. One is when Jill, you talked about the expected, because the adults are older. And I remember in the first church I served, my grandfather, who is the first Alvin, I'm the third, my son was the fourth. When he died, and I told the parish, and somebody said, well, how old was he? And I said, well, he was 88. And they said, oh, well, he had a full life. And I remember thinking, yeah, I get it. And then it came to me that I think what the expectation was, it somehow wouldn't hurt as much.
Mhm.
And I thought that may be the case, but it's kind of like back to what you were saying before. I mean, how would anybody really know that? And it's probably more a comment made for the comfort of the person saying it versus the comfort that would come to me. And then Glenn, when you were talking about not only both to talk about being an orphan, but also about wanting to ask questions of my dad, and how very true that is. And so I do miss that sometimes. And although I might, in my own mind, write the question and then write the answer that he might give, boy, there's so many things now in my 60s. I wish he might not have been here anyway, but it would have been nice to be able to ask him in person versus later. So my dad died in 2005, and he was 85, and although he was older, it was unexpected. And my son died in 1989. And I'd have to say realistically, that was expected. And at that time, kind of capturing a little bit what you said, Jill, people said, well, there's nothing worse in the world than the pain of the death of a child. And being in the midst of that pain, when those statements were being made, it's like, oh, absolutely, there can't be anything worse. But over time, I've come to realize that we have a tendency to make just about everything in America competitive, and we can even make pain experience competitive. And so I thought, well, who's to say? Somebody came in to see me shortly after he died and talked about their dog dying, and I thought, well, you know what? I don't get that. Well, years later, it's like, who am I to judge whose person's pain is worse or not? So we all have the experiences, we all have pain, and it's more important that I understand my own experience of pain and also take the time to understand what somebody else's is. So what I experienced when one died and then the son died and then the father died was I experienced a profound sense of being alone. And I didn't have the same pain when my dad died that I did with my son, but what they both contributed to was, this wasn't the vision I had. And so I felt alone. I felt alone in that particular place.
I think you hit the nail on the head, is that, we're so quick. I often say that the grief Olympics, so whose pain is worse, or whose pain is more intense? I mean, if somebody had a physical accident or injury and they were in pain, we're able to see it a little bit more, but would we say to them, well, at least you weren't like all broken up in that accident? Like, what is it that we don't comfort people by just being able to say something to them like, how are you doing? What does this mean to you? I mean, I have both a client and a student who their parents were their world. So my student who lost her father when she was 30, her father was, and she has no children and not married, her exceptionally close to her father. And then I have a client who's in her 50s who never married and live with their parents. They have more of a sort of this communal relationship. It's the way their culture is, and they live together. And both her parents died within 4 months. And people were so easy, like, to just dismiss her pain. Like, why can't we just acknowledge if people are in pain that it hurts? It hurts. We have to somehow classify it into this hierarchy.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
At least is a very minimizing statement. I mean, once you say at least, you're minimizing it. And I think the reality is that all grief is just that, it's grief, and all grief is very personal. And for me, for the longest time, my son's loss was clearly my largest loss in my life. But I would argue right now that my effect of my father's loss is actually greater on me at this moment in time, in terms of my impact of how I feel with it all. But that's a personal thing. And so I think it's very much, what is the greatest loss? The greatest loss is your greatest loss, and that's where I think all of that goes. Um, One of the questions I had, though, is because I've really been thinking a lot about that. Jill, when we were talking, you mentioned, you kind of said, well, I was orphaned in later life. And I wanted to ask the question to both you and Al to kind of say, all of us happen to have lost our parents in later life. We were all full-fledged adults functioning when we lost our parents. And orphaned is traditionally used for someone who loses their parents under the age of 18. Is there a difference when someone loses their parents earlier in life versus losing them in midlife when we kind of all lost ours?
I think there is a difference in a way. It can be. So, and different doesn't mean better or worse, or it just means it's different. There's different influencing issues. And I think when you're under the age of 18, we tend to forget that family kind of serves as a means of protection in this world. This world is not an easy place. This world is full of a lot of pain, horror, and suffering. And our family serves as, our parents in a way, serve as protection for us, hopefully, to protect us from harm, to nurture us and raise us in the world, to show us the ways in which to live and survive. We tend to think that life is not about survival. And what we're seeing going on right now in the world, and we've seen in the world, how, the atrocities of the world can happen. I think a child that loses a parent at a young age, and I could speak of it as someone who's raised children, that parents help us form not only an identity, but serve in a way to, and again, I want to caveat this with everybody's relationship with everyone in their life, whether it's kin or friends, is different. Some are more meaningful to others and some less meaningful. But I'm talking about, fairly good relationships with parents, and parents serve as under that role of educator, protector, trainer, and to kind of help a child leap out into the world. So I felt I had all those tools by the time I was 45 years old, and I had that guidance and that protection from my parents. So I do think it is different. My own children now, not knowing their father, my son particularly, who has autism, it's something that, not knowing somebody, losing a parent in childhood, it's something that kind of adds to his grief a lot, because he wonders who this person was, and he could only learn about him through stories that I tell him or through other stories. And so it's another layer for him to have to negotiate in his grief.
Yeah.
I think that what it reminds me of is, I think it is different as ages, is that when our son died, our daughter was 2.5, and she had when she got to age 7, she processed his death again. When she got in her teenage years, she processed the death again. When she gets to 20, and again when she gets married again, and there's every time she's as she ages and matures, she doesn't go back. She moves forward into, what does that experience mean for her life right now? Now, I think this is a total projection on my part, but I would think that if my parents had died at a young age, that would have been my experience. I would have tried to process that loss at every time I grew and did something different or celebrated some great time. I mean, when my son got married 2 years ago, Zachary, I missed all of my family. I missed all of them. Now, I just want to comment on one other part of this, though, that my parents did live to be, I think, considerably. My dad, 85, my mom was 93 or 94 or something like that when she died. They had years and I had relationship of years. And my mom died after 3 years of dementia, so one could argue that there was preparation. This has happened to me more and more at 68 about my memory, but that there was more and more preparation. But one of the things about having that ease is that they're gone, and all of a sudden I'm 65 and I am close to the edge of the cliff. I mean, I'm close to my own death. I'm in the last quarter of my life. And they were a protection, Jill, because I could psychologically say, there's still another group ahead of me, knowing that's not how it works. It doesn't work that way, but knowing I could still say there's a group ahead of me. You know, I mean, it's so, yeah.
No, I remember feeling like that. Like I looked at, it's sort of also, it's a part of yourself. You're starting to, in a way, I felt necessarily like I'm kind of disappearing. So it's a sort of part of the death of self, because our parents are such a huge part of us and our history and again, like you said, Alvin, it's not necessarily that way, but there was this mental protection that, like, I remember looking, going, I'm the next generation. Like, I'm the generation that I was looking up at, like my grandmother, and I had great grandparents in my life, but I remember saying, what are my kids looking up at now? I'm now the end of the line, at 45. And so that was really in my mind, like, definitely a journey that I've had to go through now that I'm entering into middle agehood.
Exactly. Oh, good Lord, isn't that true?
I thought that was a really good juxtaposition there, though, because as you're sharing your children's experience there, Jill, and then to juxtapose that, Al, with your reality of losing your parents when you are already a senior citizen yourself in terms of that. So having both of those realities, I think, is really true. And I think, Jill, you talked about it, kind of that forming who we are is very different. But our parents are our parents forever, and they still have that connection to us. And there's a piece that they play, as you say, Al, there's things, that protective avenue of what we want to do. And, when we were preparing for this, there were things you were sharing about what it means to be a man in your 60s that you would like to be able to ask your dad about what it's like to be a man in your 60s, that you don't have someone to ask those questions to, in terms of where you're at and where you're doing.
I'd also say, though, that time, I agree with that. And I also say that time also has given me the opportunity to integrate some beautiful things about my parents that might have been too clouded before. For instance, my parents were the second generation that were very, very influential in the development of our faith life as a family. My grandparents and my parents. And while my dad was struggling to sort out the pain in his own life, he would read his favorite psalm every morning and pray every morning, trying to sort his own life out. And I've come to think about that and appreciate that. And on my wife's side, my mother-in-law and my dad died a week apart. And on my mother-in-law used to say, about kids, if you think it gets easier when they get older, you got another thing coming. I didn't think she knew what she was talking about. Now with 2 kids in their 30s, she is a genius. And it is fun to remember her that way. It is fun to remember her. It's heartwarming to remember her that way. And the same to remember my dad's sense of faithfulness.
No, I think that's beautiful, because the fact is that there parts of them do become a part of us, and we magnify them and expand upon them, bringing our own personalities in there, and then having that memory of them in a way that is just so powerful and connecting, I think is really, really important.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know for me that, my parents instilled a huge sense of duty, and they came from immigrant families into New York, one from Ireland, one from Italy. They were hardworking. And so this duty to carry on my responsibility, I lean on those strengths of my parents. And even though it was very, very heavy for about 2 to 3 years, because I had one after the other, and there was some relief. My mom was very ill with lung disease, and it was horrible. My dad had cancer. There was some relief after they died, and there was some preparedness. But after that, the aftermath of it, it's been, in order to really kind of help motivate me in my grief, has been this duty to carry on, to instill those kind of values with my kids, to carry on the traditions that we had. We were just at my sister's house this weekend, and all the grandchildren, a great grandchild is here. My sister took a picture and she said, Mom would have loved this. She loved her grandchildren so much. So I feel that responsibility to kind of move it forward in a way with strength and hope and courage to put one step forward after loss, to relearn your world, to still try to find hope in the world after, even though it's natural that we're all going to die and lose somebody, it's still the most painful thing that we go through. And I don't think it's ever okay when we love somebody for them to die. So to try to instill that sense of strength, and I feel that connection with my parents. I often say I hear my mom's voice when I'm doing my hair, like, are you sure you're going to wear your hair like that? So that continuing bond, I call it that guilty continuing bond, like I got to fix my hair. But that leaning on that relationship that I know in my parents instilled in me, this really deep relationship. And it wasn't always happy and everything else. We had some things we negotiated over the years, but that relationship is so powerful to me. And for me, I reconstructed that and poured it into my work on my book, but it is what propels me forward. Their love and their strength and their guidance and our relationship is what propels me forward.
Well, thank you. We have about 3 minutes left. And so we have a giant topic of loss of a parent. So I just want to give each of you just a minute to kind of, if you have any kind of closing thoughts you'd like to give on, this topic that we've tried to cover, but, in a very brief moment in time. So Al, if you'd take about a minute and just share any closing thoughts you might have.
This is going back to something that Jill said early on, but it just really had an impact on me. And that is, I phrase it as the post 24-hour companion. Maybe it was you, Glenn, that said it, but I'm just taking a moment to think about and be grateful for those people who stayed beyond 24 hours, metaphorically and realistically, and the angels that they became. And there weren't many with my parent. There are more with our son than there was with my parents. But we're not talking a baker's dozen here. We're talking a handful of people. And you just made me think about them, Jill. You just made me think about them, and my gratitude for those who stuck in there with us without being asked. They just showed up and made themselves available. So that's all I wanted to add. Thanks, Glenn.
And Jill, if you take about a minute and kind of do the same.
And I have those superheroes in my life. That's why I wrote in my book, I wrote the very last chapter, finding superheroes, super and heroes all around us. Because when you're grieving, you could see all the darkness and everything, but sometimes there's beautiful things around you. People kind of step out of the shadows. I remember, retitling my father's motorcycle that I inherited. And the lady at the DMV, she saw I was struggling and everything else. And she saw I was kind of, just I was really confused. And she saw I was retitling my dad's deceased motorcycle. And she said to me, the first thing she said to me, this was a year after he died, I'm so sorry for your loss. And to me, that was stunning. It was amazing. Mm-hmm. And so, whether it's acknowledging, Mother's Day is hard for me. If you know someone that's lost a mother, just send them a little note, send them a card, acknowledge their loss. Even if they've lost even if they've lost their parents in adulthood, we still hurt on those days, those days of loss reminders for us. So just be a little. Superhero acts don't have to be huge. They could be little gestures of just hope. I get a card every year from a grief organization around anniversaries. And I just love getting that because it acknowledges to say, hey, we're here for you.
Thank you. And we're going to hand this back off to Heidi and Gloria to keep the conference going. But the final thought I want to leave everyone with is all loss is just that. It's very powerful and it's very impactful. And if you are struggling with the loss of your parent, honor and respect that loss. And it is real. And the world may not honor and respect it for you, but there are people who do. And we're here with you. And thank you for being part of this event. And so I'll hand it back off to Gloria.
Well, thanks, Glenn and Jill and Al. Wonderful panel. You're great people. And I know it's going to help a lot of people. Well, our next guests are interesting because it's a husband and wife. And it is Elizabeth Brady and Christian Brady. And I know a lot of people are wondering how they can honor their children after a loss. And they're going to tell you about their organization and what they've done. They established the Mac Brady Memorial Soccer Fund in honor of their son Christian, and they'll tell us about how they did it and their thoughts. And it's wonderful to have a husband and wife on working together to build memorials. And thank you for coming on.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us. And I just have to share a little small world story. Father Johnson and Father Al, you married us in 1993.
Oh my.
What?
Yes.
What?
In Barrington. Yes.
You get out of town. Sorry.
And as you were speaking, I thought, is this awkward to ping him? But yes, Father Al, you married us in 1993 in Barrington.
Well, that's Walma. And you know, your folks are still alive, aren't they?
They are. They are.
Make sure I said hi, and it's great to see you guys.
Thank you.
What fun, hey.
It's so good to see you too. Thank you.
And thank you, Father Al. And unfortunately, you led for us, as you shared earlier about your son's death. We've often thought about your loss and hearing about that when we joined the community. But I think, Gloria, if it sounds like you would like us to just sort of go ahead with our conversation. We'll sort of share our story back and forth. But briefly, our son Mac died of a blood infection. It was sepsis. It came out of nowhere. And within 36 hours, it was New Year's Eve. He was on a helicopter at about 11:30 at night being flown from State College, Pennsylvania, down to Hershey Medical Center, Penn State Medical Center. And we didn't know until we got to the hospital, but he passed away on the helicopter. And you know, there was no preparation. There was no indication that there was anything wrong. It just looked like a flu. But as we drove back at 3 a.m. to go pick up our daughter, who was Izzy, who was at a sleepover, we started talking about what we should do and how we should allow others to really participate in the grief with us. I mean, we wanted to remember our son, certainly, but we also knew that there would be others who'd want to participate. And I guess because I'm an academic dean, I've spent a lot of time helping folks establish memorials, scholarships and things in honor of their loved ones. And so while we thought for a moment about doing something for the life flight crew, because they were just amazing and we know it impacted them, we wanted to celebrate and remember Mac as he lived, with his vibrancy and joy. And he loved soccer. And he was a goalkeeper. And everybody told us he was actually really an exceptional goalkeeper. And so State College, Pennsylvania, home of Penn State, it's a small town. In fact, the church had never been so full for the funeral. All of the deans and the president and provost came. And but what we wanted is we decided we wanted Mac, who dreamed of being a Penn State goalkeeper, we wanted his name then to be associated. So we created a fund, and we figured we'd have to put a lot of money into it ourselves. And there are thousands, if not tens of thousands of people who have donated. And what emerged, and Elizabeth will share with you about the clinic and things as well, what emerged was a way not just for us to grieve, but for Mac's buddies, all the families around who just didn't know Mac, but kind of knew about us. And just, you know, I'm sure Father Al experienced this too. When a young child dies inexplicably, you know, there's this outpouring, and it provided that context. And now the last thing I'll say is that on the other side, in terms of a legacy in its most positive way, what this has allowed is a couple of times a year at the clinic in January, usually, and then at the Big Ten home opener when Penn State plays their first home Big Ten soccer match. We're out there, and there are college students with signs with Mac's name on it. They're cheering on the goalkeeper who bears Mac's name. So he stays alive in a very real way and will long after we're gone. Elizabeth?
Thank you. And I just want to add to that, because it's kind of interesting now. We're coming on 10 years since Mac died. He died New Year's Eve 2012. So we're coming into this important decade. I remember, reading so many different things after Mac died. And I remember reading one from a writer who said, I really think we should measure grief in decades instead of years. And I just remember putting the book away and just thinking, oh my gosh, that is exhausting to think about. And it was too much at that time to think about. And now we're here entering into that decade. And so, especially for the folks who are newly bereaved, I would say it's hard to imagine. But there are surprises along the way. And I think of Anne Lamott with the notion of the in the dirt, the flecks of gold that come. And I think one of the flecks of gold is to be at a Mac clinic and have little kids run up to us with his patch on and just be there. They never met him. They weren't even alive when he was alive, to be inspired by his legacy and his love of sport and his love of friends. And so that continues. But I would also like to say too, that one very tangible thing that helps is that to have an event or have something that you love, and it doesn't have to be big to the point that everyone's made today. It doesn't have to be a foundation. It can be any kind of something that they loved, or a meal, or some sort of contribution where you celebrate their life in addition to remembering their death. And I think that both are important, of course, both are important to recognize, but there is something that frees other people to celebrate him beyond the death day, because as the point has been made here many times, particularly those who are not, in the bereaved community yet are very uncomfortable talking about our continued love for Mac, who has died. And so I think that by having something to celebrate, something that he enjoyed, something people can participate in that's more familiar to them, also somehow opens different doors too. And I think that I think over the years, that's been kind of a surprise to me, is to see how much other friends of his and other folks actually enjoy celebrating something that he loved. And then we, tie it into other things. But I think that that's helped on a lot of different areas, I would say. Yeah.
Brokenhearted is asking, how long will it be before I can talk about my daughter's death without sobbing? It's been 7 weeks, and I'm sorry, deeply grieved for your loss. Elizabeth just said it's been almost 10 years, and I'm holding back the tears now.
Yeah.
But the little things too. I remember vividly going back on the road for a fundraising trip, for 4 or 5 weeks after Mac passed away, and I was in Chicago O'Hare Airport, and one of the things I had picked up as a little habit was I get a small snow globe for my daughter and a keychain for my son. And, when you travel, you're sort of in a different world. And I was in the little store there picking out a snow globe. And then I went to pick up the keychain, and suddenly it hit me. And I just broke down, and I ran out, called Elizabeth, and she said, buy him a keychain. I mean, I probably have over 100 keychains now, because I continue to do these things and to do these moments. And I think I heard David Kessler say earlier today in terms of finding meaning. And I think this is what Elizabeth and I both are sort of espousing, is that we can imbue these moments with meaning, not to say that the death has to have meaning or redemptive quality itself, but rather from those moments, we can move forward. Epictetus, the Stoic philosopher, said, we can't control what happens to us, but we can control the choices we make from that moment. And in my book, just a nod to Father Al, and I know he had his book come out, I wrestle with that theological question that I don't believe God took our children, but I believe God's with us when we move from here. And so much of what we do is action. And I think that's what Elizabeth's saying that I want to affirm. It's that providing for ourselves these small actions that can become greater memorials, not just the going to a graveside periodically,
Yeah.
but real true celebrations.
Mhm.
And that's what's, it can be so incredibly hard and difficult. And yet you're inviting other people in that process too. And I think there can ironically, or that's not the right word, but there can be found joy in the remembering.
I just want to piggyback on that too and say, first off, I'm so sorry. 7 weeks is, I just, I will hold you and think of you because it's hard. I was still teaching and I remember, it was very difficult for me it was almost like approaching a campfire. Some days I could come close to it. Some days I felt more confident to speak about Mac and share, and other days I just couldn't go there. And I started to see in myself, some days I felt more confident and sort of different than I did on other days. And I just sort of started to allow myself that was okay. That it's, there's no, as everyone has said here to do as well, but there's no formula. Some days you feel differently than other days. And some days I'm able to speak. I think time doesn't heal, but it does help in the sense of ownership. And I think this is something that I had to learn myself, which is taking ownership of my continuing role as Mac's mom, whether he was here or not. And many people initially were a little bit uncomfortable with that. And I think that helps through meeting with other peers and other bereaved parents that help, sort of guide the way and help, inspire you in places like this, which are really helpful. But it is a kind of, it's a kind of identity almost as a bereaved parent and Mac's mom that we learn to take on again. And a few tears are okay. I'm heading into 10 years and always happy to cry tears and how much we miss Mac and how much we love him, but also not to be swayed and uncomfortable by the people who get really uncomfortable with me talking about Mac. And to say, I know, and I'm sure before Mac died, I probably would have felt the same way. But I want to say that the love that we have for him has not died, and we celebrate him in our lives in small ways and big ways. And I'm sorry that makes you uncomfortable, but that is something that is so important, and how we share his love the rest of our remaining lives, right? And so I would say, first off, to be gentle with yourself as you grow into this new journey, and also to the notion of the continuing relationship with your child, to be open to the surprises in there too.
I think I would also add, Elizabeth talking about caring for herself and caring for one another.
Mhm.
One of the things is to dispel the myth that couples usually statistically end in divorce after a child dies. It's simply not true. The data doesn't bear it out. Elizabeth has an essay on that. But more importantly is to support each other, to recognize when the other needs time. And I don't know what kind of grace it is per se, but over the years, when I've needed to do nothing but bawl, Elizabeth has been able to hold me up. And the same has been true vice versa. When she's needed to express her grief or wanting to go and act in a certain way to help to remember Mac and to do things, it's just been incredibly important for me to support her in doing that in the same way that she supports me. And I think as couples and as families, that's a major part. I remember very poignantly for me growing up, I was about 14 and my grandfather died, my mother's father, very close knit family living together, but also very dysfunctional, for lack of a better word. And Granddad sort of held it all together. And I remember my mother telling me how her mother and her sister were grieving wrong. There are some ways of grieving that are unhealthy, but there are no ways that are wrong. We all are going to grieve differently. And so we have to provide room for one another to do that, to try and coax each other into healthier spaces. I've been very blessed to have a friend and mentor who's a psychiatrist who said, you can go there for a time, but don't linger in that place. Sometimes we need somebody to help walk us out of that sort of oasis of grief. It's okay to go back now and then. It's appropriate, but we don't want to stay there. And I'm looking at these questions from Angelina and Donna and poor Justin, who suffered the murder of a child. Put their names here for us so that we can remember them with you. And it will be hard. There's no way around it. It is hard. Jill, I think, made the comment that death is never pretty, even the most peaceful. But we go through it. I use the analogy sometimes that it's like having a beautiful pair of Bostonian shoes. I have to wear a suit most of the time for work. And, Bostonian, they make these really nice men's shoes. But imagine having a beautiful pair of shoes or Prada or something, but they don't fit. They're incredibly tight and they just pinch and they hurt and you've got blisters, but you can never take them off. Initially, you're going to limp and wince and people are going to, what's wrong with you? And you'll say, I've lost my child. I've lost my mother. But eventually the calluses will form. Your walk will kind of balance out a little bit and people won't notice so much, to Father Al's point, right? You'll lose those 24-hour friends will move on. And I think our next speaker is going to talk about how we regain life moving from here. But one of the keys is, no matter how painful, no matter how ill-fitting those shoes are, is that we get up and we take that first step every single day. Some days it's going to hurt like hell. And other days it's still going to hurt like hell, but you'll manage and you'll keep moving. And we just have to be there supporting one another as best we can. That's so much of what this broad community is. Nearly 300 folks here on this conversation. And I think we're also just thankful that we can share the name of Mac. We even have a picture I think they're going to put up here. So these little folks, most of them, as Elizabeth said, weren't even born when Mac passed away. He was a part of a little soccer club we created called the Celtics. They now have over 100 kids as a part of this club and program. And on the left sleeve of their jerseys, they all wear a little patch that has Mac's name and number on it. And that's a legacy. It's a legacy to be proud of.
And I think too, Hun, just to add, because I think we're running out of time here, so we want to respect that, but is that it's the legacy, I think, is where we find meaning in it. It's not so much the the acts of it, but the surprising relationships and the opportunity to share Mac's name, to practice saying their names. As a teacher, I have, unfortunately, so many of my young students whose friends have committed suicide in college and late in high school. It is something that grief is around us so much. And I think that coming to places like this, and especially for Gloria and Heidi, who just host so much and help us, give us tools to not only for ourselves, but to start to help the larger community start to speak about grief and understand it as a part of life that will come. And I think that's another part of this as well.
Oh, thank you so much, Christian and Elizabeth. You guys are amazing at the work you've done and the help you've given people. And thank you again.
Well, thank you for having us.
Well, our next guest is a good friend of ours, Heidi, for many years, Michelle Neff Hernandez. Hi, Michelle.
Hi, Michelle.
It's so good to see your faces.
I know Michelle is, doing so much around the world for grief and loss, and she is joining us from a Delta Airlines terminal today.
So which was not the initial plan, but we all roll with it, right? We can do hard things.
That's right. Thank you.
Well, Michelle's been very important to our family, particularly for the last couple of years, because she has her wonderful organization, Soaring Spirits Foundation, which helps. Well, Michelle, you have helped me as a widow in the last couple of years since my husband passed away, Phil, and all the things that you do are so amazing. You're Camp Widow, and are you heading to a Camp Widow now?
I am. I'm on my way to Tampa.
Wow.
All right. So a wonderful organization, and the online presence is absolutely amazing, as well as the different camps that you do. How many camps are you doing a year?
4 right now, 1 in Florida, so Tampa, Florida, San Diego, California, Brisbane, Australia, and Toronto, Ontario.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And I know,
we're excited.
you know, Michelle, as you know, Mom, not only talks the talk, but walks the walk, because she lost her husband at a very young age in a biking accident. And then, you know, as you said, Mom, she went on to found Soaring Spirits International. And she's written a book, which is just coming out, right?
Yes.
Yes, it's been a whole new experience.
I love it. Different After You, rediscovering yourself after grief or trauma. And
Yeah.
what about the CNN award?
Oh, yes. The Heroes Award for CNN. Fantastic. And she's been on some of our television shows. And
She's
all
just
that.
recently been on 3 of our shows because she flew to New York because she was nominated for the CNN Heroes Award. So
Right.
please tune in to Open to Hope and watch those shows.
Absolutely. Well, Michelle, give us some advice for the people who have lost spouses or partners or in the last year, because we know a lot of people that visit our site at Open to Hope have had early losses in the last 1 or 2 years.
Yep.
Yeah, they really have. And first of all, I want to thank you both for having me today and for holding this space for everyone. I think that as the world gets more complicated and as we're dealing with so many different things, including the shifting sands of the pandemic and war in a different place in the world, it just sometimes, I think for grievers especially, it can be really scary. The people that we typically would depend on to be our stable person and to help us feel like the world is the place that we can navigate are no longer here. So I'm speaking specifically, of course, for our widowed community who find such hope and many resources through Open to Hope. But I wanted to talk about today, I wanted to use that phrase, open to hope. Like, what does that mean? Especially as we walk into a world that is so uncertain and so many different challenges that I remember thinking right when my husband Philip first died, that should be the only thing I have to deal with. And yet life calls us forward and we end up having to make our way through a number of different things. So what does it mean to hope? I think sometimes hope gets, I'm going to call it a bad rap, because it seems like it's that shiny thing way over there where people don't really know how they're supposed to access it, especially in your early grief. When in your early grief, you think to yourself, what am I supposed to hope for? How am I supposed to find hope in the midst of this devastating experience? For our widowed people, that's the death of their spouse or partner. For other grievers, it's the death of a pivotal person in their lives. How am I supposed to find hope in the midst of this? And what am I supposed to hope for? So Soaring Spirits International holds, as we talked about briefly, these Camp Widow weekends, and now we have Camp Widow one-day events as well. And after one of the Camp Widow weekends, one of our campers came up to me and she said, Michelle, you guys have this phrase on your shirts that say hope matters. And I'm trying to figure out why. Why does hope matter? And where am I supposed to find this hope? My husband said, I don't like the life that I'm living. I want him to come back and I know that that is not going to happen. The life that I want is not possible. How am I supposed to find hope? And it made me realize that sometimes the way we talk about hope is too distant. And what we have to really lean into is asking this question: what do you hope more? What would you like to have more of in your life? How can we turn our hopes into things we hope for? So let me give you an example. We could hope for more calm in our life. We could hope for a continued connection with our person. We could hope that tomorrow is a little easier than today. We can hope that we could sleep tonight. We can hope that we make a connection with someone who matters to us. And when we start thinking about our lives in this way, we start asking ourselves, in this moment, for me personally, what do I hope more of? So I want to ask each of you that as you're listening today, What do you hope more of in your life? And once we've identified just one thing, so for me today, I'll share because of where I'm at and because of the way my day went, I'm hoping that I make my connection to my flight. And it can be that simple. Hope can be a concept that only stretches for the next few minutes or the next few hours. And then you can change what you hope for next. So I want you to try to think with me about what it would be like if hope was incremental. Instead of thinking to ourselves, I hope I can survive this huge, difficult, devastating experience, right? That sounds so big sometimes. I remember in my early widowhood thinking that it was surprising to me that the pain I felt in the aftermath of Phil's death didn't literally end my life. I felt like my limbs were being separated from my body. And it felt too big to try to survive. Survival seemed like such a big phrase. But what I want you to try to narrow it down to is how can we hope for just the next thing? And then once you've determined, so let's say that you're decided that what you're hoping for is that this day is better than yesterday. Then I want to ask you, what incremental steps can you take to get there? Because access to hope, touching hope, feeling hope, that can be done with the simplest of things. Sometimes it's a phone call to a friend. Sometimes it's reaching out to a new resource. Sometimes it's watching a video on Open to Hope or listening to a podcast. Sometimes it's as easy as reading a Facebook post from somebody who recognizes your person. I loved listening to Christian talk about asking people to please share the names of their people. Isn't it sometimes just wonderful to have somebody acknowledge that when you didn't know it was coming? And so these incremental steps, what's an incremental step that we can take to head towards what we want more of in our life? And that counts as hope. That's the thing I find so inspiring about the idea of hope, is that it doesn't have to be big. It doesn't have to be shiny. It doesn't have to be far away. It can be gritty. It can be, I hope I can sleep tonight. So let's say we hope we can sleep tonight. What incremental step can you take to get a little rest tonight? I hope I can feel 5 minutes of peace today. How might you find those 5 minutes of peace? What incremental step could you take to get there? And I think sometimes we imagine that if we can't find our hope, if the hope is so big and so far away that we just can't access it, that it's not meant for us, that somehow hope is not meant for us. But what I believe and what I hope that you can find in this sort of incremental steps towards hope is that hope has every one of our names on it, each and every one of our names on it. I can find the smallest thing to hope for today. And it's also true. We know as grievers, right, that sometimes our hopes don't come true. Sometimes the things we hope for just don't materialize. And when they don't materialize, we can sometimes take away the message that that means hope is not for us. The beautiful thing about hope is that we can continue day after day to find a new thing for which we hope. Day after day, we can choose a different type of hope. Sometimes you might want that shiny hope on the hill. Maybe you want to have a really big dream, and the big dream is the thing that's helping you make your way through this horrible experience. Maybe you don't have the energy for the big dream, and the smallest thing you hope for is that, the tires that you have to buy for your car don't cost as much as you thought they were going to. And sure, it might not work out that way, but hope can be accessed in the smallest of things. Sometimes we need the gritty down home hope. Sometimes we need the sparkly hope. Sometimes we need the distant hope. Sometimes we need to just look around and realize that someone else can hope for us. One of the things I love about Open to Hope is the ending, as any of you who've watched any of the videos know, is the offer that Gloria or Heidi will always make, which is, if you don't have hope, you can lean on ours until you can find your own. And that is the beauty of community. What I love about being a part of a community of grievers, Soaring Spirits International is a community of widowed people who are witnessing for, walking beside, and hoping with and for other widowed people. And so for any griever, I always suggest that another way to access hope is to find a community. I know that those of you who are here, I'm preaching to the choir, because many of you have already found Open to Hope. And you know that being able to have access to a community is one of the places that hope can be found. And so depending on what your circumstance is, depending on what you're grieving, for anyone who's grieving a spouse or partner, you're welcome to come to the programs of Soaring Spirits, where you will find other people whose hope you can lean on in case you don't have your own. But I want to remind you that hope is not an inaccessible ideal that is so far away from us that we can't find incremental steps to get there. But there is one caveat, and that is we do have to be open to hope. That's one of the things I love so much about the Open to Hope Foundation, is this sense that we have the choice to be open to hope. And if we don't allow ourselves to be open to it, then no matter where we find it, no matter if it's the shiny kind or the gritty kind or the community kind, whatever kind of hope you have, the first thing you have to do is be willing to open your heart to hope. And Open to Hope Foundation is the beautiful expression of that. I could see it looked like Heidi wanted to say something. Heidi, are you coming? Are you jumping in? Are you jumping in here? I was just talking about what a beautiful thing the idea of being open to hope is. And that really, so I want to summarize, my way of looking at hope, and what I hope for each one of you actually is, one, first, that you can find one small thing to hope for today. Two, that if you don't have your own hope, you find a place where other people are hoping and you can lean on theirs, starting with Open to Hope. If your journey is a widowed journey, Soaring Spirits International has that for you. And then that you would next take the incremental steps towards welcoming what you want more of in your life. If that's peace, if that's calm, if that's love, if that's joy, we have the opportunity to take incremental steps to get there. And then lastly, we have to be open. We have to be open to hope, because if hope is just sitting there on the outside and we are unable to allow it in, then no matter how much access we have, we can't reach it. So being open to hope, leaning on your friends here at Open to Hope to be able to access the hope that they know and offer to you every day.
Michelle, you're absolutely phenomenal. We appreciate you so much, and safe travels.
Oh, thank you so much. What a beautiful day you all have created. I love the hope that's being shared today, and I look forward to being connected again soon.
Good.
Michelle, I just want to say, this is so who you are. To be in an airport going up widows and saying, and spouses and widowers, et cetera, and saying, you know what, I am here as a vehicle to spread hope, even if it's at the Delta terminal, I will be there. I will be there. And you show up, you always do. So thank you.
You know, I can't say no to you too. I always want to be a part of whatever it is you're doing. I honor everything about this day. Thank you so much for including me, and everyone. Open to hope. That's the first step, just to be open to hope. Thank you so much.
Much love.
Safe travels,
Thank
Michelle.
you. Thanks so much. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Well, Heidi, we are going to do a little pinch hitting today because one of our fabulous presenters has some other presenting to do. Heidi, you want to talk about where she is, Bonnie Carroll?
Yes, I do. So Bonnie Carroll is the president and founder of TAPS, which is the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors of Military Loss. And my mom and I have the honor of being on the advisory board, and we've worked for many, many years with TAPS. And Bonnie thought she'd be able to be here, but she just let me know that she is in Kathmandu, Nepal, which I already knew she was going to be, speaking at the United Nations Women's Conference. It is about 9 or 10 at night there, and she doesn't have a good connection. So we are going to step in right now. She started TAPS after her husband died. He was in the Air Force. She served many years in the Air Force. And for those of you that don't know, and Mom, maybe you want to say a little bit about TAPS also.
Oh, it's a wonderful organization for supporting anyone who's lost somebody during military service. And it doesn't have to be an active duty, and wonderful programs for kids and everything. But I wanted to talk about her presidential medal too.
Yes.
And she got a presidential medal, the highest honor that can be given a civilian by Barack Obama. So
Yeah, she was given the Presidential Medal of Honor. And, you know, the thing that's amazing about TAPS is that you have an incredible grief camp for children,
mhm,
and they are paired up with active military
yeah.
or people that have, you know, there's peer support there. So they have kind of big brother, big sisters there. And there's just so many things for people. And a lot of her services, most of them are free.
Right.
So please check this out. As a proud military mom, I have a real sweet spot in my heart for this organization.
So we're going to do a little pinch hitting for her. And we are hoping that you will enjoy a presentation that Heidi and I love to give, because it's tips and things that you can do to support yourself during the grieving process. And we've tried them all and they're great. And by the way, they're scientifically based, right, Heidi? And they seem a little nerdy in some ways, but they are scientifically based. So here we go with our presentation for the Open Hope Foundation. Okay.
Absolutely, Mom. Okay. So 10 things you can do to change your life. I just want to start out with saying we don't want to bounce back after challenges. We don't want to just survive. We want to bounce forward. We want to thrive, not just survive. And that's what all of our speakers here are showing, you know, everybody, that they have not only survived after a loss, they've gone on to thrive.
And we wrote a book called Fresh Grief for you folks that are in the first year of loss, where we talk about some of these things. Okay, can we go to the next slide? All right, here are the 10 things that'll change your life. Now, as I said, they may seem pretty basic to you, but we forget about the basis.
Mhm.
The first one is breathe, sit up, take those breaths. Our breaths become very.
Well, why don't we go back and do
Okay,
the
do the
list?
10.
Why don't we go back and do the list, and then we'll go through each one.
Okay, so breathe. You want to do the
Yeah.
next one?
Mindfulness,
Peer support,
laughter,
exercise,
gratitude,
hugs,
smile,
set a timer.
And
We'll talk
music.
about that one, and music. All right, here we go to the first one. Breathe. I'll take this, Heidi, sitting up, and let's all sit up straight now. We've been maybe slouching a little bit or leaning over, watching somebody laying down. Sit up and practice taking 3 breaths during the day. Right now, let's try that. But 3 breaths several times a day, according to the research, can actually change your body chemistry and what you're doing. And we forget to breathe. When you get have a loss, or when you get excited or upset, it increases the adrenaline and you start breathing up in the chest rather in the belly. So should we try 3 breaths?
Sure.
Heidi?
I think we need to put our feet on the ground and feel grounded. Like you said, we've been listening to all these incredible keynotes today and maybe giving ourselves back some energy.
Mhm, absolutely. So ground yourself and take 1 breath, Heidi, big breath. And out, and another
You can look
in
down. Feel free to look at them.
and out, and another in. All right, and out. So remember, do that 3 times a breath. Heidi likes to bring bubbles.
I
We should have brought
do.
some bubbles today.
Because when you're blowing bubbles, you're breathing deeper than you think you are, because you have to blow the bubble. You can pretend to blow a bubble or a candle out. And that'll help you with your breath as well.
Absolutely. So let's go to the next slide. All right, you want to talk about this, Heidi?
Okay, so the second thing you can do to change your life is to focus on the present and be mindful. Mindfulness is as important as meditation. So we need to focus on the present if we can. So again, sitting up straight, like we said before, improves your mood, because when you're grieving, you're hunched over. Putting your shoulders back and sitting up straight tells your body, I'm present, I'm awake, I'm here, I'm in a better mood.
And you know, one thing that I did after my son died, was killed, and I was working, I would keep a mint in my when I went to a meeting or whatever, and pop a mint in my mouth if I felt like I was kind of losing it, to remind me that I'm here now. Also, the bathroom is a great place. You get up, everybody can excuse you to go to the restroom. You go in if you're having a moment and run cold water over your hands. It really can change, bring you back in the present when you're having a moment.
And believe it or not, if you're really having a difficult time and you feel very overwhelmed, if you submerge your head just for a minute in ice water, it'll reset your brain. I know that sounds weird. It does a reset on your body. Or put your hands in ice water. It does, and hold ice cubes. It resets, but especially your head for some reason.
One of the things that marathon runners do when they're having problems with overheating, which is what we do when we're upset, we overheat. They actually put popsicles under their armpits.
Yeah.
So one of
I
the
like
things that you can do to bring yourself into the present. Okay, let's do the next one. Social connections. Wow. How important is that?
It is, and it's what we're doing here today. We're all here together connecting. And there's so many organizations today like TAPS, Soaring Spirits, the Compassionate Friends, Tuesday's Children, that are all about peer support and peer connections. The Kubler-Ross Foundation. So, we're talking a lot about that today because David Kessler's group coming together to make social connections with other people that have had a loss really helps you to change your life.
George Valiant did this study of men. I don't know, it's like 90 years old or something now. And he studied men through their lifetime and found that the men who did well and lived longer were the men who had social connection. And that's how important it is. I mean, it really impacts your life in big ways, making sure that you have some social connection. So we're kind of on the internet now. That is a sort of social connection, and it is a connection. And hopefully it's going to, as the COVID epidemic completely goes, it is going to even add to our connections because we're going to continue our on-ground connections, but yet we're going to have more social connection through the internet also. So I'm hoping it's going to be a huge addition.
And to add to that, my mother's talking about on-ground connections and in person. We are flying to Honolulu, Hawaii tomorrow to present at a Compassionate Friends conference. And if you look at the slide right here, you'll see that it says Honolulu. So if you are in Hawaii at all, please join us for the next few days for the Compassionate Friends conference in Honolulu.
Mm-hmm. So next slide. Peer support.
Which is what we just talked about.
Yeah, but I think there's one more thing about peer support. And this is, the studies actually show that peer support and information are the two leading things, Heidi, that can help you after a profound loss.
Yes, getting coping skills and being around other peers. And so, normally when we do this, we say, if you look at Dr. McGonagall's research, she says, if you shake hands with somebody for 6 seconds, it helps you feel more connected. Now with COVID, we modified that a little bit because people are still very concerned about, germs, et cetera. So we're saying bumping elbows with your neighbor. And when you're doing it, looking at somebody, looking in your eyes.
When you bump. Okay.
Because it makes you smile and laugh, right? And it makes you feel connected.
Right. Well, let me talk just a smidge more about peer support, Heidi, because people say to me, well, why is it important? Why do I want to be with a bunch of grieving people? And I say, it's interesting, but you first go and you're maybe a total mess or whatever. If you go to a group like the Compassionate Friends, or if you go to Soaring Spirits or some of our other organizations, it's hard. And sometimes, you need other people with you or whatever. But what happens over time is very shortly, even within 2 weeks, somebody else comes in who's really more bereaved than you are. And you realize how far you've come.
I agree with you, Mom.
I mean, that I actually was able to match my socks. I actually got out of the shower in less than 45 minutes, and eventually you may move a chair or take a cookie or invite a friend and start reaching out when you've taken care of yourself. But as with the airlines, the most important thing for you to do first is to take care of yourself and put the mask on yourself before you try to help the world. So these organizations and peer support will help you because even if it's not verbal, you don't have to talk. You can see, how far you've come and what you're doing, and it gives you some perspective on life. So peer support is important. Let's go to the next. Okay, Heidi, do you want to take this?
Okay, so the fourth thing you can do to change your life is focus on the present and mindfulness and laughter. Why did I say focus on the present? Laughter is the fourth thing. So this relieves stress for up to 45 minutes. which I love. Stay strong. The weekend is coming. So, it boosts the immune system and it triggers the release of endorphins. So there's a lot of benefits to laughter. And like
And you can
said-
burn 40 calories too, Heidi.
I know, it's a beautiful thing. And this is a study out of Vanderbilt University, 10 to 15 minutes of laughter a day can help you burn calories.
Yeah.
So a sense of humor can protect against heart disease.
And you can rent a movie, or you can actually go out to a movie now, or animal pictures, or well, we're going to be talking about those later, I
Mhm.
think.
But
So-
I'd also think of this, Mom. When I laugh, I am honoring my brother's memory and my father's memory
Mhm.
because they were full of joy. So I think that we feel like if we're sad and in pain, it's our connection, but it's actually the opposite. If you're in joy and laughter, that is your connection with the person that you have loved that is no longer here. It's we're celebrating their life. We're honoring them by laughing.
It's really hard to laugh the first time.
I agree.
I remember when Scott was killed, your brother,
Mm-hmm.
my husband Phil and I decided that we would go to a movie because Tootsie, do you remember Tootsie that
Mhm.
anyway was playing? Did we go to our local movie theater? No, we went 40 miles away because we didn't want anybody to know us or see us, and we didn't want to laugh, with
You didn't
people
want to be
around.
judged.
Yeah, exactly. And saying, wow, they don't care. Look at them. They're
Mhm.
laughing or, whatever, even though not everyone feels that way. but-
Well, this is the interesting part, Mom. I think you're making a good point because sometimes we feel guilty. We
Right.
feel like if I loved my brother, why would I be laughing?
Right. Right.
I need to stay in a space of pain and sorrow to honor him.
Yeah. And, we have to tell people sometimes when they come to a compassionate parents or a peer support meeting or TAPS or whatever, if people are laughing,
It's okay.
It's okay. And, their friendships and peer support.
And I think it's jarring for people sometimes to go to a grief conference and some of the participants are laughing because they're further down the road. And when you're new in your own grief journey, you're looking around going, what's going on here?
Right.
So, and eventually, slowly, with all these coping skills, you get to the point where you're taking breaks from your grief and you're laughing as well.
Yeah, I love that, taking breaks from your grief, because you can't grieve 24/7. You just cannot do it.
No.
I mean, the body is not built to do that.
No.
All right, next slide. Okay.
So I guess there's a little quiz here. Unfortunately, we don't know what people are thinking, but just think to yourself, on average, how often do babies laugh? Mom, what would you think on average if you didn't know the answer? Which she does know the answer.
I would think they laugh 30 times.
Right. And so in comparison, okay, so babies actually laugh on average about 300 times. And people will argue with me all the time about this stat. This is not my stat, okay? I want you all to go to Dr. Robert Provine. He is a neuroscientist. This is his life's work. This is his life's research. He studies babies with his team. So on average, babies laugh 300 times a day.
Wow.
In comparison, how often do you think adults laugh?
Twice. Bereaved spouses, maybe, or parents, maybe twice, or siblings.
Yeah. So it's about 20 to 25 times a day. So, how can we get to a space where we're creating more laughter in our lives? Because laughter is an emotion. It's a way for us to release some of our grief, some of our pain. And so to remember that. I think
And
is
it
important.
also raises our endorphins, which are
Yes.
those healthy heart protecting hormones.
Exactly.
Yeah. So next. All right. You want to do exercise, Hyatt, or do you want me to take that?
You do it because you're good at this. Exercise is a key in my mother's life. She makes it a priority, which I love.
Yes, I make sure that I walk at least 3 to 5 miles a day.
That's amazing.
So, and I do a little stretching. I used to do yoga, but now I do more stretching. But it's really hard to exercise after you've had a loss.
Mhm.
Way back when my son was killed over 30 years ago, I used to run, and I remember one day, it had been probably 3 or 4 weeks, it might even be a month after Scott died. I thought, I kind of heard a low voice in my head that said, you need to go out and run. And I thought, I can't do that. And the voice said, if you don't, you're going to get sick, or whatever, this thought in my mind. And I thought, well, no, I'm not going to get sick. And there was a continued argument in my own mind. Yes, you are going to you have to do this. It's not a choice. So I remember crying and putting my sneakers on and going out, and I started to run. And I honestly, Heidi, thought people are looking out their windows. I know they are. And they're thinking she doesn't care. You know, how can she be out doing that, taking care of herself when her son has died? And it was hard. It's hard to get yourself to move into that
As my
space.
mother was thinking and worried about what the neighbors were thinking, which I totally understand, I, as her daughter, and my sisters, the three of us, were thinking, oh, thank goodness mom is physically taking care of herself, because we've lost our brother. We don't want to lose our parents. And our parents were in such deep despair that we were concerned about their health and wellness and well-being. So the best gift she could have given me and my sisters is to go out and run and take care of herself.
So we know it's hard, and you don't have to start by running. I mean, just,
No.
I mean, walking is incredible. One of the things that they've found is if you walked 3 to 5 times a week, even less than a mile, it really changes, is a game changer for your health.
Well, and I love that it says, okay, happiness is reported in people who had been moving in the last 15 minutes. I mean, it's amazing. So trying to figure out how you can move, even when we are talking today at the conference, getting up and walking just in your room as you're listening.
Deepak Chopra says, Heidi, that you should get up every hour and just walk around your desk. And he said it will definitely change your mood and also your health. Just that.
Wow.
Just getting up and moving.
Well, and I love on my Apple Watch, it'll say, breathe right now, or get up and move. It'll give me little prompts, which I think is great.
Awesome. So next slide. Okay. So exercise. Okay. All right, Heidi, you love this one. Go for it. There are your pictures.
So the sixth thing you can do to change your life is gratitude. Focusing on gratitude, which I know is difficult after you've had a death. You know, I always wondered what I could have been grateful for when my brother, who I adored, was gone. And it was that I had him in my life for 17 and a half years. I was so grateful that he had been in my life growing up. So for optimal brain function and well-being, it is important to have gratitude. Focusing on 3 positive emotions to every 1 negative emotion.
3 positive, every 1 negative. Well, you know, it's hard to have gratitude at first, but honestly, the fact that you can open your eyes, I mean, you can think of the smallest thing.
Yes.
You wake up, you open your eyes, you can see. You know, you are able to get your stand up. You are able to walk. You are, you know.
I got a Keurig yesterday. Well, my mother's fiance got a Keurig yesterday.
Which is a coffee maker,
a
for those who
coffee
don't
maker.
know.
And I was so thankful to actually have caffeine this morning, because yesterday in the morning, I didn't have caffeine. So this morning, it was a beautiful thing at 6 a.m. to get caffeine.
So, you know, the smallest things, as I said, eventually, I mean, in the very, very early point of grief, you can't match your socks.
Right.
You know, so.
Well, I couldn't even wear earrings. I love jewelry, and it felt like too much energy and too much effort to put jewelry on.
Yeah.
So remembering how far you've come and being grateful that you're actually not in the space you were in the moment you heard about the death. You're in a different space right now.
You know, Oprah's kept a gratitude journal for years.
Yeah.
So you might want to think about just having a little gratitude journal.
Well,
she swears by it.
And they say just ticking off 5 things in the morning that you're grateful for really quickly on a piece of paper changes the way you feel throughout the day.
And then you can go back and look at it if you can't remember some days when they're really dark. You can go whip through your journal a little bit there and look at it.
I agree with you. So looking at animal pictures, like I said, improves mood and increases productivity. Look at those. Put those on your phone. How can you not be happy when you see those, right? They are so cute.
I love the guy down there with his little hand up.
Yes, I love it too. They are adorable. So yes, putting those on your phone when you feel low, when you're struggling, and looking at those.
You know, Heidi, pictures will be different for everyone. You know, so for some people who've lost a baby pictures won't be great.
That's why I don't have baby
somebody
pictures.
Somebody who's lost an animal.
Well,
Maybe
this
a
is
baby
true.
picture would be better
You know
on
what?
theirs.
You're making a good point. Pet loss is a very real thing. And sometimes our pets are our connections to the people that we've loved that have died. So having a pet in our life can be our grief support.
Mhm.
And sometimes pet pictures, like you said, Mom, might be difficult, especially if you've lost a pet.
Right. Well, when Scott died, we actually got a pet.
2 dogs.
Yeah, 2 dogs, and they were very helpful for us because I would take my Heidi's sister to a soccer game. She was playing soccer, and everybody would avoid you because they didn't know what to do. And when you arrive with puppies, then everybody can
Runs
talk
towards
about it.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, they run towards you. So if you have a dog or a pet or an animal, that's great. And if you don't, that's okay too. Don't feel obligated to get one.
Oh no, because not everybody's a pet person.
Yes, yes.
All right, so get some of those fun pictures. Oh, by the way, just about pictures, I just wanted to say I'm a big golfer, and I took a golf clinic, very high level golf clinic,
Mhm.
and they said, you know, they put out when you watch a tournament, they have these little books they bring out, and these people who work with the major golfers said, you know, what's in some of those books? And I said, no. And they said pictures of their family, pictures of their animals, and all that kind of
Oh,
thing
wow.
to calm them down while they're golfing.
That makes sense.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, I like that
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah. So you could do that. Okay. So let's talk about hugs. Let's talk about hugs. Hugging for only 20 seconds a day decreases stress, and hugs lower risk of heart disease. Now, I know during COVID, there's some people who aren't doing hugs. And,
Right.
you know, they do the bump or whatever.
Mhm.
But let's go to the next slide
wait.
because did you know that
Did you-
hugging yourself?
Yeah, can you go back to the last slide? Because I wasn't sure what it said. Okay, so yes, not to rush through this, because we do have 15 more minutes, so we're good on time. So yes, like you said, lowering the risk of heart disease. Okay. So you were saying, Mom, that hugging yourself was something we can
Oh
do,
yeah,
right?
hugging yourself
Okay.
because of COVID. Let's
Mhm.
try this. Let's all try this. You know, that's why babies do this. You can even do this, and you can also rock.
So hugging yourself will give you the same benefit as hugging somebody else, because these hands right here, your body will think that it's another person hugging you. So,
And
you
that's
know,
Penna Shodram
yes.
who said that. And she, many of you probably know her work.
Well,
She's fantastic.
She says compassionate action involves working with ourselves as much as working with others.
Mhm.
Do compassion and hug
So give
yourself.
yourself a hug right now. And the other thing is, my husband used to do this. And I will do that every so often. He
Yeah, I
used to
love
come
that.
up and give me a thing on the arm. So,
I
you
love
know,
that.
I like that. So think about using your own body, you know, actually doing this with your hands. If you're not shaking hands, that's a galvanic skin response that reminds yourself of your body and being present and being with yourself. So hugging, those kinds of
I
things.
like this because we can get, when we're grieving, we can be really in our heads and kind of, like you said, not grounded
Mhm.
and not in touch with our bodies. So getting us back into our bodies is important.
It's very important. And if you know, there probably are people that you're hugging in your life, get more hugs from them, ask them for hugs. You know, hug your dogs.
Yeah, because I
Hug your
think that
whatever.
I like the idea of hugging the pets too, because I think that after a loss, you can be touch deprived,
Mhm.
especially if the person that died was someone that hugged you a lot,
Yeah.
whether it be your child or your sibling or your spouse.
And don't negate soft animals. And I remember my sister-in-law was alone in a nursing home during COVID, and her son got her a dog that looked like her dog. He went online and got the same animal dog stuffed pet
Yeah,
and took it to her at the nursing home. And it was really important to her.
I love that.
So things like that are wonderful ideas. Okay, let's go to the next. Smile. Oh, we got a pencil. There's one right there.
Hopefully it's sterilized.
All right. Kraft and Pressman in 2012, okay, did a study, and they know that facial feedback theory of emotion, if you bite down on a pencil and well, or smile, is it and smile, or you have to
No,
smile?
you have to smile. You have
Okay.
to bite down on a pencil, Mom.
Okay.
And now smile as big as you can, really big for 60 seconds. Let's do it. I'm going to do my finger, but I'm not going to bite very hard.
Okay.
Come on, everybody. You're
You
not
can do
doing it.
it.
You're
Put
not
your
doing
finger in
it.
your mouth.
Appease us. Come on. I can see you.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Now, see, it's hard to get out of the smile because this is a muscle. And when you're frowning, it's telling your body, I'm miserable. I'm not happy. I'm in a bad space. This is telling yourself, I'm in a good place. It's telling
Yeah.
your brain, it's giving yourself, your body messages.
Yeah. And honestly, you can fake it till you make it. It's weird, but if you smile, your body thinks you're happy.
Yeah.
I mean, these are research studies. We're not making it up, are we?
No, absolutely not. All these things have been tested and it's evidence-based research.
Okay, let's go to the next one. All right. Set a timer on your grief, right, Heidi?
Absolutely. And we had the honor of meeting somebody that was a former NFL football player for the Detroit Lions, Eric Hipple. He was the quarterback of the Detroit Lions for 10 years. And what happened was his son died by suicide, his 15-year-old son, Jeff.
Yeah.
And after that happened, Eric got into a very dark place and ended up trying to take his own life.
Mhm.
He ended up in jail after a few DUIs. And in jail, one of the guards pulled him aside and said, Eric, my son died and I found hope and you will too. You're not going to do this alone. You're going to get through this. And that was very life-changing for Eric. So he went on to find hope and tell him what he's doing, et cetera, and how he did that.
He works at a depression center for the University of Michigan and helps other NFL players and other people who have depression and have had loss to deal with it. And by the way, we were able to go to the Detroit Lions training camp and meet all these people, and it was totally lost on us, right?
Yeah, so we decided to write a book with Eric because we were so inspired by his story. His story is very inspiring. We're not doing it justice at all right now. And so we wrote a book called Real Men Do Cry, and he works with men on how to work through grief and loss, and a quarterback's inspiring story of tackling depression and surviving suicide loss.
Yeah, and you can get that on Amazon, and particularly if you've got a football player in your family that needs inspiration, Eric's the guy to do it. So this is what Eric told us. Eric said one of the ways he handled his grief, because you can imagine this big football player and everything, was he at the end of the day would go down in the basement and put a timer on for 30 minutes and play music or just sit and meditate. And that was his time to think of Jeff.
Mm-hmm. And he'd say, people get worried about going into those grief spaces because they're afraid they'll become overwhelmed. So what Eric did was when the timer went off, he would do something like jumping jacks or snapping or doing a funny dance. He would do something with his body in order to get himself out of that grief space.
Okay, let's go to the next. Oh, I love this one.
We're going to snap as Eric did after he would grieve and the timer would go off.
Okay. McGonagall has shown that if you snap your fingers 50 times, it will boost your mental resilience. But it is not just one finger. We're doing both fingers because that's engaging both sides of the brain. And it helps you move from a heart space into a head space. If your heart is broken, you're feeling broken, you're feeling like you can't breathe, your breaths are up, like we said, in the higher chest. Just do.
So it's bilateral stimulation.
And it has to be bilateral.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20,
21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27,
Come on, do it with us.
29, 30,
Come on.
31, 32, 33,
Get fun.
34,
Yes.
36,
You're working out your
37,
brain.
38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Don't you feel like you have more mental
I feel
resilience?
better.
I do too. It was awesome. Okay, let's go to the next one. Oh my gosh, music. You want to talk about music?
I love music. First of all, I have music on in my apartment 24/7. I know sometimes you want to have sad music because you want to go into those spaces. Sometimes you want to have positive music because you don't want to be in those spaces. So the 10th thing you can do to change your life is music. It's therapeutic sound medicine. You can sing, hum, whistle. It helps release endorphins.
You know, we had a woman who came into a workshop that we did at the Compassionate Friends. And after we finished this, and when we're going to ask to go back to the very first slide, or is it next? I don't know. We need the 10 things again after we talk about music. But what we do is we have somebody pick something that they're going to do. So one of the women there were probably a couple of hundred people there, raised her hand, and I said, "What are you going to do?" And she said, "I am going to sing." She said, "I have not sung in the last 4 years since my child was killed, and I'm a professional singer." Well, anybody on this who's a professional singer would have hated me because I said, well, I'll tell you what happened. She said she's going to sing again. And I said, "When are you going to do it?" And she said, "I'm going to do it tomorrow." And I said, "Why don't you do it for us right now?" Well, as I said, professional singers don't like to sing without their piano, their music, their, whatever.
Right.
But she did. And she sang "You Are My Sunshine." And all the 200 people there sang it with her. It was really amazing. And that's a song, Heidi, that my dad used to sing to me every morning.
Wow.
So it was impactful to me too. So everybody sang. Wasn't it unbelievable?
It was incredible. And she came back the following year and said that was the beginning of her singing career again.
Yeah, she started her singing career again. So it was absolutely amazing.
So should we hum or I'm not going to sing because I don't want to scare you people.
You can whistle. Let's hum. Let's hum "You Are My Sunshine."
Okay. Everyone hum. Come on, hum.
Please don't take my sunshine away. Okay, don't you feel better? And that's done all that resilience, and hopefully some of you whistled. Okay, let's see what the next slide is. We wanted to go back to the 10 things. Maybe they can find it. Okay, here we go.
So we have our book, Signs of Hope from Heaven. These are not just our stories. These are stories of many, many people who have had signs of hope and found hope again after loss.
And you can get it then on Amazon. Okay, let's look at this list now. And Heidi, I want you, everybody watching this, pick one thing that you're going to do and write down or put it in your mind that when you're going to do it. Make it easy. Just don't, and do it right away. I mean, it would be better if when you went off of this, if you laughed, or if you laughed right now, you would have been successful.
Absolutely.
So be successful with this. Peer support. Just talk to one person who has a problem or ask for help. And you can do that anytime. You can do
or chat support during this presentation, during this day, which I know a lot of you are doing.
And just get up and walk around your chair. Then you will let's do this, but be successful.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Set a timer on your grief for 15 minutes and try what Eric did. Sing "You Are My Sunshine." Practice again, breathing, practice the hugging yourself. You can do that right now, but just pick one thing that you can do and be successful at that one thing. And
smile.
Yes. Laugh, watch a funny movie, and give yourself a credit that you've done it.
Yeah.
Maybe you're going to keep a gratitude journal.
Absolutely. I love it. And I love the idea of setting your goals small so that you can achieve them. So we want to wrap up now and just say that if you've lost hope, please lean on ours until you find your own and think about what you will do to change your life. Thank you so much for being here, for supporting us through our grief journey, and for supporting each other.
Thank you.
Who's next? Oh, Tanya, Mindy.
Okay.
Here, no, this is yours.
All right. So we are now, Heidi, going to have a loss of a child panel, and our good friend Tanya Lord is going to moderate the panel. And Tanya is the co-creator of the Grief Toolbox and director of Support After a Death by Overdose Project. Tanya, welcome. So great to see you. How awesome that you're doing this for us.
Dr. Tanya Lord.
Yes, Dr. Tanya Lord.
Tanya has done so much. Dr. Tanya Lord has done so much to build awareness for patient services and going into hospitals, going in and educating faculty, doctors, the medical community
Mhm.
on what people need.
And we've got Debbie Dulip on. Oh, talk about Debbie.
Hi, Debbie. I served with Debbie on the Compassionate Friends Board. She was a phenomenal president. She was on the head of the diversity committee. She has done so much in the grief and loss world. And I have loved working with her as well and collaborating over the years. I've known both Tanya and Debbie for 20 years, probably more than that. So it's been an honor to have them. My mother's trying to find her her notes here. Sorry, peeps. Okay, let's see. Here we go, Mom. Here we go. Where are your people? I don't know.
Tanya, introduce your people.
All right. Tanya, can you introduce everybody?
I lost my note.
Sure. Why don't I let them introduce themselves? You've heard about us and Debbie, me and Debbie. Lily, do you want to go ahead and just real quick?
Oh, yes, we know Lily. Well, oh, here we are. Okay, Lily, sorry. Okay, so Lily is a fabulous artist for one thing. And she is the author of Giving Grief Meaning and creator of the Name Work Method for Healing. And she played an inspirational role in starting the LGBTQ alternative psychology specialization at Antioch University. Ms. Doolin holds a master's degree in teaching at Simmons College in Boston, Massachusetts, and she's a certified Heart of Yoga teacher, and she studied spiritual coursework at Agape International Spiritual Center under the tutelage of Reverend Michael Bernard Beckwith. Thank you, Lily. You're amazing. And then Cindy Corcoran. Hi, Cindy. Mindy Corcoran. Cindy. Mindy Corcoran is an entrepreneur, a thought leader, author, former CEO, daughter, wife, and mother. And she is the author of Healing a Shattered Soul and host of the podcast Real Grief and Real Healing. Thank you guys for being on the show today. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks to this dynamic duo and everything that you do with Open to Hope. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be here today. We are talking about child loss, as you heard, and in our short amount of time, we're going to first talk about a moment of hope, where we pretty much, what was the first time that we realized that we could survive this loss. And I'm going to start with Lily.
I realized that I could survive the loss when I connected with Stephanie Waisler Rubin, who is the founder of Unati Foundation. And she founded a group home for girls in Bhaktapur, Nepal. And I was still in deep grief, but something pulled me there. And it was seeing the girls who really had survived unspeakable trauma and grief, more than I could ever possibly imagine, that I realized I would survive, and I wanted to shine the light that was Kara's life and do service in her loving memory, and that this would be my life. And it's brought me to you all, and it's so great to be here. I know we shed tears when we met at the pre-meeting together, and I'm just honored by the whole Open to Hope Foundation and everything that everyone is doing. I'm inspired, and you set a great example, all of you. So thank you,
Lily. And please, can you just take another minute or so to introduce your child to us? Because I realized I didn't ask you to do that first.
Thank you. Our beloved daughter, Kara, died at home of SIDS at the tender age of 2 months old. And for a long time, I felt I didn't get to know her, and I felt like I was the only one in grief. And her passing has connected me to beautiful healers and change makers in this world in a deeper way than I could have ever imagined. And I feel that she's with me. She's with me, and I bless her every day. She's a blessing to our lives.
Thank you, Lily. Debbie, do you want to introduce little Dale and your moment of hope?
I am Dale's mom, a name I'm always proud to answer by. My moment of hope became looking back as when I realized I didn't cry every day. And, I was a ugly crier and had permanent tear stained streaks down my face. And just being able to step out of the house, not crying anymore, was a really big moment for me when I realized that maybe I could do this. Maybe I would survive and move forward to find something. I don't know what it was, but maybe I would survive. I would not die, even though I did want to.
Thank you. And I think we all can share that sense of just complete devastation and not sure even how to take that first breath. Mindy, same question to you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Tanya. And I'm also honored to be part of today, to the Open to Hope experience today. It's a really great event, and it's a sad event, but it's also so inspirational to all of us. And I know our panel hopes that we can offer inspiration to other parents who've lost children. So my son that will be talking about, his name is Reet, R-E-A-T, and Reet was murdered in April of 2014. He was murdered by a white supremacist in Overland Park, Kansas. But my circumstances are slightly different when I speak about the tragedy that happened, because my dad was murdered only minutes before my son was murdered. So I lost my dad and my son on the same day. And the interesting thing, when I'm asked, when did you first know that you would survive? And when did you first feel any glimmer of hope? Was actually that evening. There were two incidences in particular, but that evening I was in my parents' home and people were gathering around, and I heard someone say that there was going to be a vigil, a student vigil, and I felt so compelled to be there and to offer solace to students who were going to be grieving my son Reet. And I went to that vigil and I spoke to the audience, not knowing I was going to speak to them, not knowing it was going to be televised, not knowing where it would lead me. But I spoke to them from my heart, letting them know that they could survive. I wanted these students to understand that tragedy happens and that they could survive. And in doing so, I think I felt hope. Of course, I had no idea how difficult the journey ahead of me was going to be, but that was where I found hope. I believe it came from the Holy Spirit. So my faith is Christianity, and I felt very guided by the Holy Spirit that day to speak at the vigil.
Thank you, Mindy. Lily, I just want to say that there's a question for you in the question and answer, if you want to take a look at that. And thank you for you all putting questions in there for us. So as you can see, there's our moments of hope are quite different, and where we find that ability to survive and to think about surviving comes from many, many different places, whether that is from just realizing your eyes are dry for a minute longer than they were the day before, to really seeing different parts of the world. As we think about,
I don't see the question. It's not there. So I apologize to the person who I'm unable to answer it because I cannot see the question.
So when you go to the Q&A button, do you not see that?
There's no Q&A button here
Okay.
for me.
All right, so I'll just ask you real quick. If somebody is asking how long ago it was for your daughter.
July 29th, 2009.
And this person, Maxine, has grandson died 7 weeks ago. So she's reaching out, and Maxine, we will, I'll answer that question more if you have other questions, and we can go further. So as we move into from our moment of hope to where today and early on or today we find our strength as a bereaved mother, I know that there was nothing that felt strong about me in those very early days, weeks, months, even years. Mindy, do you want to talk a little bit about where you find your strength?
Yes, thank you. Tanya, and when I'm finished, we need you to introduce your child as well. So you should introduce your child so everyone can know about your story. So I find my strength in helping others. Similar to me going to a vigil the night that I lost my father and son and wanting to help these other high schoolers, I found myself channeling my grief into helping others. And our family, my family, and the Lamano family who lost a person that day too. There were 3 people murdered on that day. We, along with some other community members, created a foundation, and the foundation is called 7 Days, Make a Ripple, Change the World. And we promote kindness. So 7 Days overcomes hate by promoting kindness through education and dialogue. And I tell people that I would have helped people in any way. If my dad and son had been hit by a drunk driver, I would be in Mothers Against Drunk Drivers. I would be in that channel. If my son had died from SIDS, Lily, I would be joining you and holding your hand and working on anything that we could do to combat, SIDS and to know more and to be educated. So personally, my family was murdered because of white supremacy, because of anti-Semitism, because of hate. And so my journey has been in that channel, in that lane. I focused on learning about other faiths. I focused on helping people understand kindness. And so this year, our new mantra is we teach kindness. I also wrote a book called Healing a Shattered Soul. And I talk so much about courageous kindness and being able to step into a feeling of uncomfortableness and be kind to someone that you might not normally be kind to. And my reason for that is specifically that if people had been kind to the murderer, if someone had interfered with his beliefs about Judaism, if someone had, stepped in and done something to him or for him out of kindness along his life path, would that have changed the trajectory? And so I feel like we all have a responsibility to pay attention to those around us who might feel lonely or otherwise misguided in their thoughts. And so that's where I find my strength is in creating activities and events to help people learn about faith, about kindness, and about healing.
Thank you, Mindy. Lily, where do you find your strength?
Firstly, I find my strength with being here. So I applaud anyone who's come to this, especially Maxine, who's come with new grief, raw grief. It's such a courageous step to be able to step into a community like this and to explore. When I heard Mindy's story, my dad's best friend was shot in the back at 40 years old and murdered by a white supremacist with his little girl. And it's the only time I saw my dad cry. And I want to say, he brought that grief with him to the death of his granddaughter. We're not blank slates. We bring a host of problems join us in our grief, and reaching out is what can take us out of the pain of the moment and put us in the solution, even if we don't feel it, even if we can't see it. It's that contrary action that brings hope. It's getting out of bed when I don't want to. It's brushing my teeth when I don't want to. Acting as if the world is a loving place. Acting as if there's a loving God when I've lost all faith in God. I didn't have an experience of immediate faith in Kara's passing. My faith was shattered. And it took a long time to move through that dark night of the soul, to move through it, to find community and hope. And, you know, the affirmative process is what gives me hope. I also have a book, Giving Grief Meaning, and a corresponding work, the name work. All I had left was Kara's name, and out of her name, I found qualities, K-A-R-A, kindness, alignment, regeneration, and action. And in my book, I have a dictionary of qualities at the back of the book, where you can begin to work with qualities to find hope again. And it may take a while. Godspeed, but 100% of the proceeds from my book, Giving Grief Meaning, go to support our Kara Love Project and the work that we do, which is to serve marginalized children and families and people all over locally and globally. So I connect with all of you for your service, and you set the bar high, and I aspire to everything that everyone is doing, and I will pass because I know we have a short amount of time. So
Thanks, Lily. And Debbie, where do you find your strength day to day?
It is from God. I lost my faith and I lost my religion because I felt God passed me by in my most needful moment. And so I was just a complete mess because I had no relationship with him. And so I was full of anger. That was like my emotion that I carried with me. I was mad, not at the world, but at God, because I just felt like, he's the person I'm supposed to turn to. And that my son loved, God, without us even teaching him, he would always say, I have Jesus in my heart. And so I thought that, that's a great thing. And if I didn't do anything else right, I've done that, like without like pushing it on him. So on that day, it's like, I could see where things are going when he was in the hospital at UCLA. It's like, okay, God, even if it's not my prayer you hear, there's like about 50 people here, maybe one, even like our pastors here, maybe, one person's prayer you'll hear. And he didn't. He died on October 29th, 1998. And on that day, it was just like, God ripped me in half. But now I do have a committed relationship with God. It was a long, long journey. And I still have like my bad days where, I remember that time, God, you forgot me. How are we going to fix that? And, it's just a matter of like, waiting. But I'm glad that to know my son said he had Jesus in his heart. And I know that I'll see him again. And I know that religion is a really touchy thing, like when your child is gone. But for me, that's where I am now, that, that is my source of strength now.
Thank you. So introducing my son, Noah. He died when he was 4 years old from a series of medical errors after a tonsillectomy. And I had no hope, and I certainly had no strength. And many of the things that have been mentioned so far, I did find hope and strength, and probably with so many ways that I could think about that question was through each other, through the people who had experienced it. At first, I thought, well, nobody lost Noah, so nobody can understand my pain. But when I started to listen to other people's pain, it sounds like an odd place to find hope, but to realize I was not alone. And to find that strength. And then I did shift, as many of you have mentioned, to working in healthcare to make it safer for other people. So as we think about those early days, those early years, even for many of us, what do we think? We have just a few minutes left, but and I want to appreciate that other people are talking about their faith and the challenge that they have in the question and answer, and really relating with a lot of what has been said so far. And Debbie, specifically, somebody, thanking you for just admitting that struggle. It's not always easy to say, this is where I was, and this is what the struggles I was having. But when we think about finding meaning, and I don't mean meaning within their specific death, but meaning within our lives, and what are the things that have brought meaning to us at this point? And with that question, I'll start with Debbie.
Volunteering. First off, I felt my IQ drop, 100 and so points. So I felt like I was a complete idiot, that I could not function. So I thought volunteering would be easy because, I can't get fired. So I started with the simplest of tasks, like I'll just pick up the phone and just answer phones. But eventually it kept moving on, and I realized that during those hours and that time that other people had needs, and it got me out of my head. And I was so grateful to get out of my head, because in my head there were so many conversations going on, and just the pain of everything. So it got me out. And then I realized that even before I started volunteering, I was giving back, and I didn't realize it. And it was just it's a huge benefit in volunteering. It's just getting out. It's it freed me. It's I'm free to not think of myself, and I can, whatever it is that person needs, no matter how minute I considered it or anyone else considered, it was a big thing for them. So just helping that person walk their journey just made it easier for me to go home and go I made a positive thing happen, in this world today. And even if I didn't, it's just I was part of a team, in making something happen. I didn't need all the credit, but it just got me out of my head. And then I felt like my IQ started going back up a few points here and there. So just reaching others and giving a lending and helping hand.
Thanks, Debbie. That's great. Mindy.
I want to add just real quickly that I also was very angry at God off and on, very angry. And I tell people that I think God can handle it. And then when we want to be angry, I think God's a good place to place it. And so I was also extremely angry with God off and on. I also lost my ability to do so many things, Debbie. I was in wealth management and I couldn't do math for months. It was really hard to be a CEO of a wealth management company and not be able to add and subtract. So if you're foggy brained right now and you're early in your grief, that's really, really common to have loss of that. I wanted to share the story about finding meaning. We opted to have my son and my father both cremated. And what we do is we take a little bit of their ashes when we go somewhere. So in finding meaning in particular, we take their ashes with us when we go to new places, a new state, a new country, anywhere where there might be flowing water, and we put their ashes in that water. I feel like my eyes are my son's eyes. He was murdered at age 14, and I want him to be able to go where we can go now. So that's something where I find personal, significant meaning, and I wanted to share that in particular.
Thank you, Mindy. And Lily.
Yes. Reverend Michael Beckwith put a question to me early on, and it was, Lily, you can choose to grow or shrink from the tragedy. And in that split second, we can all choose it now, in the split second, in a snap, we can choose growth. And I don't know if it's a biblical verse because I'm not altogether religious, but I've heard the seed needs the darkness to change into new life. So, and it's sort of fallen out of vogue to say that, affirmations are getting a lot of a bad rap these days, but I needed affirmations to combat the negativity. And I believe that transformation comes through grief. Just like we have no choice. We have no choice but to transform. I had no choice but to transform. It's transform or die. So for me, transformation means if I find myself saying, I want to die, to change that, to come into my body and breath and say, I want to live. I want to live. And to catch myself right there and to feel the pain that still courses through me. I can hold space for pain and joy at the same time. I still have brain trouble. I still have trouble uttering a sentence. I feel like a complete basket case a lot. And it's been, 13 years. May 22nd, she would have been 13 years old. But I don't beat myself up for that. I no longer, because of people like you, because of Open to Hope and the snapping, I was snapping along with you. I
Yes.
right. I step into that divine right action. I'm here with you all, and we carry each other. We're all. One of my teachers, Ram Dass, says we're all just walking each other home, and that's what we're doing today. So, thank you for having me here today.
Well, thank you so much for everyone. And Tanya did a great job. Lily, Mindy, and Debbie, we love you. You guys are inspirational. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
And our next guest is Donna Sherman. And Donna Sherman has a 35-year history with the Dougy Center. And the Dougy Center was the first bereavement center for children in the United States. She serves on the board of the Compassionate Friends Foundation and is a founding board member of the National Alliance for Children's Grief. She loves to ski, camp, and ride her Harley Davidson.
Yes, and I had the honor of serving with Dr. Donna Sherman, on the Compassionate Friends board. She is phenomenal. I teach at Columbia, and I tell all of my students about the Dougy Center, the work that she has done for over 25 years. Please go to the Dougy Center. They have invaluable resources and a phenomenal YouTube video that Donna is on, talking about all the services and all the ways to support children through grief.
And the Compassionate Friends also, which is on the foundation,
Yes.
great, and the National Alliance for Children's Grief. Amazing board member. Donna, you're amazing. It's so great to see you.
It's so great to see both of you. I can't wait to see you again in person.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Are you able to ride your Harley Davidson now?
It's a little bit rainy right now. I'm actually in Baltimore doing a training today earlier, and it's a little rainy in Portland. I don't choose to go out on my Harley in the rain, but if I get rained on, I'm prepared for it.
All right.
Thank you for joining us from Baltimore. I know you train all over the world and do phenomenal training. Is the training related to children's grief?
Yes, it's at Roberta's House, which is a children's family grief center here in Baltimore. And it's actually interesting, Gloria and Heidi, my first in-person training in 2 years.
Wow.
And it's also my first visit back to Baltimore since my mother died here in November of 2020. And I wasn't able to be here. So it's kind of a mixed blessing, pretty emotional for me just to be able to be here and wishing that I could have been here. And
Right.
so I'll say a little bit about that when I talk about children and families and coping in these times as well. But it's
Thank
great
you,
to see
Donna.
you.
I just want to say that as you know, my father died 16 months ago, and my heart goes out to you. I had the honor of meeting your mother in New York City. She was a phenomenal person. She helped the city heal after 9/11, and she was a class act. So
Thanks. We had so much fun that dinner. It was really lovely.
Yeah. Well, let's get with it because you have got so much information, and I know you're going to talk about 5 ways to support grieving children. So here we go.
Thank you so much. Well, it is an honor to spend this time with all of you today. And I mean, I could probably list 50 ways to support grieving children, but in the 15 minutes that we have today, I want to highlight a few of those and put it in just a tiny bit of context. And that context is the Dougy Center, the National Grief Center for Children and Families in Portland, Oregon, was the first program of its kind in the country to support, to do peer support groups for children and their families. And our founder, Bev Chappell, was very inspired by this boy named Dougie, who had had contact with Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, who introduced Dougie to our founder, Bev Chappell. And Dougie was a little boy who was able to support other children. He had a tumor, a brain tumor that was inoperable. He was diagnosed at 9 and died at 13. And our founder, with Elizabeth Kubler-Ross's support and many others locally, started this place for children to come to support one another, and ultimately for Ken, can everybody see you? Ken is, I'm assuming people can see Ken, but he's holding up a photo of Dougie. We actually have in our living room at our center. But one of the things that Bev noticed about Dougie was he was able to talk to other children who also had advanced serious illnesses, and to be encouraging and supportive of them. And Bev was inspired to find a place where kids and families could support one another. We're in our 40th year in 2022. I've been associated for 36 years as a volunteer, and then 5 years later on staff. And I've been privileged to be able to listen to the children as young as 3. We have groups for 3 to 5 year olds, for 6 to 12. We have an overlap group for 4 to 8 year olds and 10 to 14 year olds, teen groups. We also have young adult groups, 18 to 24 and 25 up. For the younger kids groups, while they are meeting, there's also a concurrent group for their parents, or adult caregivers to meet at the same time. We have 3 sites, and of course, we pivoted, like most places did, virtual during the pandemic, and now have really both in person and some virtual groups as well. And again, it would it's hard to fit what they have, what I have learned from children. And one thing I will say is we really can learn a lot from them if we listen to them and if we pay attention to what they're going through. So I'll share my 5 points that are the ones that have risen to me for this particular time. And the very first one is that I think one of the most important things we can do as adults is to really listen to our children. And I mean, listen full-bodied, not just their words, but watch them, their actions, listen to what they're not saying, listen to them talking to their friends. And I think as adults, too often we are inclined, and usually for good reasons, to want to either minimize or try to take away their pain. And I think it's a mistake that we make. Sometimes it's because we aren't able to be present with them in their pain without feeling like we need to do something. I wrote an article one time, it was called, "Don't Just Do Something, Stand There." And people are often saying, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Well, that's okay. Listen, ask a question like, tell me about your dad. What was your brother like? How did you guys get along? What kinds of things did you do together? Are there things you miss? Are there things you don't miss? So being able to listen, and one of the things that I love about the word listen, if you rearrange the letters in the word listen, you get silent. And I think I don't know how that came about in the English language, but to listen, to be silent, to be able to be present in their pain and their joy and their frustration and their fear. And I love what was just shared in the prior panel, who the mother who said, I can hold joy and pain. I can hold, what sometimes feel like conflicting emotions. But our children will learn who they can be open with and who they can't be open with. So whether you're a parent or you're in some other role with children who are grieving a death, the opportunity just to listen and to try to put aside what you think you should say, because what they really want is people to listen to them. Kind of going along with that, a second way that we can be supportive of kids who are grieving is to find ways that they can express what they're going through, opportunities for expression. And through those opportunities for expression, they can start to feel connection. They can start to feel they're not completely alone, that someone understands what they're going through. I just a half an hour ago came from Roberta's House in Baltimore, which serves a very underserved population in the Baltimore area, families who are grieving, many families who've had homicide death. And some of the people in the who were part of the audience today were sharing with me at the break, my mother died when I was 7, my father died when I was 12. I didn't know, I didn't have places like Roberta's House. I didn't know that there were other kids like me. And just knowing that I'm not the only one and finding forms of expression. And we often think about forms of expression as talking. And I'm always reminded of Shakespeare's words, give sorrow words, but we have to remember that Shakespeare was a writer. And so we have to help kids give their sorrow expression through painting and drawing and dance and music and punching things, not people, but things, physical expression to get it out of their bodies and to be connected to others, to know that they're really not alone. The third thing that seems very pressing to me at this point in time is that there's no one size fits all for any child, for all children or all teens who are grieving a death. There are so many different factors that weigh into what will be helpful for them. There's their developmental age, their prior experience with loss of any kind, the social support systems that they have or the lack of social support systems, how their nuclear family responds, how their extended family responds, what their cultural traditions might be, what they catch when they try to share with others. And I think because no one size fits all, it really does take a village. We all know the saying, it takes a village to raise a child. And we need more culturally appropriate responses. Some youth will flourish in group settings and some won't. Some will benefit from individual therapy. And I want to be clear that I don't believe all grieving children or all adults who are grieving require or need therapy. And it doesn't mean I'm anti-therapy. I'm very pro, but I'm anti-bad therapy. And I really encourage people when they're looking for therapists, if they are for their children or for themselves, to really ask, what is your experience with children who are grieving a death? What is your philosophy around grief? And that really leads me into my fourth point of how do we help them? How do we support them? How do we assist them? And we live in a society and we have at least professionally in the field of thanatology, the study of death, bereavement, coping with death and dying. There's a very strong movement toward pathologizing people who are grieving and saying that they have a mental disorder, they have prolonged grief disorder because of, they have a set of symptoms that have been identified by certain people in the Diagnostic and Statistic Manual of Mental Disorders. And what I would like to counter that with is that what we really need, and I think what youth need, is strength-based responses, not symptom-based responses. And the field of traumatology, the study of trauma, has done a better job, I believe, in setting some of their trauma-informed responses, which basically ask kids, what happened to you? Not what's wrong with you. And I think that as we help youth tell their stories, find forms of expression, build on their strengths, help them in their own ways in regaining a sense of control of their worlds, of their lives, of choices, because experiencing a death, as many adults know and have said, makes you feel so powerless and so unable to live the life you were living with the assumptions that you had. It destroys our assumptions of safety and trust, and can challenge our spiritual beliefs, and also true for children. So I really want to advocate for a strengths-based, not a symptom-based responses to how we help children, help them feel good about what they can be good at, and find those forms of expression. And then this ties in a little bit. I think we overemphasize the mental aspect because of our kind of Western medical model of problems that, you know, we're all talking now about mental health of children and adults, having gone through 2 years plus of COVID and all the changes that have occurred. And I read a survey recently that said something like 30% of adults feel that their mental health has been challenged. And my response is, what's wrong with the other 65%? Like, how can you not have your mental health be challenged through everything that our world is going through right now? But it's more than just mental. We have to look at kids and all of us who are grieving deaths and grieving other non-death losses in the social context of what's happening in the world, and not just look at mental health, but spiritual health, emotional health, psychic health, relational health. And I know that our families at Dougy Center who have experienced deaths during the pandemic, whether those deaths were from COVID-19 or whether those deaths were from other causes, are expressing, many of them, a lot of feelings of being marginalized, that their grief really has been marginalized, and also that the person who died did not necessarily receive the honors that they would have in non-COVID times in terms of being able to have services and people present and funerals and life celebrations. I think these are issues that those of us who are trying to be supportive to people who are grieving will be facing for a long time when things are inching back to a different and new normal. And again, really providing those opportunities for children and teens to find ways to do something with their grief. It may be working on a car, it may be chopping wood, it may be painting paper plates. It could be so many things, but just to keep it bottled up inside, as one of our kids said so clearly, it will come back. It will find ways to get out. So, brief summary of some things we can do. I appreciate the opportunity to share those with you, and hope you'll, for further resources, look on our website at dougy.org. We have a lot of tip sheets and podcasts and other resources for parents, school personnel, professionals, and others. So Gloria, Heidi, thank you so much for inviting me to be a part today. And again, I look forward to seeing you in person again.
Donna, I just want to say, I want to thank you for being a mentor for me and for really changing the way that I teach and work with children. I have learned a great deal from you. You are absolutely the forefront leader in working with children in grief. So thank you so much for joining us today and all the work you're doing.
Thank you, Donna.
Heidi. Thank you,
You're
Gloria.
great. Love you.
Love you too.
Okay, so now we are going to go with the panel, Heidi. And our moderator is Elizabeth Boyson. Hi, Elizabeth. She is the president and co-founder of Helping Parents Heal and the author of the new book, Life After Life, Helping Parents Heal. And then we're going to have as her panel, Bill Guggenheim. Hi, Bill. Bill is a pioneer in the field of after-death communication. He's considered to be the father of ADC research. He's written and spoken on many topics, and with his wife, former wife, Judy Guggenheim, they wrote the very well-known book from, wow, I don't know how many of those you've sold, Bill, but it's been an amazing book. He's still selling, absolutely. Hello from heaven. Are you unmuted, Bill? Can we hear you?
Now I am.
Oh, good. Okay, and then our friend Christine Dunemenek, and Christine is a surgeon. Hi, how are you? Good to see you.
Christine
Hi,
Dunemenek.
and she's a certified grief recovery specialist and the author of After Death Communications, God's Gift of Love. And then we have Evan Alexander. Hi, Evan.
Hello, how are you?
Good. And he is a neurosurgeon and author of the best-selling book, Proof of Heaven, The Map of Heaven and Living in a Mindful Universe.
And I just wanted to say for everybody that Elizabeth is the founder and president of Helping Parents Heal. Please go on her site. She is going to have a phenomenal conference this summer in Arizona, and I know many will be there on this panel. So yes, I love what you're talking about today, all of you, and you're all leaders in the field and with, in after death communication. So thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you so much. And let's get on with it because I know it's going to be a great panel.
Thank you. This is wonderful. I'm so excited to be asking the questions on this panel. And I think we're going to start with Bill because of the fact that he is considered to be the father of after-death communication with his wife, Judy. He wrote the bestseller, as everyone knows, Hello from Heaven, that he was holding up there. Maybe we could start with this question for people who don't know what it is. What is an after-death communication experience? Could you maybe tell us about that, Bill?
Well, I heard the first three in 1977 at a 5-day workshop with Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. Then I did research for 11 years and found out nobody had ever studied them, even though they had been reported throughout history. Then in 1988, Judy and I began our research, and we came up with the following definition that fit the criteria of what we're looking for. An after-death communication, or ADC, is a spiritual experience that occurs when someone is contacted directly and spontaneously by a family member or a friend who has died, who has made their transition. An ADC is a direct experience because no third parties, such as psychics, mediums, therapists, hypnotists, rituals, or any kind of device, Ouija boards, are involved. And an ADC is a spontaneous event because our deceased loved ones always choose when, where, and how they will contact us. We don't initiate it, they do. We have to be open. And an ADC can happen anytime and anywhere. And it's phenomenal where people can be what they can be doing, driving their car. We have a whole lot of accounts of people driving their car and somehow staying on the road, which I wouldn't, but they did, unfortunately. And having somebody just appear in their car with them, things like that. Some cases they saved their life. So that's the definition of it.
That's beautiful. And that's it helps for the rest. And I'd like to have Dr. Evan Alexander, who obviously wrote Proof of Heaven and The Map of Heaven, Living in a Mindful Universe. who's experienced a near-death experience, explain to us what the mechanism by which an ADC occurs. Maybe you could tell a little bit about that, Evan.
Yes, I think it's important to state, as a scientist studying consciousness, I've had to greatly enlarge my view of what consciousness actually is. And when you do that, you find that things like after-death communications fit pretty readily into a new theoretical model. The thing is, you have to leave behind the notion that the brain creates consciousness and that only the physical world exists. And believe me, the modern science of consciousness is well beyond that point anyway. And so how these happen is really about the fact that we're sharing that one mind. There's a beautiful book by Larry Dossey, One Mind, that clarifies this notion that we're coming to in neuroscience and philosophy of mind about the true nature of consciousness, where we see the brain really as a filter that allows consciousness in, but that we're all sharing that one primordial consciousness. And when there's a certain amount of resonance, of kind of overlap of information, that's something that we sense in those realms as a loved one, who has chosen to make this appearance to us, even in this material world. That's how the things can happen. It's really a whole different way of looking at information and our kind of perceived reality, and one that really puts consciousness first. We know now in modern neuroscience that we cannot simply say the brain creates consciousness. There's far too much evidence for non-local consciousness, and these kind of stories, after death communications, in many ways are the tip of the spear. They and NDEs are providing us with experiences that people share and describe that go beyond anything that could just be whipped up by imagination. And that, I think, is the important thing to point out, that ultimately this one mind and this sense of connection through mind is something just as discussed by Larry Dossey's book, and also in our book, Living in a Mindful Universe, we go into great detail about this notion of the one mind and the brain as a filter. But it really has to do with resonance and love. And that is what creates that incredible ability to connect. And that's something amazingly psychic mediums can pick up on, even though they don't have the emotional engagement that we do with loved ones who have already left the physical plane. And yet that information field is accessible, not just to those of us who are connected through this profound power of love, but also that psychic mediums can take advantage of to help connect, a sitter with a spiritual loved one who has left the physical plane. It's really, therefore, about this beautiful resonance we share. And I think it's ultimately part of the lesson of who we are and how we relate to the universe, that these kind of profound events like after-death communications, near-death experiences, and even the entire world of hospice work and terminal care, like the recent book by Kerr, Kerr, on Death is But a Dream, which is just work in hospice, but you find that incredible sense of loved ones coming back to escort people over in that setting. And of course, that's just a really strong after-death communication that is there to help us at the time of our own transition. So I hope that at least starts an answer to your question.
That's beautiful. And Dr. Christopher Kerr is amazing. His book, Death is But a Dream, is beautiful as well. And he'll be one of our speakers actually at the conference. Christine, I would love to speak to you as well as a medium. You are also a member of the Association for Death Education and Counseling, and the founder and spiritual advisor of Prayer Wave for After-Death Communications. You also wrote a book called After Death Communications, God's Gift of Love, among several other books. And I would love to hear your answer as to what would you advise someone who is longing to get an ADC? Could you
Hi,
talk-
Elizabeth and Evan and Bill. Nice to be here with you all today.
Oh,
A
Christine.
little correction, I am not a medium. I just help people to recognize the signs that they're getting from their loved ones, because signs are often very subtle. And if you are deep in grief, it's very easy to overlook signs that you're getting, especially in the initial stages. So I always recommend a two-step process. First, ask God to allow your loved one to visit you in a very comforting way. And then state to your loved one something specific that you would recognize as a sign from them. For instance, a butterfly, a bird, a certain song that connects you to them, a coin, things like that. And then this way, when you get the sign that you have requested, you'll know and you can claim and say, yes, I got my sign. Yes, they still see and hear me. And that is, I think, the easiest way that you can validate your experience.
That's beautiful. And I think that we do that every single day, at least in Helping Parents Heal. We're constantly asking for signs and seeing them. And thanks for letting us know. And I think we have time for a second set of questions, which is very exciting. So we're going to move on to Bill again. What are typical ADC experiences? I know that there are many of them, maybe 12, and what do they involve? Could you possibly go through them as quickly as possible just to let people know?
This will be quick because it usually takes a lot more minutes. But feeling or sensing the presence of your loved one who has died, feeling that they're near you. Hearing a voice. Some people say they hear it through their ears. The majority say they receive a voice inside their head. So it's by telepathy. People can feel a touch, which could be a tap, a pat, a caress, a kiss, a hug. All these are reported. And many more that involve physical touch. Smelling a fragrance, which could be a perfume, a cologne, a favorite food, tobacco products. Any kind of aromas, flowers and whatnot. But what's most interesting with these, often they occur with a witness. So 2, 3, 5, 10, in one case, 12 people all together smelled roses when none were present, but it was all associated with the one who had departed. The visual experiences are obviously the most dramatic because you see them and they appear regardless of how they died, which could be, I won't go through all the ways, but say a car accident or a battlefield death, anything. When you see them, they appear healed and whole and in perfect health, radiant health, and they're letting you know they are okay. And often they're smiling and they want you to know you don't have to be concerned about them. Where they are, they're better off than where we are right now. And, a vision is very hard to describe what you're seeing through this world to the afterlife, to where they are. I've had a vision of my daughter, as an example. It's like seeing a 35 millimeter slide in the air, in black and white or color. Twilight experiences is because I used the language just as I was falling asleep, just as I was waking up. This happened. And often when they open their eyes fully, the person is right there in the room, right next to them, with them. Sleep state ADCs or dream visitations, dream experiences, whatever you want to call it. This is while we're asleep, they can still visit us. It has very different characteristics than an ordinary dream. They're not jumbled or things like that. They have a beginning, a middle, and an end, and they flow. And people remember them 10, 20, 30 years later or beyond, as they do with all these experiences. They're totally clear. And again, you can have more than one person present in a so-called dream. Out-of-body ADCs, that's hard to explain for people who don't know what an out-of-body OBE experience is, but some people are able to leave their physical body and go to visit their loved one who has died, where that person is on Earth or even in the afterlife. And they're beautiful accounts when we receive those. Telephone calls, it's our brain can accept the idea of a phone ringing. We pick it up there, hear their voice. We accept it while we're asleep. But what happens when you're wide awake in the kitchen cooking food and you hear the phone ring? Physical phenomena of all kinds of things that involve things with lights going on or battery operated objects all of a sudden beginning to play, like a music box, TV set, stereos, and playing a particular song you associate just with that one person who you really love in this at that moment. And then the symbolic ADCs, by our definition, the most common ones involve butterflies or rainbows, but they can be anything. Can be finding coins, pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, whatever, feathers, ladybugs. It can be anything. It's the behavior of the animal. And we have beautiful accounts with porpoises and all kinds of other animals, and flowers and everything else. It's their behavior that tips you off that this is not just a coincidental happening. So those are the 12 times. There is one more we didn't know about back then, but that was seeing an orb. And some bereaved parents say they see their child's face in the orb, but that came out after the digital cameras did, and our book was published before digital cameras, so we didn't have a chance to include those. So that's a brief.
Those are beautiful, and it's so helpful for all of us in helping parents heal to be able to identify these and to be able to be looking for them as well. And that's all thanks to you, Bill. Thank you. And Dr. Eben Alexander, are there other means besides ADCs to communicate with our departed loved ones? Can you name some other ways that we can do that?
Well, I kind of interpret this question as, are there ways that we can initiate, or try and foster it? Because Bill has just given a beautiful, exhaustive list. I would simply add owls, hummingbirds, and dragonflies to the list of animals that I've heard in beautiful kind of after ADC kind of communication. So there's plenty there. My point would be that, as Bill said, I've found I try meditation. I use binaural beat brainwave entrainment on a daily basis. I've been doing that for more than a decade to return to my NDE, to develop my relationship with that spiritual realm. And what I can say is my successful communications with my departed loved ones are there. They're very powerful, but they are few and far between. As Bill says, it's got to be really their initiative on the other side. And that's why I feel that in the mediumship work, it's got to be that love that they feel from the other side that helps the medium to connect them to this side. But what I would say is whatever one can do to thin the veil, and that certainly includes meditation, forms of centering prayer, all the different ways we can go into that mental space, because the huge lesson that's coming out of the scientific study of consciousness in this environment with these kind of empirical cases is this notion of one mind and really of the primacy of consciousness in the universe. We look around and we see this world out there and we think it's all out there independent of us. But the astonishing thing that quantum physics teaches us so deeply is none of it exists independently of the observing mind. And modern science is getting to a point of really putting mind and the mental layer of information assimilation, integration in the universe in a primary position. And that's really the thing to remember. So with this evolving scientific model of the brain as a filter that reduces, or a transceiver of that primordial consciousness, the more we can thin that veil, that is, get that little voice in the head, the little ego voice, out of the way. So many people identify with that voice in their head as who they are. And yet it's a little more than the ego. And the ego in many ways can be your enemy in this journey. And this is about seeking kind of a notion of higher self. And that higher self is the part of us that's connected with other loved ones, with that God force at the core of the universe, with the universe at large. And that's why meditation, centering prayer can be so important to help us learn how to thin that veil, explore consciousness, and reach out to those loved ones who have left the physical plane. Again, it's for the most part up to them when and how those encounters happen, but by having an open mind. I love what Christine said about signs, about synchronicities. To me, synchronicities, first really kind of focused on by Carl Jung back in the mid-20th century, the famous Swiss psychiatrist, but he was heavily onto something. He had notions of this one mind, of the collective unconscious, and he clearly kind of got it about this one mind that we share, and that's where the scientific world is going today, as I said. But it's really about being open, about recognizing these synchronicities, these things that are just kind of shocking reminders of our loved ones who have left, and realize that often they are communicating to us through these events in our lives and these particular signs. And then all the many ways that Bill just mentioned about connecting with the spiritual realm. It's really just educating ourselves, opening our minds to the possibilities, and not listening to some materialist scientist who really has no clue about anything about consciousness, who says these things are impossible because they violate our theoretical models, where the theoretical models have nothing to say about the mind-brain relationship. I mean, that is a dead zone. And for any scientist to tell you otherwise is a misinformation. So we're really all in this together, and ADCs, NDEs, these are all profound ways for each and every one of us to connect with our higher soul and our richer spiritual nature and the universe at large. And we should consider these communications from our loved ones who have left the physical plane to be tremendous gifts that help transform and catalyze our metamorphosis into much wiser and knowing and connected beings.
That's beautiful. And I must say that, yes, our loved ones in spirit are working equally hard to communicate with us as we are to communicate with them. They are happy, healthy, and whole. We're still in school, so we're learning things here. And I think that it is important that we all realize that the veil is thinning. It is naturally thinning, but we can help it thin by raising our vibration, as you were saying, as all of you have been stating, and recognizing those signs that they're sending us. And Christine, before we run out of time, I'd like to ask you one last question, and that though all of these questions are just beautiful. Could you tell us a little bit about what the benefits of getting an ADC are? And I think that we've kind of gone over that a little bit, but maybe you could go into a little.
ADCs are so important because it shows us that our loved ones can still see and hear us, and the relationship continues, not in a physical way, but in a spiritual way. And many times that's even more important. So because they still see and hear us, it's never too late to say those emotions, those feelings that you had that you didn't get a chance to say. For instance, if it was a sudden death, you never got a chance to say goodbye, but you could say goodbye to the physical you, but hello to the new spiritual relationship we're now going to have. And I love you, I forgive you, those unspoken things that you did not get a chance to say. You understand when you get signs that they're not off in a black hole somewhere, that they really are like angels on our shoulders and they're with us. And they come to all those special occasions that we care so much about, the weddings, the birthday parties, anything that's important, it's important to them too, and they come. And also, ADCs are very important for people who have just lost someone, and they often tell me they don't feel at peace until they would get a sign from their loved one. And that's why I established a prayer group that we pray for people to get a sign from their loved ones, so they'll know that they're at peace, they're in heaven, and they're okay, and that you can rest assured. And that really does help. Prayer really does help in getting those signs, by the way, from my experiences over these 20-some years. And yes. So are we still beautiful. Good?
And I think that it's important to let everyone know that, again, our kids, our loved ones in heaven are working equally hard to be able to communicate with us as we are to communicate with them. And once we are open to all of this communication, which is something that, thank heavens, Bill Guggenheim, Evan Alexander, Christine, all of these people who write about this are explaining that this exists. This is something that is real, and that it's not complicated to do so. I think we're able to live our lives with gratitude. And one of the big things that I've found, and I just want to put that out there as well, is, and I think that this is something that all three of you do every day of your lives, is helping others helps ourselves to move forward on this Greek journey. And I feel very, very fortunate to have met people like you on this Greek journey, as well as Dr. Heidi and Gloria Horsley. It's just such a wonderful thing to be able to do this and to explain to parents, as well as everyone who's experienced the passing of a loved one, that they are not gone. They're still right here, and that they love hearing us talk about them. So I appreciate it. We might have, let's see, I think we're right at time right now. So if you all have a closing, maybe 1 minute to say something, Bill, would you like to just add something very quickly?
From my experience, everything involving after-death communications is based upon one word: love. It's their love for us to want to reassure us that they're okay, that they're fine and well. They're concerned about how we're doing and assuring us we'll have reunion with them when we make our own transition, that they'll be there to greet us, meet us, and greet us. And this applies to pets as well. We have accounts, but they're not in the book, of pets being seen and heard and all the rest of it, and including a horse as well as dogs and cats and whatnot. And so these are wonderfully joyous experiences to read, like near-death experiences are. Yeah.
Yes, everyone should read Hello from Heaven if they have not yet done so, because it is a beautiful book. And Evan Alexander, maybe just a minute closing statement.
Yeah, I would simply say that, my exposure through near-death experiences, study of consciousness, and now, of course, this beautiful discussion of ADCs, which I think are probably the most prominent means by which modern folk come into direct contact with the spiritual world on a regular basis. I think these are all ultimately, as Bill has just pointed out, about love. This is about the golden rule, about treating others as we would like to be treated. No clearer lesson could come from study of the life reviews of near-death experiencers going back thousands of years across all belief systems. Our world has seemingly lost sense of this message of love and compassion and kindness, but not really. That's why I think that even the hardships that we see today, like the war in Ukraine and other of the kind of political polarizations and problems in our world, in many ways are about to resolve. Because I think that the fundamentalists always kind of recoil when they're threatened. And that is essentially what I see happening in this world. And there's tremendous revolution going on in the scientific community about this notion of oneness and connectedness. And that's where I believe all of this is ultimately headed. And it will make the world a far more peaceful, harmonious, and prosperous place for all beings.
Thank you, and that's beautiful. Christine, do you have a few, maybe a minute?
Well, it's hard to top what was just said here, but I just want to reiterate that it's so important to realize that your loved ones are still a huge part of your lives, and that just keep on talking to them because they get that. And they love the communication from you too. So just include them in everything, and they'll come and they'll try and let you know that they're around. So I hope this is going to help for other people who are grieving and looking for signs.
That's beautiful. And I just want to say too, that know that it's never, ever a bother for our loved ones in heaven to get that communication. I think that sometimes people feel like they're bothering them because they've got lots of other things they need to be doing. Nothing ever bothers them. They love to be able to hear from us. So thank you for reiterating that, Christine. And thank you all for being incredible panelists, as you always are. And it's so wonderful to see you. And thank you, Gloria and Heidi. And I'm excited about seeing both of you at the conference as well.
And we are indeed excited about seeing you. And thank you, Elizabeth. You did a great job. And thank you, Christine and Evan and Bill. You are amazing people. And I know you've given so much to the world. And thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you for reminding us of the continuing bonds that we continue to have with our loved ones. I mean, and feeling my dad's presence and my brother's presence, they are my guiding light. And just the hope that you give everybody out there that our loved ones are safe, they're in a good space, and they are still connected to us.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much.
Well, Heidi and I are going to take a 10-minute break now, and we're going to put some music on. So you might want to leave your computer on, and we'll see you again in 10 minutes. And make sure you come back, because you're going to want to hear Diane Gray talking to Ken Ross about his mother, Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. So stay tuned, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I started writing the words that you were saying on a napkin in my car. I had to pull over, I'll never get over. Now that you're gone, you said I'm alive in your broken heart. Let my love lift you, start a new start. Fly high, fly free, spread your wings, remember me. Fly high, fly free, spread your wings, remember me. When you were born, I held you in my arms. When did your tears become ambulance alarms? Gone for years before you went away. I tried so hard to reach you, you couldn't stay. These leather seats hold me down to the earth. A child, my child, should not go first. Fly high, fly free, spread your wings, remember me. Fly high, fly free, spread your wings, remember me. His name is your name, her face is your face. My tears all these years cannot be replaced. But this song is our song, our love, our strength. We never said goodbye. Fly high, fly free, spread your wings, remember me. Fly
Hi, everybody. I'm Diane Gray. I'm with the Board of Directors of the Elizabeth Kubler-Ross Foundation. And I'm going to introduce Ken Ross. Why don't you tell him about you, Kenny?
Hi there, I'm Ken Ross. I'm the son of Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, and after taking care of my mother for 9 years, I ended up starting a foundation to continue her legacy. Since 2005, I have been working on the foundation with other board members such as Diane, and we've been doing different things to continue my mom's legacy. We've been working in the fields of hospice, palliative care, and grief, of course. And my mother had a lot to say, and she traveled all around the world, but no one person could possibly do what she set out to achieve. So we're just continuing where she left off and trying to explore markets that don't have access to proper end-of-life treatment.
When you were traveling with your mom, speaking about cultural influence, like we know a lot about your mom through your mom's writing and work, but what would you say influenced your approach to grief and how now you take that into the foundation work?
Well, I had a chance to travel with her to approximately 20 countries growing up. By the time I was in college, I think I'd been to 19 countries with her, watching egg workshops, do field work in like Eskimo villages in the Aleutian Islands, and going to remote areas of Japan and going to see the Aboriginals. And so, when I think of diversity in America, we may just say it's race, but it's also socioeconomic, it's culture, it's, many, many different things. The language, are they first generation Vietnamese? It means they're partially Vietnamese, but they also have some American cultures. So I've really studied the idea of diversity, up close with my mother and seen how, her message is universal, but to address it is very complicated.
I agree with you because the one thing that I found with your mom's work, the feedback that I get cross-culturally is that your mom's work has an elegance or an eloquence to it, but it's also eloquent in its simplicity. It speaks to the human heart. It speaks to the human condition. Your mom really cross-culturally went to the source of someone's pain and their love. My favorite Elizabeth Kubler-Ross book, it's The Tunnel and the Light. To me, it's the true and the woo-woo. It talks really about end of life and death, not so much just the dying process, but death. But it also talks about connection after. And one of my very favorite things about The Tunnel in the Light is this story called the Dougie Letter. The Dougie Letter is fascinating. So what happened was a little boy who was dying of cancer wrote to your mom, wrote to Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, saying, I'm dying and what is the meaning and why, basically. And Elizabeth sat down with her own markers on a sheet of paper and she wrote the Dougie Letter. It says a letter to a child with cancer from Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. But in it, Elizabeth goes on to address directly to Dougie what she thinks.
Dougie.
Yep. And basically what she messaged to Dougie that you can get in The Tunnel in the Light is that life is about circles and seasons. And she references nature and the circles of life and just how a boat slips out of sight on the edge of the horizon, love does not, and so on. I mean, it's just stunningly beautiful, yet elegantly simple, especially for people who are looking for resources to talk to children about death. What's your favorite EKR book?
I think it changes with the tides. But Tunnel of Light's one of my favorites. The Wheel of Life. I like Quest, which is another biography that was kind of co-written with Elizabeth. And so there's a lot of really intense detail about, especially about her work after leaving Switzerland in 45 and 46, traveling around Europe. And some of the details are just incredible of her relief work and almost dying a number of times. And it just never slowed her down. She caught typhoid, for example, and almost died and was begging for medication from house to house in a bombed out German city. And, it just reads like a movie. It's just hard to believe this is my mother.
What did you learn about your mom? What did you learn that you could say, yeah, I see that thread in myself?
Well, she was a bit of a gypsy. She was, always going against the flow, like, you can't do this. And, whenever he said you can't, that was waving that red flag in front of the bulls. So, I'm a nice guy and I'm diplomatic, but I'm also kind of quietly stubborn. So anyway, it's that kind of challenging the ideas of the box, the box we're all in. How big is it? What's safe?
I wanted to ask you too, you were talking about your mom and her time in post-war.
My mom was working in Poland. She'd always had an affinity for the Polish people. She had a Polish professor that she loved. And so she was in a small clinic with only 2 rooms, so the staff had to sleep outside. And she was ordered never to leave the clinic. I mean, they were very short-staffed, very little in the way of medications and so forth. So a woman woke her up, she was sleeping outside in a cot, and a woman woke her up with a dying boy who was just a few years old. And through my mother's kind of broken understanding of Polish, she understood that this woman had 13 children, and 12 had been murdered in the concentration camps, and this was her last child who was alive, and he was now dying, and could she please do something to save the child? So again, Mom was ordered not to leave the clinic, and she had a choice. She, at first her reaction was, well, I can't leave the clinic, we don't have the medications, you need to go to a bigger hospital. And the woman didn't know where the hospital was, and so my mom said, this is just wrong. I have to do something for this woman. So they ended up walking to the larger town, which was nearly 20 kilometers away. And, it took quite a while, and they took turns carrying this child. And when she got to the hospital, they had a fence around it, and the doctor said the hospital was full and turned her away. Well, my mother wasn't going to have that. So, she just lashed into this doctor and told him he was no better than the Nazis, and really gave it to him until he finally relented and told the mother to come back in 3 weeks. But he said, Elizabeth, I don't ever want to see you again. So this woman came back with my mom and ended up being her helper for 3 weeks at the clinic. And 21 days exactly, my mom woke up and the woman was gone. And a week later, she found a note on her little cot there from Miss W., the mother of whose last child you saved. So my mom thought, if I did nothing else, I saved this woman's last child, as a great thing to do. And it kind of reinforced the idea of breaking the rules and, making a difference in every single person's life. And it really made an impression upon my mom.
Well, the rest of the story that made an impression upon me also, though, is that the woman brought some blessed Polish soil. She said, this is all I have that I can give to you to say thank you. And
Right.
she left it on your mom's cot, and your mom carried that with her for the rest of her life.
Right. And she had a priest, not my mother, this woman had a priest bless the soil. So it said, this is blessed Polish soil that you have helped preserve.
So, I just think that, that speaks to your mom's just who she was,
Right.
is
And
was.
it's like what my mom always has a problem with, I've heard recently my mom didn't support hospice. I'm like, no, please. She's one of the hospice pioneers. What she didn't support is all, she understands there's a place for rules and regulations, but that supplants the idea of just basic human decency and showing unconditional love, and the idea that you should never sit in a patient's bed and talk to them and hold their hand and remain completely emotionless. She said was garbage. That's the whole point, that you have to be a human being, especially at the end of life when people need unconditional love and some humanity. Sometimes that's when people least find it. And unfortunately, all the rules and regulations and, all the stuff going on about financing and reimbursement just is completely against what my mother fought for. So she was against what she called hospices becoming, chicken delights or Kentucky Fried Chickens. They're popping up everywhere, but there's no focus on quality. It's all about quantity.
Yeah, and I remember that was your mom's sort of ethos. She used to actually go to some of these speaking engagements. And when she was there, she would turn to somebody, and I've heard this story over and over at different places as I had a speaking engagement. Somebody would come up and they would tell me this story. Oh, Elizabeth came and she tapped me on the shoulder and they said, she said, you need to start a hospice. And the woman or the man would say, what do I know about starting a hospice? And she said, I don't care. You need to start a hospice. You need to start a hospice. And she was just on it and on it and on. And the person went on to start a hospice. And those hospice programs have become some of the largest, most beautiful hospice programs in the country. One of them, yeah, Suncoast Hospice, right? Elizabeth went to Bunny Florsheim and said, you need to start a hospice. And now look, Suncoast Hospice turned into Empath, turned into now the different iterations, right?
But it used to be the Elizabeth Kubler-Ross Hospice when it started.
Yeah, it started with one person encouraging another person to care for the dying and the grieving in a community. And I think what's so cool that the foundation is doing right now is they're taking that same concept of working with individuals in countries and saying, you can do this. Here is, you can use the Elizabeth Kubler-Ross name. We help seed plant them more or less. They have to have a business plan and that kind of thing. So there's structure. They get to create their concept of what they want to do. If it's end of life care, grief care, workshops, education, structural programs, etc., structural care. But it's really kind of the same thing that your mom used to do. She would empower people either individually or whispering in their ear or nudging them along. And you're doing the same.
We're just continuing the conversation that Elizabeth began working with dying people in the University of Chicago. And we've got a number of hospice projects that are just beginning in South America. And these are like the first ones in the country. So, I think Elizabeth will be very excited about that. And knowing that her foundations help initiating these hospices in places where they do not exist at all. And we're building online education now. We have a number of classes planned in Elizabeth's work, legacy from some of her former staff who knew her very well. And we invite you to come learn more about the foundation. Thank you very much.
It's similar to, Open to Hope in that Open to Hope is incredibly collaborative. Give me one quick woo-woo story.
Okay, I'll tell the apple story, my favorite. So my mom is walking around making rounds with a priest in the University of Chicago in the late 60s. And she goes into a patient's room and she's got her mouth completely wired shut. She can't say a single word. She's got cancer of the jaw, throat. And so my mother proceeded to sit down and seemingly had an entire conversation with her. My mother would talk. The patient would grunt some noises that were, you could not understand a word out of it, according to this priest, who I have to believe, having known him all my life. And so eventually, after a few minutes, my mother turned to the priest and said, "Get this woman an apple," with no explanation, walked out of the room. And the priest said, I thought it was quite strange. Your mother wanted to get this woman whose mouth was wired shut an apple. It seemed kind of cruel, but mother was famous and knew what she was doing. So I went down to the cafeteria. I brought back an apple, and this woman started crying and crying. And so the priest said to the patient, "Can you please explain what transpired between you and Elizabeth? I just have to know. I had no idea what you two were talking about." And so we went and got a pen and a paper, and she wrote down that she had been a school teacher, and she just wanted to get one more apple like she used to get from her students before she died. So, how did my mother hear this? The woman could literally not say a word. It was not written on her chart. And the priest said it was just incredible. Your mother did these things every week, and I have no idea how your mother did it, just through some kind of intuition, but she was like connected into the stars somehow.
Thanks. I wanted to hear that story. Hey, thanks for having us. We would love to hear from you guys. You can write info@ekrfoundation.org. And if you have questions, you can also find us on Instagram.
Elizabeth Kubler-Ross Foundation, Elizabeth with an S. Come on over and visit with us.
Thank you.
Hey guys. how great it was to have them on, Heidi.
Absolutely. And, you know, Elizabeth Kubler-Ross was the leading person that got the whole conversation started about, you know, dying and grieving and finding hope.
Yep, and Ken's on our board, Open to
Yes.
Hope, so as well as the Kubler-Ross. Hey, Ken. And Diane is a fabulous person and friend for years. Well, our next guest, Heidi, do you want to introduce her? She's very close to my heart. She's Heidi's sister, Rebecca Horsley Barra.
Sure. Hi, Rebecca. So we are going to do some breath work and movement right now because I know that your bodies need to do that. You know, the body holds a lot of grief and a lot of trauma. And so part of the way we heal is to move our bodies. So my sister and my mom's daughter, Rebecca, is here, Rebecca Horsley Barra. And Rebecca is obviously a bereaved sibling. We lost our brother Scott when he was only 17. And my father died in October a year and a half ago. So let's see what else. She's the director of community outreach and engagement at the Open to Hope Foundation. She is a yoga instructor and she has owned 2 yoga studios. So here she comes from California with the Buddha behind her. Take it away, Rebecca.
All right, go Rebecca.
Hello, welcome everyone. It's great to be here today at this amazing conference, this International Day of Hope and Healing with the Open to Hope Foundation. I'm honored to be a part of this. As I've been listening to all of these amazing speakers this morning, you know, I notice in my body when I start to feel sad or tense and reliving some of the grief that I've experienced in my lifetime. I notice my shoulders start to close in, my chest starts to collapse. I notice that my breathing's a little more shallow. So I want to take us today through just a few brief exercises and breathing exercises, ending with a short meditation to help us sort of feel our bodies and understand what's going on. So to begin, I'm going to stay seated so you can see me in the camera, but if you would like, you can stand up. So either stand up or stay seated, it's up to you. And just take a moment just to sort of feel your body, whether you're standing or seated. Do you feel your shoulders collapsing? If so, and even if you don't, take your shoulders up and roll and open up your chest. Roll your shoulders back and just feel the difference, just that small movement. So collapse your shoulders in to sort of feel what that feels like. And then a big open of your chest, open your chest, take your shoulders up and down your back. And then we're just going to start just by shaking. Just shake your arms. And if you're standing, you can shake your legs, just move energy around your body. And it's just amazing, that little motion, that little thing just to shake, it just shifts your energy, it shifts your mind. And then you can take your arms out to the side and shake those, shake your hands. You know, if you're in your house and you can just move around and shake all around, do that. Probably no one can see you, so just enjoy shaking. Good. And now bring your arms down alongside your body. You can stay seated again, or you can stand up. It's up to you. Reach your arms up overhead. I'm going to scoot back a little so you can see me. Take your left hand to your right wrist and extend your arms straight up to the ceiling, and then reach over to the left. And then look up under your right arm. Just take a couple of breaths here and feel that stretch in your right side body. Really notice, pay attention to how that feels. And relax your right shoulder. Notice if your right shoulder is crawling up to your ear, just relax your shoulder down your back. Take a couple of breaths here. And then reach both arms straight up. And now with your right fingers, catch your left wrist and reach over to your right. And then again, drop your left shoulder down your back and then look up and maybe under your left arm or up at the ceiling, the sky if you're outside. And then feel the stretch in the left side body. Pay attention to how it feels, how your body feels to stretch. Take a couple breaths. Noticing your breath. Obviously, we're always breathing, but taking a moment to notice your breath. Pay attention. And then come back to center, reach both arms up, reach through your fingertips. And then take your right arm out and take your left hand to your outer right arm and twist your arm over. And then you can straighten your arm, relax your right shoulder and look over your right shoulder. Again, relax the shoulder. Notice if your right shoulder is moving up towards your ear, relax your shoulder down your back. Feel the stretch. And then look back to center. Take your right arm up and your left arm up. And then bring your left arm across your body. Bend your elbow to start. You can either stay with the bent elbow or straighten your arm and look over your left shoulder. Relax your left shoulder. Breathing, paying attention. And then look back to center. And again, we're going to do the shoulder roll. So take your shoulders up towards your ears and roll, open your chest, expand across your chest. And then take your right hand to your outer left ear. Drop your head to the right. Relax your shoulder. And then take your left arm and stretch your left arm out alongside your body. And that just gives you a little longer stretch in the left side of your neck. Relax your neck. Notice if you're trying to look up a little bit. Let any tension go. Sometimes we don't even know that we're tensing up our neck. And then gently take your head straight. And you're just going to switch sides. Take your left hand to your outer right ear. Drop to the left. I know I might be opposite you, so drop to your left. Think about where your left is. And then reach through your right arm. And feel your the right side of your neck relax. Again, sometimes we don't even know when we're tensing. And then take your head back to center. And then you're just going to do some gentle neck rolls. Take your chin to your chest and roll to the right side, look up, and then roll back to the right and forward. And then go to your left side, roll back and up, and then back to your left and forward. And then drop your chin, looking down, and then gently lift your head and push your head back towards the space behind you. So you're sitting nice and tall. Yeah, good. Now we're going to do some breath work that is said to calm your parasympathetic nervous system. If anyone's heard the work of Dr. Andrew Weil, and it's a 4, 6, 8 count breath. So I'll explain it and then we'll do it together. So you're going to inhale through your nose. You close your mouth for 4 counts, and then you're going to hold your breath for the count of 6. And then you're going to open your mouth and exhale for the count of 8. So it's a 4, 6, 8 breath. You can either have your eyes open or closed. So I'll guide us through it. So with your mouth closed, inhale for 4, 3, 2, 1, and hold your breath, the top for 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Then open your mouth and exhale for 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're going to do that 2 more times. So inhale 4. Hold for the count of 6. Open your mouth and exhale for 8. 1 more time. Inhale 4. Hold for 6. Open your mouth and exhale for 8. And just take a moment just to notice how you're feeling. So that breath work, 4, 6, 8 count, you can do it any time in your day you're feeling stressed, or even when you're not feeling stressed. If you're sitting at a stoplight, do that breath. And what happens again is you kicks in your parasympathetic nervous system, which calms the body down. So we're going to end with just a brief meditation. So wherever you are, if you can put your feet firmly on the ground beneath you, sit up nice and tall, and then just close your eyes. And take your awareness to your feet. Feel your feet connected to the earth. Bring your awareness up your legs. to your belly. Bring your awareness up your spine. Feel your shoulders, your arms. And feel each of your fingertips. Take your awareness to your fingertips. And focus on your breath. Your inhale, your exhale. Your mind starts to wander. You just notice the thoughts, let them go, just like clouds passing in the sky. Instead of attaching a story, notice if you start to get distracted, go back to your breath. Inhale and exhale. When you hear the sound of my voice, start gentle movements into your fingers, your toes. Slowly blink your eyes open. And just take a moment to notice and observe how you're feeling now with just that 10 minutes of a little bit of movement, a little bit of breath work, and a short meditation. It can shift your entire day, your entire mood, and can get you back into touch with how you're feeling. So I hope you enjoyed this brief time of some breath work and some meditation and movement. And now we're ready to continue the conference. And again, if there's a time during the conference that you need to stop and do that 4, 6, 8 count breath or any type of movement, now you've got some things in your toolbox to take along with you. Thank you so much for taking some time to be with me this afternoon. Back to Heidi.
Hey, Rebecca, thank you so much. Mom is so relaxed that she went off camera. That was so great. I think that, yes, I loved watching all my siblings like do this with you. And we really do need to move our bodies after loss because it really helps us. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we have our sibling loss panel. I love all the siblings that are on this panel today, and I'm not sure who's with us, but Jordan Ferber was supposed to join us. I just got a call. He's lost in Los Angeles somewhere. So plan B, he won't be joining us today. I don't know if Stephen is here yet, but I'm going to introduce us and I'll see if I can find out where Stephen is. So, oh good, here my siblings are. Awesome. Okay, so here we go. Yes, you all know this is near and dear to my heart. It's the reason that I am in this field. My brother Scott died when he was 17, and you all have been a huge part of my journey and such an important part. So we are going to hear from these leaders in the field today, and Cindy Tart is going to moderate this panel. She is one of my Fab Five sisters. Cindy will be joined by Chris Lorenko. And I know, Chris, people say your name another way, but I've always said it wrong. So why start saying it right today? Jason Wendra Fronicky. Hi, Jason. And Stephen Stott and Jordan Ferber. I don't know where they are, but they're somewhere in life. So the reason that I really wanted these siblings to be on is because they are all leaders in the field of sibling loss. And they have presented at numerous Compassionate Friends conferences, both on a regional and national level. These siblings have helped in building awareness for sibling loss, and they facilitate virtual sibling loss support groups. Cindy and Chris are currently serving on the board of directors for the Compassionate Friends. I served with Cindy on the board for many years. Cindy is also the sibling representative on the board. Jason I don't know where Jason is. Jason, Stephen, and Jordan also I've all received the prestigious Karen Snap Outstanding Sibling Award. Stephen facilitates an LGBTQT virtual support group, which you all can log into anytime. And Jordan is the Manhattan Compassionate Friends co-chapter leader. So I just want you to know everything that they're doing. Jason is also a yogi. So, these 5 siblings all do the work that they do in honor of their brothers and sisters' memory. So please welcome my sibling all-stars. And please, I think I hear that Stephen's coming in right now. I can hear him in my right ear. And if you all need more support, please go to TCF Sibs or the Sounds of the Siblings Facebook page, because you will see all of these people there that will help you find hope after loss and support you. So I'm going to turn this panel over to my sibling rock stars. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Heidi. I appreciate it. Hi, everybody. I'm Cindy. I'm Dennis's sister. And if Stephen comes on, let me know, and I will definitely pull him into the group. I'm going to start with Jason real quick and let him introduce himself.
You got it. So my name is Jason Wendroff-Ronicki. I lost my sister, Lauren Michelle, in 1998. She died in a car accident. It was very sudden. One day she was here and the next day she wasn't. I've been part of TCF kind of since the beginning, but more recently, I've worked with Cindy and with Chris and the TCF, the Compassionate Friends community, in creating an online sibling support group through Zooms like this.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jason. And we'll have more information about that, what he just mentioned, for everybody attending this Open to Hope conference at the end of the session. And Chris, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm Chris Lorenzo. My 2 brothers, Zach and Alex, were electrocuted on July 4th of 2003. I was there with them when it happened. Me, them, and my father were on a boating trip together. I first got involved with TCF in 2005 when I was dragged along to a national conference as a child. And I've been involved ever since. And at the national level, I've been presenting workshops and giving talks and that kind of thing for the last 10 or so years. And I joined the TCF board about 2 years ago.
Thanks, Chris. Is Stephen on the call, Heidi?
I don't see him.
I don't see him either.
I think he's not here yet. I think they're working
Okay.
on adding him. I think he's having some problems getting on.
Okay, that's fine. We'll come back to him when he joins us.
Okay. Thanks.
So for those who don't know me, I'm Cindy Tart, and my brother Dennis died in 1986. I, kind of like many other siblings, was bribed or coerced by my parents to attend this grief conference with the Compassionate Friends, and haven't turned back since. So just wanted to introduce myself. And I think I see the name of Stephen Stott coming on. So I will let him introduce himself as soon as he comes on. I think it's coming. There he is.
All right. Good afternoon. There are some slight camera and tech issues going. We will move forward. My name is Stephen Stott. My pronouns are he and him. My sister Stacy died in a car accident that I was also in back in August of 2002. So August this year will be the 20th anniversary. And was there anything else that I was supposed to say?
That's it. You're all good. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here, guys. I had a question for the 3 of you, and I'll let any one of the 3 of you start off answering it. First of all, when did you feel your grief about the death of your sibling or siblings become validated in some way? Or was it the fact that you ran across another bereaved sibling that understood your grief and that helped with the validation?
I can start there. So I never felt validated after the loss. Interestingly, and I've told this story many times at TCF meetings, I have a bereaved sibling in my own family. My cousin lost his brother in 1999. And despite that, no one in my entire family ever reached out to me or validated me in any way. which was very isolating. As a child, you're already going through a lot of issues, and then having something so traumatic happen and feeling like there's no support from your family was very, very difficult. For me, I didn't feel validated until actually I was dragged along to the grief conference and met other siblings who had gone through similar things and were willing to share their experiences. And that was the first time, nearly 2 years after I lost my brothers, that I actually felt like what I had been through was validated.
Yeah, and for me, as far as validation goes, in the beginning, I didn't really care about validation, to be honest with you. I knew that it really was pretty crappy of the situation I was dealing with, and I needed to find a way of dealing with it myself. I did get slightly involved in the Compassionate Friends at that point, but the sibling group was so young at the time, especially in my area, that it was all siblings that had lost their sibling about the same time. So there wasn't any like seasoned grievers in the group, and which is actually what brought me back to get more involved, was that I am now one of those seasoned grievers, and I wanted to be the role model that I wish I had had back then. The other thing is that my parents didn't acknowledge that I was dealing with my grief in my own way. They thought because they were dealing with the grief in their way that I should follow their lead. And in fact, I needed to do something very different. And I went along kind of the lines of Heidi's sister, Rebecca. I started, learning about yoga and healthy lifestyle and just getting my own physical body in peak shape, so that, and the emotional piece came along with that. So it wasn't until I started teaching workshops through the Compassionate Friends did my parents realize that my path was very different from theirs.
Stephen, did you want to chime in? Are you still able to talk? Yeah, I see you.
Yeah, I can still talk. It's just the video issue. I think my story is somewhat similar to what we hear about the other siblings, and that they get dragged along. But mine is a little different in that my mom just didn't know what to do with me. And in her own grief, I honestly don't remember her even asking me or telling me about TCF. But my first conference was when I was 21 back in Nashville, Tennessee. And I would have to say the then, as we were called, the Sounds of the Siblings, that was probably the one thing that got me to come back, because I have a background in theater, dancing, gymnastics, and cheerleading. And so being a part of something that I could really connect to, because those were the things that I also did with my sister, got me to come back. And then, like we all say, it sucks to have to be in a group where everyone has experienced, the death of a sibling, grandchild, or parent, for all those out there. But yet how comforting it is to know that although we share that hurtful bond, it still provides healing even through that pain.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing. Next question for my panel. If you could give any helpful hints to bereaved parents about acknowledging their surviving children's grief, what would it be?
I would have to say, I'll start with this one, that we're still alive, right? Like that was inherent in the question, is surviving children's grief. Like we're still there. We still need that emotional support. We still need you to be there for our wins and our victories. And we need your love and we need your support. And because our sibling is no longer here, we need you, we still need you. It doesn't change that fact at all.
I totally agree with what Jason just said. One of the common things you hear a lot from other siblings is that there's a shrine in their house to their deceased sibling. And I had that same situation, so I can definitely relate. I also think one thing I would suggest is, I think parents have a tendency to want to help. It's not like you don't want to help. And in some ways, I think some parents might try to force their surviving child to talk about what they went through. And some people aren't comfortable with that. It's been almost 20 years for me. And it took me probably 15 or 16 years before I was comfortable talking about that with my parents. So my helpful hint that I would suggest is just give the option to talk if they want, because some people are really good at doing that. But don't be offended if your surviving child does not want to talk to you.
Thank you. Stephen?
Yeah. I think it's a big mix, right? Because we don't want to be, as the siblings,
We have 10 minutes left, so why doesn't
bombarded
it's a little
with
choppy, but I think
still working out the tech issues, if you can hear that in the background. Because I think, again, for me, like my mom didn't ask me until like 5 years later. So I think it's a balance of like, making sure that you do ask them. And or sometimes it's more subtle, like if you can print out flyers and have things hanging around. Because oftentimes, for me being in high school, it would have been nice to have that support group. I had friends 10 years later say, oh, I never knew what to say to you. So they didn't say anything until 10 years later. So how nice it would have been just to, because sometimes as siblings, we don't want to go to our parents or burden them with our grief. So even having the little things around to connect. And for those who might have younger siblings, we do have a teen specific sibling support that meets on Sundays.
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead,
I just
Jason.
want to also add that a lot of the messages that we get as siblings is that we have to be strong for our parents. And it's something, or another one is that they turn to us and say, how's your mom doing? How's your dad doing? Before even asking about how we're doing as bereaved siblings. And it's really important that if you have this message of you have to be strong for your parents aren't necessarily going to be the people that you go to talk about the death of your sibling, because it's the death of their child. And so if you have to be strong for them, you can't then open up and be vulnerable with them. It's hard to be vulnerable and strong at the same time. So many of us siblings, we do turn to each other for that support and for that connection.
That's what I was going to say. Just following up with what they said, I guarantee you your surviving children are talking to someone. They will share their grief. It's just a matter of, like Jason said, they don't want to hurt you, just like you don't want to hurt them. So next question. If you could give hope to your younger self about your grief, what would you say? Stephen, I'll let you start.
I would say, I guess I want to speak more directly for any siblings who might identify within the LGBTQ plus community, because for me, that was a huge thing, because I knew when I was younger, I was different. And growing up around when the Lemmy Project was around, that kind of, instilled a sense of fear of like my own death. So that when my sister had died, I could honestly say that I was more fearful for being, gay than her dying. And I know some people kind of don't always get that, even with friends that I've talked about, and that's okay too. It's a part of my story and something that I have to work through. And again, we figure out our own journeys as we get to talk to the many different siblings. Even if it's a different death, sometimes you can find healing in hearing someone else's story and how they handled it. And or especially when it's something similar or when we identify the same way, that can help as well. So I think with the TCF Sibs, I know it's more about what advice would you give to your younger self, but more about how can we, for me, I would say, how could I reach out more? Because I think that's a big thing that I didn't do as much until I was older.
Absolutely. Either one of my other two panelists. Thank you, Stephen.
Yeah, for me, it was, if I had to kind of talk to my younger self, it would be to acknowledge that I'm going to be able to find joy again. because right in the beginning, it's just like a gut punch, and you don't know if you're ever going to catch your wind again. And a lot of times, even within the first 1, 2, 3, sometimes even 5 years, you feel guilty about having these experiences that are going to make you happy, because on one side you're happy, and then on the other side, my sister's still dead, so and then I feel guilty about being happy. And so that gets a lot softer over time. And so if I had to communicate with my younger self, I would say, you're going to find joy again. You're going to find happiness, and, your life will move on.
Thank you. And you will find hope again too. Absolutely. Chris.
I just want to echo what Jason said. My advice to myself would be, it gets better. I think it's hard to see that it gets better. And I feel like I've grown a lot over the years. I've learned a lot of things. I had to face a lot of milestones alone, which is definitely tough, but it does get better. And I think you can go on and have that hope and have that happiness again. And obviously I would trade all of this and meeting all of you to have them back, but you can still be happy and things will get better. It just takes time.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I think we might have time for one more question. Not sure. Heidi will stop me if we don't. So I'm going to go ahead and ask for my 3 panelists. What has helped you the most about being involved in the bereaved sibling support group with TCF SIDS?
I think one of the things for me has been the fact that a group of people who never met Lauren get a chance to know her through my stories, through our relationship, through my memories. And now I have, a whole crew that when I say, chicken in a basket, they know that Lauren loved chicken in a basket. When I say, oh, let's go eat some cheesecake, they know that I'm thinking about her, and they know, and we get to know each other's siblings, even though we've never met them at all. And we get to know all of these great stories. And that would actually surprise me that I would find really a lot of comfort in that.
Thank you, Jason. Chris?
I would say the thing that has been best to me about being involved with TCF and with peer support is just seeing people get better over the years. I think it's very rewarding to have someone come up to you and tell you that something you said helped me. And that's happened a lot. And I feel like that's been my favorite part of being involved, is just knowing that I'm having some kind of impact on other people, hopefully a positive one, but some kind of impact on others. That's been very rewarding for me.
Good. Thank you, Chris. Stephen?
Yeah, I think for me, it's that active component of even just what you said, is being involved, because you can grieve and you can mourn alone and get stuck, or you can kind of, get involved with other organizations and places and meet people and move. And, I grew up doing sports, and, I love exercising, and I know people are like, ew, I don't like exercise. What the hell is that? Like, no, I want to do that. But I think, in life, movement is very important, and getting to do it with other people and community and support. And there's an ebb and flow, right? Like, you don't grieve necessarily 24/7. Like, sometimes, you forget for a moment, or you get busy with work or relationships or issues, and then you go back into grief. So it's kind of like finding that flow where you go into it and you lean into it, and then you just go back to life. And then you go back into grief, and then you go back into life, and trying to find that balance.
Absolutely. Thank you, Stephen. Guys, I think our time is just about up. I think Heidi may chime in, but before she does, I wanted to tell all 3 of you, thank you. For the people that are viewing this right now, I can promise you, I have one brother, Dennis. He's no longer with me. He died 36 years ago, but on that screen right there on my screen, I got 3 brothers right there. I've adopted them. So, and that's what TCF SIBS is to me. It's a big family. And it's those brothers and sisters that I adopt in, that if I'm having a rough moment, even 36 years down the road, I can pick up a phone and they're going to be at the other end of it.
I love this, Cindy. You all are so awesome. Like you said, you're all my brothers and sisters. And can you tell everybody out there about the conference this summer?
Yes, I'm so excited. So the conference August 5th through August 7th in Houston, Texas. I'm going to go ahead and let the cat out of the bag. I think there's a bunch of siblings, even on this phone call, who are going to arrive like the Sunday or the Monday before the conference because A, they're given the hotel rate, the good hotel rate at the time, and B, we need some sibling time. COVID really affected that. The hugs, the time face-to-face, talking face-to-face, sharing those stories Jason had mentioned. We need that. So just, there's going to be a lot of bereaved siblings at the hotel just 4 or 5 days early. And when they come, they'll have, just like parents and grandparents, they'll have bereaved sibling workshops throughout the whole conference time. We have a Friday night event, the cat's out of the bag. It's almost approved. I'm going to go ahead and say it. It's karaoke, it's dancing, and we're going to have a blast.
I love it. So for all the parents out there watching and siblings, please go to the Compassionate Friends. And if your kids don't know anybody, just connect with one of these people right here, and they will take your kids and introduce them to so many people, and they'll have so much support that they will be dragging you next year.
Absolutely. Heidi, one more thing too. Before we finish, I want to make sure that Jason, I'm going to put it on you. I'm really good at delegating. These guys will tell you that. But Jason, I'm going to put it on you. Email Heidi the MailChimp link.
Yep.
This is something the TCF SIBS started in the last 2 years since COVID hit, and approximately on average 4 to 6 meetings every single week take place via Zoom. And they're different topics such as creative writing, just kind of a support group meeting, book club. There's all kinds of things for siblings. The teen group that Stephen mentioned, the LGBTQ plus group that Stephen mentioned. So there's tons of opportunities to get plugged in through MailChimp. And all you have to do, send them your email, send them your name, then Jason will send you this happy little email every Sunday.
Yep. Could I put the link in the chat, Heidi, so that is that okay to do that?
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, I'll put the link in the chat so everyone can grab it, and then I'll email it to you as well, because
Awesome.
fortunately or unfortunately, every week the list continues to grow. So it just shows me that there is the need for sibling support in a huge way.
Absolutely. Thank you all for being the leaders. Our brothers and sisters are our guiding lights. So thanks
Absolutely.
all.
Thank you. Thanks, Heidi. Hi, Gloria.
Hi, wonderful show.
Thank you.
Well, Heidi, we're gonna, the guest coming on, right? A panel?
We do. So we are going to hear from an organization that I am involved with and love, Tuesday's Children. They are based in New York City, but they have reach all over the world. And they're going to talk about a lifetime of healing for grieving families. And we are going to hear from 3 people today who are key people to this organization's success. Okay, so let's start with Terry Sears. Terry Grace Sears, there she is. Terry is the executive director of Tuesday's Children. Sally Lynch is the senior program and development consultant. And Kathy Murphy is the senior program director. Hello, hello to all of you.
Hi. Hi, thanks for having us. It's great to see you both.
I worked with Sally for many, many years on a 9/11 study looking at traumatic loss over time. And she has now gone on to Tuesday's Children. Tuesday's Children is a nonprofit family service organization based in New York City. Following the events of September 11th, 2001, Tuesday's Children was founded with a long-term commitment to serve and support the children who lost a parent on that day. In subsequent years, the organization broadened its mission to include all those impacted by 9/11. And we have done 3 shows with Tuesday's Children. So please go to Open to Hope and hear about all the services that they have and everything that they are doing. So welcome, Terry, Sally, and Kathy.
Thanks, Heidi. Thanks, Gloria. If I could kick it off, I'm going to talk a little bit how Tuesday's Children started. So I live in a town called Manhasset, Long Island, which is very commutable to downtown New York, where so many people on Tuesday, September 11th, were killed. We all know this was so unprecedented, this event. And when the events happened, nobody knew for weeks how many people were lost. As a matter of fact, to this day, 40% of all 9/11 families have not gotten back remains. So for many, there was no closure. So in the weeks following 9/11, it was found out that 3,051 children had lost a parent on that day. And our original mission was to provide long-term support to these kids. Given the unprecedented nature of this, nobody knew, even the mental health professionals didn't know how these kids were going to fare. It was a public event, it was a worldwide event, and these kids were all of a sudden 9/11 kids, which no kid wants to be, they just want to be a kid. So we started taking the kids out to sporting events, to special events, and trying to normalize their life, trying to get them out from the paperwork, and as well as the trauma that their surviving parent was facing. And we knew we could do so much more. So we developed a platform of programs, which is still that platform to this day, which is mentoring, leadership, career guidance, career mentoring, life skills, and all sorts of like financial management. We really are a small, responsive organization to be there for the families that lost loved ones post 9/11. Our mission grew to encompass the 9/11 responders. As we all know, they ran towards the building. So many have had illnesses related to 9/11 and carcinogenic exposure. And unfortunately, more 9/11 responders have died that died on that day. Close to 1,000 people were lost on that day. The ripple effect of 9/11 is the Gold Star families, our nation's military families, the fallen. We know that 37,000 families have died either on the battlefield or through suicide or through military accidents. So we are there for all those families as well. We like to think of ourselves as a soft landing place, as a supportive community, as a community that's going to be there through the trajectory of the recovery. And really, we're about resilience. We have helped 45,000 individuals since we started this work. We have a proven long-term healing model, which is sort of based on establishing trust and really asking family members what they need, and then reevaluating our approach to families based upon their evolving needs. We know that we have 9/11 families that are still signing up for Tuesday's Children. And for this slide that you see in front of you, that kind of outlines our long-term healing model. So basically what we've heard is the fact that when you've suffered the loss of a loved one, knowing that an organization is going to be there for you for the long term. I mean, after 9/11, the Red Cross came in and Robin Hood and other well-established organizations, they were going to come in for a year or two. Well, here we are 20 plus years later. We know there's secondary losses. We know that there's things like pandemics and unfortunately war that also bring things back to the surface very quickly. So we're so happy to be here. Happy, we wish we didn't have to, but we're happy to be able to serve the ongoing need. We have a needs-based approach. Again, you can see in this model that we create the trust, we build community, we engage the families, we assess what they want, we create programs, reassess the programs, and adapt. And I'm going to turn it over to Kathy Murphy, who's our Senior Director of Programs now, so she can dive a little deeper into the programs that we offer the families ongoing.
The next slide, please. Thank you, Terry. And thank you, Heidi, for inviting us. I just love seeing you here with your mom. I always tell you that, but I really do. Proven programs. The adaptive nature of our long-term healing model has informed our program development. Much of our programming is not in the clinical setting, but in the community-based, and serves to connect families to each other for peer support and meet their evolving needs. As we mentioned during COVID, we have transitioned a lot of our programs, pivoting to virtual formats, but our approach has remained the same, and our community connections are strong. Next slide, please. Rising to meet emerging needs. Like all organizations, we have been heavily impacted by COVID. Our surveys show that at least 1 in 5 of the families we serve have now lost a loved one as a result of the pandemic. Families who had already experienced trauma and loss due to terrorism, military conflict, or mass violence. 3/4 of our population have experienced at least partial job loss or economic hardship, and over 80% of our families reported negative well-being, anxiety, depression, and loneliness. However, 90% of our families said that the virtual programs we were offering helped to alleviate the isolation they were feeling. Key takeaways from the past 2 years are that we developed a record number of programs, increased our one-to-one support services along with our geographic reach, successfully maintained connections virtually, and our supporters helped us to keep our promise to our families. Next slide, please. Our youth mentoring program. The cornerstone of our programming over the last 20 years has been mentoring. We support families through long-term youth mentoring, career mentoring, peer mentoring, and digital mentoring. Next slide, please. Our digital e-mentoring. During the pandemic, we switched all of our mentor matches to digital e-mentoring. We had already piloted e-mentoring pre-pandemic, so we were equipped to deploy the program on a greater scale. In a way, COVID was the push we needed to launch e-mentoring in a full capacity. We increased training for mentors on being impactful in digital relationships, including resources around hypervigilance for safety in youth, considering the high rates of risky behaviors and feelings of isolation. We found a silver lining. So many parents were not comfortable with technology, but because of e-learning, it did not seem as foreign. We also trusted the youth we serve. We followed their lead to better understand some of the possibilities of technology and platforms available to us. Next slide, please. Project Common Bond. Our international program, Project Common Bond, has united over 950 teens and young adults from 34 countries. We are pleased to be resuming this program in person this year. During COVID, what is normally an 8-day in-person experience for these young adults also pivoted onto a virtual format. Next slide, please. And the impact of Project Common Bond. And as you can see on this slide, there have been many positive results reported post-program evaluations. Project Common Bond participants have demonstrated improvements in their ability to control their emotional responses, recognize their strengths, and understand the impact of their actions on others. Next slide. And where are our services needed most? The largest strategic deployment of our long-term healing model to date has been to meet the needs of the military families of the fallen. These presenting needs are great. More than 3.7 million troops have served in the post 9/11 era, and more than 37,000 families have lost a service member. We see many parallels with our original 9/11 population and military families of the fallen, including profound loss, disrupted family dynamics, fear of being forgotten, and financial uncertainty. I will now hand the presentation over to my colleague, Sally Lynch.
Thank you, Kathy, and thank you, Terry. So in recent years, Tuesday's Children has also been called upon to share lessons in tragedy assistance and community resilience. We have a separate website that houses our online toolkit for long-term healing. It features training modules, resources, and other tools. You can visit that at tuesdayschildrenheals.org. We have 5 training modules that kind of guide people to do what Tuesday's Children did in building trust and building community to really help people over the long haul, which so many people in the Open to Hope event today have spoken about the need for. We also have interactive timelines that show some of our organizational milestones over the last 20 years, as well as global events, and then some tip sheets on mental health and tragedy assistance. In our community resilience programs, we work with over a dozen communities in the US that have been impacted by mass violence, mass shootings. We work through Project Common Bond with over 34 countries impacted by terrorism, military conflict, and violent extremism. And in 2013, we helped to establish the Resiliency Center of Newtown, which operated under our umbrella for their first few years and is now a standalone nonprofit and safe place at the heart of that community. We've been involved through partner organizations in Orlando, Parkland, and Las Vegas. And more recently, we've been assisting with resiliency centers forming in Oxford Township, Michigan, 1027 Healing Partnership in Pittsburgh, and the Ventura County Family Justice Center in Thousand Oaks. Next slide, please. This is a new initiative that I'm excited to tell you about because Heidi Horsley as well from Open to Hope is a part of this. We've been working with survivor groups in these communities that I mentioned for many years, and peer support, as many people talked about today, is one of the key things that can help with grief, with healing, with trauma. We recently formed a group called the Survivors of Tragedy Outreach Program. The acronym is STOP, and it brings together survivors and experts to provide peer support. So you see the list of some of the communities and partners that are represented in this group. We meet monthly, and we're very proud to have Heidi be a part of this group. She contributes so much in just kind of helping people connect to the resources that they need, and we're able to coordinate some of our response efforts. In all of these initiatives, of course, and over the last 20 years, we learn more from our families that we serve, from survivors, and from our partners in these communities who are addressing such unique issues than we could ever offer to them. And in sharing these perspectives, it helps improve our approach, and it helps to improve overall disaster response protocols and efforts. Next slide, please. I also want to talk about a recent addition to our community resilience work. Our work has now grown to include pandemic response. You know, Kathy mentioned some of the impact on our service population, with 1 in 5, at least in our service population, having lost a loved one due to COVID. Not only that, but more than 200,000 children nationwide have now lost a parent or primary caregiver in this pandemic. And that number is likely much higher given the new methods that they're going to be using to account for some of the deaths that weren't necessarily prescribed due to COVID before. We know that those families need long-term support, especially as our society eagerly moves on from the horrors of the past 2 years. So we have a newly funded 3-year COVID-19 response project, and we're providing resources and capacity building in key sectors that interface with families and children bereaved by COVID-19. So we will be doing training cohorts and customized guidance with educators, healthcare professionals, community-based organizations, and other community leaders, policymakers, academic institutions, all to try and strengthen the framework for grief and bereavement support for these kids and families. So you see some of our partners in this project listed on this slide, and you can also view the press release. We'd be happy to share additional information about this project as it builds. Next slide, please. We also host an annual forum and a speaker series, a quarterly speaker series called Lessons in Recovery and Resilience. We just opened registration for our March 31st speaker series on childhood trauma and grief. It is free to register, so I encourage everybody in attendance to please join us on that day. We have some wonderful speakers, Jennifer Kreimer, David Schoenfeld, and Grace Christ. I'm sure some of those names ring a bell to many of you. Our 2022 forum will be May 17th, and it will be virtual, as was our 2021 forum. Our previous events have been hosted at Fordham University. We did one in Orlando after the Pulse nightclub shooting and combined it with a family day. We've done one at the Ford Foundation Center for Social Justice. And we look forward again this year to having some wonderful keynote speakers and panels of seasoned experts and resilient survivors. The survivors really bring so much perspective to these events. So tune into our website and sign up. Next slide. Here are just some of the ways that you can get involved with Tuesday's Children. We invite you to reach out to all of us here on this presentation. You can learn more and become a career mentor or a mentor. Kathy mentioned the power of mentoring, but really having a role model who can help a child through some of those milestones in grief and developmental things is very important. And as many mentioned, you know, today, I think we all wish there was no need for a work like ours. We keep hoping at Tuesday's Children that we'll go out of business. But unfortunately, since 9/11, over 250,000 people have died from global terrorism. Over 37,000 families have lost a military service member. More than 40,000 people are still suffering from 9/11 related illnesses. And now nearly 1 million in the US and 6 million globally have died of COVID. So clearly there's still a need. Next slide. Just a quick shout out to our sponsors, because over the last 20 years, we would not have been able to provide the long-term support that we have without our donors and partners. And then on the last slide, I just want to encourage everybody to visit our websites and learn more, follow us online and on socials, and please reach out to us directly. We're very honored to continue to do this work, and we really do wish it was not needed. Our families teach us the most about what individuals impacted by trauma and loss need, and we will continue to keep our promise to them as the living memorials. So thank you to Open to Hope and to everyone in the audience today who are working very hard to bring hope to those who've suffered loss.
Thank you, Tuesday's Children, and thank you, Sally and Kathy and Terry. You all are doing so much to help the world, and I am really thrilled to hear about the fact that you are now working with our latest losses, which is the death of so many to COVID.
Yes.
So thank you so much.
Thank you all. You're great.
Thank you too, Gloria and Heidi, for
Thank you.
everything you do. We're so glad to have you part of our work over these last 20 years.
Well,
Thanks,
we've got
Alex.
next
Thanks,
guests.
Terry.
Thank you. Our next guests are involved in health and healing, aren't they, Heidi?
Yeah, so we are doing a panel now, a physical health panel. So that'll help everybody kind of, again, learn about how we hold our grief in our bodies. And we've got two people that I have known for many years. One of them is my sister, Rebecca Horsley Barra, and another is a dear friend and a Compassionate Friends brother, Steve Parker. So I'll start with Steve. Steve and I served on the board for many years together, the Compassionate Friends Board of Directors. He is a bereaved parent and very involved in the Compassionate Friends. And today he serves as vice president of the Compassionate Friend Board of Directors. With the loss of his daughter, Alyssa, fitness was the thing that kept him going. He has helped many find a healthy solution for working through their grief. And I will tell you, it doesn't matter where we are, whether it be a conference, a board meeting, he will get up early and he will go to the gym. He will not miss it. I don't care if he's up at 4. So he is talking the talk and walking the walk because he knows that that's helped him through his own journey. And then there is my sister, Rebecca Horsley Barra, who is just as committed to exercise. Rebecca Horsley Barra is the Director of Community Outreach and Engagement for the Open to Hope Foundation. She is passionate about helping people heal their grief through a holistic mindfulness approach, which helped her after the death of our brother Scott at the age of 17 and our father Phil, who died about 16 months ago. And like I said, she will also be exercising is at the top of her life. Very important. And then there's David Richman, and his life speaks for itself because this man does Ironman triathlons and endurance events, having recently completed a solo 4,700-mile bike ride. David is an author, public speaker, endurance athlete, and author of the book, Cycle of Lives. So welcome to the show, Steve, Rebecca, and David.
Hey there.
Thank you.
Steve's muted.
Steve, you're muted.
I hit it a couple times. Is it working now?
Yep.
All right. Well, great. Thank you, Gloria and Heidi. It's always great to see your smiling faces, and thanks to Open to Hope for allowing us to do this for a little bit, and hopefully create some ideas of how we can all help each other. So again, I'm Steve Parker, and I'm hosting or facilitating the physical health panel. And I'd like to say that it's a pleasure to have David and Rebecca with me. And I think our journeys are so different. They're on the same path, but they're going different directions. And I think to start with, sometimes we're talking about just getting off the couch. So I always like to say, don't be intimidated by what other people do. It's your own journey. And hopefully in the end of this short period, it'll give you a few ideas for yourself. So I'm going to jump right in with a couple of questions, and I think that's the way we're going to roll in our little segment here. And I'm going to ask the same question to David and to Rebecca, and if need be, I'll throw in my 2 cents. But if it's answered in a way you don't need me, then I will just bow my head and smile. So the first one, and David, I'll start with you. How did fitness help your journey?
Well, my journey is probably 100% based on fitness. At 38 years old, I was an overweight, sedentary smoker, stressed out in life, was not active at all, was not living a purposeful life, was busy at work, life got in the way, and I just never kind of looked at the guy in the mirror and said, hey, who are you and what do you want to do and how do you want to live? And I needed to get myself out of a very, I had 4-year-old twins, and I needed to get us, me and them, out of a bad domestic situation. So I got us to safety, and we just kind of caught our breath. And I looked in the mirror and I said, man, oh man, like what the heck is going on with you? Who are you and what are you going to do? And at that same time, I got a call from my sister, who's only a year and change older than me. And she told me that she had terminal brain cancer. And so here I was starting this journey that said, I'm going to start to live a purposeful, self-aware life, which for me meant like changing everything. And back, compare that against what she was going through, which was a journey to end the life journey. And so fitness for me was everything, because it started with, okay, I'm going to put down the cigarette and I'm going to now start to do something. And I went from never being active outside of my teenage years to, going for a run, a 2-minute run, and then a 1-mile run, and then a 5K, and then a 10K, and then I did a half Ironman, and then I did an Ironman, and then I did 2, and then I did 5, and then I did 100-mile runs and 50-mile runs, and I just kept going. And it really permeated every bit of my life, emotional health, mental health, obviously my physical health and well-being really affected me in every way possible. But it was a start from zero to now somewhere along the line of learning how important it is to stay active and stay, moving forward towards goals that you set for yourself. For me, it's meant everything.
Thanks, David. Rebecca, your story about your fitness journey.
Yeah. So I've always been interested my whole life in fitness and movement. But I really noticed how much it was helping me after my brother was killed in a car accident when I was 19 years old. And I really used fitness to help me heal. And it was more back then, it was running and doing, it was the 80s during the aerobics era, doing, aerobics and weightlifting and just anything to sort of move my grief through my body. But through the years, I've noticed that slowing down a little bit, doing yoga and meditating and doing more purposeful exercise, because before it was just avoiding my feelings. Now I'm tuning in and getting in touch with my feelings. And that's been my journey probably for the last 20 years of just paying attention, because I noticed that if I didn't pay attention, running and exercising in a hard, more of a hardcore way, was avoiding my feelings. And now I'm in a place of paying attention to my feelings and using my yoga practice and other forms of exercise to pay attention to what's going on in my body. And also I've found it to be just such a great source of dealing with any stress that's coming up for me. Just, I need to go and do that yoga class or go for a walk or whatever the exercise is to help me move the grief, the sadness, the stress, whatever it is, through my body. And I love the saying is you have to feel to heal. And so I would, and to this day, really pay attention to how I'm feeling. And maybe when I'm overdoing or need to get up off the couch and do a little bit more to move grief or sadness or whatever it is I'm dealing with through my body, and to pay attention to what's going on as well.
That's great. And kind of what I thought from the very beginning with the three of us is, even though obviously, like I said, we're on a similar path, but maybe on a different mountain. I was always the fitness guy. I was a 3-sport letterman in high school, and now I'm an ADD salesman. So I was always moving. So I wasn't nearly as purposeful as Rebecca, let's just say, or having to heal like David, but it's just part of my life. And I didn't even realize, 10, 15 years into my grief, I looked backwards. And I think a lot of what I talk about and how I feel has to do with what kind of happened organically without me thinking about it. And the parts of my journey where I gained weight and lost interest. And my daughter passed away at the age of 2. And I was in my late 30s and having 2 other healthy children, which is a blessing. But all of a sudden I was in my early 40s, 40 pounds heavier than I am now. And woke up one day, and even though I had never really gotten off the fitness kick, you don't have to. So it really putting focus back the other way. And I think for all of us, it's really about finding how you connect therapeutically as well as physically. You can't create a journey for somebody else. It's almost like I think it needs to be created by yourself in your own image of something that you can do. So what are three things you would advise someone at any level in physical health, David?
Well, for me, it's not 3 different things. It's 3 things along the same path, and it took me a lot of years to figure this out. But I at least for me, what the formula is, and I've talked to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people about this, and it kind of goes, whether it's a physical journey or a mental or emotional healing or whatever. And that is this 3-step process, which is 1, being able to be really honest and do an honest assessment of where you're at. I think we're really good at not taking a good look at ourselves because we're worried about other people, or maybe we don't want to admit that we have frailty or whatever. But when I stood in front of that mirror and said, all right, man, like really, who are you? I made a very, very honest assessment of the things that I did well, that I felt good about, the things that I didn't do, or the things that weren't good for me, that I needed to get rid of, people, my attitudes, whatever. And I just said, man, you got to take an honest assessment of where you're at. That's number 1. Number 2 is in my case, I think you need to clear your mind. And that is either forgive yourself for not doing the things that you knew you should have been doing for years, right? How many times did I hear quit smoking and eat better and be active, and I never heard it? Right. And I could carry that around forever as guilt and as a stumbling block. And so in my case, freeing my mind meant to forgive myself. Maybe sometimes we just need to accept things, or we just have to fit into the circumstances that life had given us and just let go of whatever it is that says to you, you're already here and you can't get there. Right. For whatever reason, just let it go. Just free your mind. And then the third part is, if you can do those first 2 things in my mind, then you can lean into whatever you're trying to do. You can learn. And I don't think a fitness journey is from A to B. it's from A to infinity. It is just a learning thing. Right? Hi, Rebecca, you did more running, and then you did more yoga, and then you do meditation. Then maybe you'll go to something else. Who knows? One of these days you might become a CrossFit queen. Whatever the thing is that you want to do, it's just learning. And so for me, everything that I do is learning, but I do it with a free mind. And I do it with as much of an honest assessment of who I am, what my limiters are, and what I need to accomplish to feel good about myself. And so that's my 3-step process, or the 3 things that I would do.
Thank you, David. Rebecca, please.
So for me, or what I'm thinking about this question is, the first is to do something that you love. I've got a brother-in-law who loves to dance. So he puts on his iPod and he goes down in the basement and he dances for an hour by himself. And I love that. And that's what he enjoys. So really finding something you love. I mean, exercise doesn't mean if you don't like going to the gym and, lifting weights, unless that's what you love. But if it's not, if there's something else you love, just find something that resonates with you, that you love to do. And even if it's taking a walk around the neighborhood, a slow, mindful walk, smelling the flowers, whatever it is, but choosing something that interests you. And there's a term that I love called bioindividuality. We're all very different, and different things work for different people. And so really discovering what works for you and where your passion is, instead of someone telling you to do it, figure out, what you are interested in. And then secondly, I would say find an exercise buddy, or even someone to hold you accountable. I'm going to commit to, walking twice a week. And maybe you can either go with a neighbor or a friend, or if you prefer to walk alone, then just say, hey, will you check in with me to make sure that I walked twice this week? So something like that, to find someone that will help you be accountable, so you stick with it. And then lastly, I would say kind of along those lines is exercise, like anything, is a habit. So just making the habit and scheduling it in your calendar. Make it as important as that, that meeting that you have, or, whatever other appointments that you have. We prioritize that, but often we don't prioritize our physical health or our exercise. So mark that in your calendar as though, block out that time as though it were a meeting. Take time for yourself and prioritize yourself.
I mean, those are, you two not hit it out of the park for me, because that's really, make it something, it's a lifestyle. And people think I'm crazy, but I do get up before work. I travel, whether it's a silly little hotel gym or maybe just walking around, whatever I can do. And it doesn't have to be the same thing. And the other thing, kind of towards David's comment, and obviously Rebecca touched on this, is that, you're not even going to really know what you like to do in the exercise world if you've never done anything. So dabble in it, try this, try that, and again, lifestyle and convenience. If you have a certain lifestyle that doesn't allow you to do it first thing in the morning, but you're a night person, but do schedule it. I do believe in that. And accountability, whether you're holding yourself accountable, and anytime you can do it with a buddy, because I know plenty of times when I train with somebody, it wasn't my best day to be training, but I'm there for the other guy. But by the time I walk out the door, I've gained so much. And 80% of exercise, which is right on the wall of my gym, is walking in the door. So if you walk in, you spend less time and don't do as much as you wanted to, you can check the box and come back another day. So ideas
So
for
Steve,
Yes.
Steve, let me just interrupt you for one thing. Look at every speaker says it, right? Showing up is 80% of the battle, right? For mentoring, for support groups, for the gym, for healthy eating, for whatever. I'm showing up. That's what you got to do. It's so hard, but it's so simple.
Yeah, it's the
Go ahead, sorry to interrupt.
No, that's great. It's the tortoise and the hare. You can jump in and do all kinds of crazy things and, train for races. But if that's not who you are, it's just going to lead to fatigue and burnout. And then now I'm not doing anything. It's almost better to go slowly and take it a little bit at a time and find your comfort zone and then build on the comfort. So I'd like to jump in with ideas for getting started, whether you're starting or restarting, because most of us have done something in the past. So sometimes getting back into it, or look, if you're the person who didn't like this, what do we do? Like the brother-in-law who likes to dance. I mean, that's a great way to get your heart rate up and your blood flowing and create some of those happy endorphins. And we all know with grief, we could use a few more of those happy endorphins. So David, if you would start us again, please.
Yeah, sure. I would say a really good idea is to set whatever the goal is, and then pick up the phone and call or text like 8 or 10 friends and go, this is what I'm going to do. And I want you to check in on me by X date, because we don't ever want to sometimes we'll let ourselves down, but we don't ever want to let other people down. So if you want to go do a 5K or sign up for a dance thing or join a yoga group or go run a marathon or whatever, just go tell a bunch of people and say, hey, do me a favor, check in on me in 8 or 10 weeks or something. And then see if you don't do what you need to do to get moving. I think that is a great way to do it. I'll often like sign up for a race and then tell everybody I'm doing it. And then I'm like, oh, I have to do it. Like I have to, now I have to. If I didn't tell anybody, I could hide. I didn't have to do it. So I like that idea of having people hold you accountable, because we don't want to let them down.
Great. Thanks, David. Rebecca, we're running short on time, but if you can give us one of your nuggets of wisdom to sign off into the afternoon with, that would be so awesome.
Great. I would just say to be realistic and baby steps. I mean, I'm going to exercise 7 days a week for 2 hours, and then you don't do it at all because you're discouraged that you haven't been able to keep up with that. It can be as little or as much as you want, but start small. Like I'm going to get up and walk for 10 minutes in the morning. I'm going to go walk around my house or my backyard, or start small baby steps. And then notice how you feel. Notice how you feel if you start the morning off by walking for 10 minutes. And that will encourage that you'll tell yourself, I want to do more. That felt really good. I've got all this energy this morning. I haven't even had a cup of coffee. So start small, be realistic, and don't be hard on yourself. Grief is tough. And, often we wanted to go into my bed and put the covers over my head and everyone leave me alone. And until I got up and started moving, did I realize, I'm moving through my grief. I'm not ignoring it. I'm moving through it. So start small, be kind to yourself, give yourself positive messages, and don't get overwhelmed.
Super. That's a spectacular note to leave us on. Thank you both for joining me. And Gloria and Heidi, again, super appreciative to have a little bit of time to share, I don't know if you'd call it wisdom, but ideas, and appreciate you both and Open to Hope.
You too, and an important message. Health is so important.
Absolutely. And I loved some of the takeaways of, set manageable goals, and that the hardest part is getting off the couch and into the gym. Like you all said, once we're there, oftentimes we want to, we're like, okay, the hardest part is over, the transition. So thank you so much for showing us the value of keeping our bodies healthy physically and not just emotionally.
Okay, we've got another great guest coming on, right? An old friend.
We do. So yes, we are going to talk about National Alliance for Children's Grief, Healing Childhood Trauma, with somebody that is just a rock star, Dr. Tashelle Bourdier. And I've got to tell you, Mom, a few years ago at Columbia, I brought her into my class to talk about sudden death, and the students loved her. They were like, not only is she totally outstanding and accomplished, but she's cool. So, and these were, early 20s, early 20-year-old. They were like, she's cool. I said, yes, she works so well with youth and with individuals because she just connects quickly. And like I said, she's got an outstanding background. Dr. Tashelle Bourdier is an assistant professor of human development and family science and state specialist at the University of Missouri-Columbia. She serves on the board of the National Alliance for Children's Grief and on the advisory board for the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors of Military Loss, which is what we're on, TAPS. She is the co-editor of the Handbook of Social Justice in Loss and Grief. She speaks all over the country. She does trainings all over the country. And like I said, she is a rock star. So welcome, Tashelle.
Yeah, Thank you both for having me. It's wonderful to see your faces, and of course, this incredible lineup of presenters and speakers and clinicians and people from so many different diverse backgrounds all in the same space again. So thank you for having me. So today I'll be talking about just in our time together, and at some point, if you have, since I'm kind of on my, well, not on my own, but if you have a question, Heidi, you are more than welcome also to ask in this time that we have together. When we start to think about healing from trauma, it can be a complex experience, but complexity does not mean that we don't have hope. There is a lot of hope that comes with trying to heal from really challenging experiences. When we deal with trauma, it really changes the way we view the world, right? For many people, the world might feel less safe, less predictable. People who are actually, it can be really difficult to be able to even decipher or distinguish between people who are safe and well-meaning from those who are, perceived threats. And that's a normal part of trauma. So one way I just want to, I guess, say from the beginning that we heal from trauma is to recognize that a lot of the thoughts that will run across your mind, our minds, if you've dealt with trauma, are very normal. Questioning your environment, hypervigilance, just being extra aware is actually a protective factor. Even young infants who are not dealing with trauma, that wariness that we start to see with, even young children who are starting to crawl or move away from families are already showing kind of heightened responses to people. And so while not experiencing trauma, we see that that's kind of a primitive response that we have to things, to spaces that we're less comfortable with or less familiar with. Again, trauma can really challenge us in that way. In many ways, it can re-evoke some of these behaviors that actually, quite frankly, previous researchers thought went away. But we know now that a lot of reflexes that people demonstrate that have to do with trauma really were ones that serve survival functions, even for us as infants, as young children, that kind of resurface, right? So people who are dealing with trauma, I just want to normalize that a lot of the factors, again, just the but the hypervigilance, the extra wariness of your environment, for good reason, for justifiable reason. It doesn't mean that you're paranoid, right? Or anything like that. It means you're trying to be safe. The other part about trauma is just the triggers, right? Are these sensitivities that we have that remind us of these experiences. That will remind us of these experiences that we had related to trauma, right? And we can experience trauma in safe spaces. That's what's tricky about the whole thing, right? Many people experience trauma in spaces that were supposed to be safe. Trauma that comes from family members, trauma in communities. A lot of the kids and even young adults with whom I work have been in situations that really, they lived in these social conditions that were not necessarily the safest. And even without being directly harmed, you can be vicariously harmed through trauma, through things we see on television, repeated images of shootings, community violence, sexual assault, something we don't talk enough about, emotional violence, structural violence can be traumatic, right? Institutions can promote a certain violence through the policies and practices of the organization, of the institution. So these were just some things that I just wanted you to think about in terms of, being able to name trauma is one of the first and one of the more important. Well, I don't want to quantify or prioritize any of these, but I can say that being able to name our experiences is healing, will always be healing, right? I recently wrote a paper on sexual assault and disenfranchised grief and suffocated grief, and it really was about the trauma that comes with sexual assault. And many of the letters and things that people would send me. So I wrote it for researchers and for people who are not in research, right? I wanted everybody to have access. And many of the people who have written me are clinicians. It really changed the way they treated trauma with sexual assault survivors, right? Because they saw them as people who experience trauma and grief at the same time, right? So trauma does not exist in a vacuum. We grieve the loss of a sense of safety, and we grieve the loss of, the change in our outlook. We grieve not having to look over our shoulders and things of that nature. So when our safety is compromised, it also creates a sense of loss for us in many different ways. So, but what I was going to say about the sexual assault paper was that so many people have written this. They basically said, I've been dealing with this, I was assaulted 20 years ago. And this is the first time I was able to name my experience, because grief was connected with the word trauma. And it was so healing for me to have language and to have my thoughts normalized and not judged, because it made so much more sense. And I can see how a lot of my behaviors right now, different ways in which I move about the world are really relating to this trauma that I had not had safe spaces to heal, to find, I did not have enough healing spaces, never mind be able to be encouraged to name it. So some ways that we can heal from trauma or cope with trauma are, one is to make sure we're in spaces where we can name our experiences, where we can say, this thing happened to me. It doesn't get to define me. But it did change some of my outlook on the world, right? And right now, when I'm acting, I'm not being paranoid. I'm being careful, and it's okay for me to be careful. I have the right to feel like I want to, move about the world in a different way, right? I have new normals now, and so some of the ways that additional ways that we heal from trauma are finding safe people who will not gaslight, right? Who will not try to shatter our realities about what we have experienced, and the ways we integrate these experiences of trauma and loss into our lives as we move forward. So naming the experience, being able to also name the things that trigger us when we've been traumatized. So that's one. Getting support from the different communities that function as actual supports, right? Whether it's your spirituality, whether it is a therapist, like a formal therapy, a therapist who actually understands grief, loss, and trauma. I think that would be another way that we can heal from trauma, is to be able to see a trained professional in those areas who can take you through that process. And there are a lot of different processes, a lot of different forms of therapeutic intervention that can be supportive in terms of the trauma and moving along that journey. We also heal from trauma when we are able when we have diverse ways of expressing our feelings and our feelings and thoughts about it, right? Being able to, paint a mural, right? Or we see this all the time in the news, right? If you're paying attention to the news, you may have seen, and some of the more highly publicized, death losses during COVID, for example, or even prior to then. You see during times of social unrest, when people have felt marginalized and traumatized by some of the shootings that have happened, or just other issues in our broader society related to disenfranchisement. Some of the ways they've healed has been by these artistic expressions, right? Street memorials, or I watched the funeral of George Floyd, one of them, and I studied funeral rituals, so it was not unusual for me to. I go to funerals of strangers and participants and so many other people. It's just what I do in terms of trying to understand how people heal from the trauma of violent loss, right? And what we found was people did things like make T-shirts, right? During the course of George Floyd's funeral, there was an artist who drew an image of him during the actual funeral as an example of the ways that helped the family members, but also even viewers like myself and others who tried to make sense of how these family members would take the next steps. So the mural was one expression. We can also heal from trauma when we have information or can participate in by writing letters to legislators, to senators. I know that people feel you can feel powerless when these things beyond your control feel triggering for you, and you're dealing with things like racial trauma, or gender trauma, or disability trauma, or trauma around ageism. You're right. There's so many ways that we can experience an event as traumatizing when we feel like we've been compromised. And so that would be another way, is to, some levels of empowerment help us heal, right? By being able to take charge of an experience that was so disempowering for you, and to transform the way to transform its impact, transform its negative impact on us through social action is another important way to heal. Again, if you've been just watching the media, you didn't have to necessarily read my book on social justice issues and laws and healing from trauma. But I can tell you that if you just need to by nature of turning on the television, there are so many examples of challenges, but if you're looking closely, you will also see how people resist the disenfranchising way it feels to deal with trauma. And a lot of times you'll see people, take action by creating safe spaces where they were not, making spaces feel safe that did not otherwise feel safe. Creating a ritual is also important. When we deal with trauma around loss, we have funerals. But when we think about so many of these other losses that don't get named all the time, sexual assault is coming to mind for me a lot, I guess, because of Bill Cosby in the news and some documentaries and other things come to mind for me. But in that case, even with Bill Cosby with sexual assault, some of the survivors have people have made documentaries. So again, another kind of behavior that allowed them to feel empowered to be able to tell their story. You have to have space to tell your trauma story, right? To provide a counter narrative to the ways in which, to the narrative that you were dealt, actually, to be able to reframe it and to change it so that you tell your truth and your story, and that untold story is not just bearing on your soul, and that you receive validation. So I guess a lot of the things that I'm saying, really, they're not to be separated. They actually are pretty intertwined, right? This need to tell your story, this need to have a ritual, the need to be affirmed, and not have your reality shattered again by people who question you about this experience or judge you about an experience of any type of violence, of judging you about the loss of your child in a car accident. The judgment that comes with that can also be traumatizing for families. And again, ways that we can heal from those are to create spaces for counter narratives, for telling your story from your position, and others also seeing other hopeful examples. Sometimes we need examples of hope, like what does hope look like? What are the possibilities for me? Am I stuck here? Will this be my forever? So being able to have access to models who can demonstrate that there is hope, you still are important, you still matter. This trauma was not your fault. So validation of that, this was not your fault. I know this is with Open to Hope, but I do want to say that Open to Hope, I'm actually thankful for Open to Hope, because a lot of the work that I do is around trauma and, trying to, provide these safe spaces for families and teenagers and their parents in these really devastating experiences. And I do think of Open to Hope, and it does put me in a position very frequently in all of this trauma work that I do of thinking about, like, what is that space? Like, you know, where's the glimmer of hope in this really dark moment? Right. And I, you know, I try to, even in my own trauma experience, I tried to think of Hope was the person, you know, when I had this crazy traumatic accident, Hope was found in a person who sat with me quietly while I was being, you know, pricked and and checking my blood pressure and all of these things. Like the hopeful experience in that moment was a young teenager who sat next to me and sat quietly amid all of the noise and chaos going around me, the ambulance, all of that. This teenager who sat quietly was that hope for me. He was that safe space, a total stranger. And so I want to say that is that there is some space for that, and people need time for it, but we can hold the light until they are ready to. And there's hope there too, right? The hope we have for people can also be healing around trauma. So being allies as people work through really difficult experiences. So.
Michelle, thank you so much. I mean, we appreciate you, and we appreciate all that you're doing. And like you said, you're helping people find a glimmer of hope despite very traumatic losses and traumatic experiences. And you are such a light for so many.
Absolutely. You are a bright light and a fabulous person.
Well, thank you all. You all look marvelous, and take care.
Take care.
Michelle.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Well, Heidi, we've got another great speaker coming on who is the head of a very important organization in the world of grief, loss, and recovery.
Yes, Mom. The Compassionate Friends has been a big part of both of our lives and our family's life. My mom and I both served on the board of directors for many, many years, and we have been very involved in the organization. And we are going to introduce you today to they don't call it the chief executive officer. I wanted to see executive director, but it's the chief executive officer, Sherry O'Laughlin, and she's going to talk about the Compassionate Friends finding our way through sharing our grief, peer-based grief support. And you can see her now. Hi, Sherry.
Hi, Heidi and Gloria. How are you?
Good.
Thank you.
Excellent to see you.
Great to see you as well. It's been a long time.
I know. We're going to be really happy to have the conference. Tell us where it's going to be and what the date is.
It's going to be in Houston, Texas from August 5th to 7th this year. And we're super excited. This is our 45th national conference. Last two virtually, and we kept going through it, but we're so excited to see everybody in person and welcome new attendees and longtime attendees, and people have already been reserving in anticipation. So we're excited.
We'll be there.
Yeah, and we would definitely give a shout out to everybody there that has had the death of a child, a sibling, or a grandchild. To please try to go, because it is very, very healing and life-changing. And let me tell you a little bit about Sherry. Sherry O'Laughlin is a bereaved parent and chief executive officer for the Compassionate Friends. The Compassionate Friends is an international nonprofit organization with over 500 chapters across the United States, providing peer support and education to bereaved siblings, parents, and grandparents. She is the author of the book, Life from the Ashes, Finding Signs of Hope After Loss. Welcome, Sherry.
Thank you so much. And thank you to all who are attending today. And I'm really excited to have been invited to join this wonderful International Day of Hope and Healing After Loss conference. I hope everyone's been enjoying this great program as much as I have today. I keep trying to prepare for some other things, and then I come back and I don't want to miss another segment. So it's really been an inspiring group of topics and speakers and panels that you've put together. And as was said, Open to Hope has been a wonderful supporter of the Compassionate Friends for many years, of course, stemming from their own deep and personal connection after the death of their brother and son, Scott. And today I just want to speak with you a little bit about how we can find our way after loss through sharing our grief through peer support. The idea of sharing our most painful loss with others we don't know makes most people feel pretty uncomfortable at first. If you would have asked me prior to becoming a bereaved parent whether I would want to share my innermost heartbreaking loss with a room full of strangers, that couldn't have sounded less appealing. Yet when we find ourselves unexplainably faced with something we can't imagine will survive, sharing with people who truly understand is invaluable. While I more recently became a bereaved parent, not everyone knows that I'm actually also a bereaved sibling, and that was part of my growing up. That's a significant part of who I was. This was before bereaved sibling was an acknowledged term and something that experts understood and addressed, and there was a whole field of study about. I became a bereaved sibling many decades ago, and as is common, you've heard today with childhood bereavement, all that I had known and the rules of life that I felt I could count on in life were shattered. Peer grief support groups weren't available at that time, since the Compassionate Friends was just forming in the US, and most of the other types of peer grief support organizations that are commonplace today, and we know today, including the Dougy Center, began later. In fact, we were encouraged more so to not speak much about such tragic things and to get on with the moving on of your life that was expected back then. I think this helped others to feel less uncomfortable around us with something they couldn't fix or control, and maybe less vulnerable. But it was incredibly isolating to never know anyone around me who could relate to what I had been through, or who I felt a commonality with to better process my own experience. Decades later, when I shockingly became a bereaved parent, I was again faced with this isolation and separation from those around me, those who still had all their children, and the rules of life they had known and counted on still intact. Thankfully, at that time, the Compassionate Friends was a resource available in a new way that someone told me about and brought to my attention. And it was life-saving for me, particularly after already living decades without this type of support. So there's two ways that sharing our grief can help us find our way through the unimaginable. Initially, we receive that support in the early days of our loss that we desperately need. And this helps us to take steps forward into a brand new world that we never anticipated being a part of our lives. Later, through our efforts to support other newer grievers, we can experience our own growth as we work to make meaning from our loss. As was mentioned in a couple of the other segments, telling our story of the death of our loved ones is a critical first step. When the death is shocking or out of order or with no explanation or resolution, it's hard to even find words for what we've been through. We can't begin to process and understand something that we can't even articulate. The experience is unbelievable to us, and it's unbelievable to everyone around us. The process of telling our story over and over time, helps us to acknowledge what happened and to begin understanding this new reality that we suddenly are living within. Typically, people who have not experienced this type of pain and loss have a pretty limited capacity to hear someone's story in detail or periodically, and yet this is so important to the bereaved person. So having a network of others who share this sorrow is important because they obviously have better capacity to understand. When we share our devastating story of loss, we also receive a level of needed caring and compassion that we can witness in the eyes and comments of others around the room. It's very validating of what we are experiencing inside and of our own heart's journey. A few months after my son Connor's horrible accident, I ran into a woman in my exercise class who I hadn't seen in years. She was a fellow mom on one of Connor's earlier soccer teams who was seeing me for the first time since it had happened. One of her sons was the same age as Connor and had been a teammate, so it hit her very deeply and personally, even though we weren't close. When she saw me, her heart sank and she just didn't have any words. She immediately began to weep. She couldn't stop herself and tears were streaming down her face. She was embarrassed and apologized right away for crying because she was worried that she would remind me of my loss and cause me more pain by crying. I told her that she didn't need to apologize at all. Crying wasn't a very appropriate response. It was horrifically sad. But for me, it was also a gift to see her tears and to have her share my pain. Often, instead, people try to cheer us up and offer a silver lining or platitude, just in case we're not able to see our tragedy through the eyes of all the at leasts. And it's good you have ... perspectives that we can hear often. She lightened my burden just a little by truly sharing my pain at that moment and provided a validating mirror to me for what I was feeling every moment of every day. This validating mirror and sharing of our pain happened through peer grief support as well. When a bereaved person shares their pain with other grievers who understand, they gain a lot of things. They learn better ways to process their grief through insights from others. They identify healthier coping techniques to help manage the pain rather than the ones that can be easy for us to reach toward in an attempt to numb them instead. They discover how others are living meaningful lives after unthinkable loss, which we can't even begin to imagine is possible in the immediate aftermath. They find a caring community of support during the early days that follow, and sometimes for a lifetime. As we are bereaved longer, we also benefit from having witnesses to our very long journey and the ways in which we change as grief shapes us over time. When we're newly bereaved, particularly as a parent or sibling, there are other things we are experiencing in addition to just the sheer pain of losing this person who was so precious and irreplaceable. The despair is more than our hearts can bear, yet also we have other challenges. Common feelings when we're newly bereaved can include feeling as if nothing like this has ever happened to others, particularly if the death was shocking, unexplainable, and out of all contexts of expectation we thought we had when we thought we were doing the right things in life. The inundation of pain can feel like our experience of loss is the worst possible, and nothing others have experienced could be as bad. We can feel like we must have done something wrong to deserve such pain and deprivation. We can feel like there's no one who could relate to the changed life we're leading and the depth of sadness that overwhelms us constantly. We can feel that we failed as parents or siblings. The guilt and shame we carry can be powerful and debilitating. We can feel as though we don't deserve happiness again. So beyond having somebody hear our story and a place to share our grief, which are really important, peer support can also help shift some of these really complicated feelings that come with it and make our sorrow worse. Often it's easier to grant grace to others before we can grant it to ourselves. For example, when we see someone else as human and deserving of forgiveness, we more readily hold the possibility of forgiving ourselves for our failings. When we grant someone else the right to happiness again after their loss that they couldn't stop, we may allow ourselves the possibility of deserving happiness again someday too. When we can encourage others to let go of guilt and shame for what they could not control, we can begin to unburden our hearts of those a little more. When we find compassion for others who have lost, we more readily can feel compassion for ourselves. Our empathy grows and our ability to hold space for someone else's pain grows by learning from someone who has offered that to us. The commonalities of our shared experience of deep loss often connect us in ways that are more powerful than the differences that we see on the surface. Frequently, I've met other bereaved parents or siblings who seem at first very different. Their losses are different, their life experience is unique, and they may be of another culture, race, age, or religious belief. Yet we come to find that these differences are of secondary importance compared to our shared loss and pain. Much of how we feel, what we do, how we live, our understanding of the world going forward, and our lifelong challenge of living with loss is the same. During my first year as a bereaved mom, I was grateful to find a facilitated support group of bereaved mothers in my area. We all had experienced the death of our children within the same year, and all of them were still at home in our care and had not yet become adults. Within this group of 8, some of us were younger and some older. Our children had died from very different causes and at different ages. We were from diverse cultural backgrounds and we had distinct upbringings and lives. Each situation was entirely different and terribly tragic, with no easy understanding. I learned that there were multiple ways I hadn't fathomed that incomprehensible tragedy can affect a family. I wasn't alone or somehow targeted. Each of these women was a good person, a good mother, a good wife, a good daughter, a professional, neighbor, and friend. They all did lots of the right things, and something tragic still happened. All of us were able to find more positive steps forward because of sharing something so profoundly painful with those who could truly understand, hear, and witness it. We could see commonalities in our sorrow and hold important space for the individual burdens we each uniquely carried. We gained significant empathy for one another that shifted the perspectives of our own losses. In some ways, these strangers who shared my heart-shattering loss provided support in a way that well-intended people who knew me throughout my life just couldn't. So peer support starts by providing help for a newly bereaved person's darkest times. Volunteers are ready to help those newer members who may feel desperate and alone. And examples of how more seasoned grievers made it through can allow someone newly struggling to find a ray of hope that they might might make it through as well. Later, peer support can provide a periodic reflection of where a person is on their grief journey as the years continue. There's a kinship and connection with others who are making it through alongside one another and who are managing throughout the natural changes and stages of life also. Peer support then shifts further to the griever lending a hand to others. Through volunteer leadership as a mentor and a supporter, more seasoned grievers hold space for others, and at times are really an unwavering rock to those experiencing the raw and debilitating pain of new loss. I love a quote by Rumi that says, "A wound is the place where light enters you." This holds true for many of us as we become further out from our loss. Over time, we see things through a different lens after the death of our loved one, and which lens is always our choice. I loved at the beginning David Kessler's description in his opening when he was speaking about the loss of his own son. He said that it was brutal then and it's brutal now. That's true and an apt description for many of us, regardless of what others sometimes see on the outside. Yet we have a choice of what comes after that sentence. We can say it was and remains brutal, and I can never live happily again. Alternatively, we can say it was and remains brutal, and I can perhaps still live very well. We can choose our precious moments every day consciously and with gratitude. We can choose to grow from our grief. We can choose these ways of living in honor of our loved one who died and in honor of our own journey from brokenness. And often peer support can help us choose which lens we see our loss through, and the lives that we can create are better. There are many ways to find and be involved with peer grief support. The Compassionate Friends provide support to families who have lost a child at any age and from any cause. Our mission is to provide highly personal comfort, hope, and support to every family experiencing the death of a son or daughter, a brother or sister, or granddaughter or grandson, and to help each other assist the grieving family. A variety of ways to participate are available, including about 550 chapters we're up to now that host grief support groups across the country with a presence in every state. Our virtual support reaches now about 900,000 annually, which is amazing. Through our main Facebook page, our private Facebook groups for specific losses, our Compassionate Friends USA website, and our additional Zoom groups. Those who want very direct involvement attend regular in-person chapter meetings, our virtual support programs, local events, or our annual national conference that was mentioned. People who prefer to interact from wherever they are located and at their own pace gravitate to our private Facebook or online chat groups. And then we have additional opportunities for honoring and remembering our children, grandchildren, and siblings, like our worldwide candle lighting program. Members can stay for as long as they need, and many weave in and out of involvement with us along their grief journey. Some people stay for a few meetings, some for a few years, and some throughout their lives. We have free resources on our website and through educational materials too. For more information about the Compassionate Friends Peer Support Organization, please visit our website at compassionatefriends.org. And as we mentioned earlier, our national conference is being held in person this year in Houston. Cindy mentioned it earlier on the sibling panel, and I'll mention it here again. It's our 45th national conference, and we have just a wonderful array of keynote speakers, workshops, performances, sharing sessions, Sibling Sunday, so many things. And it's for parents, it's for siblings, grandparents, other family members, and friends who want to support them. And more information about the conference is on our website as well. Sometimes the very thing a bereaved person needs can be found through peer support. So deciding how we live forward after a significant loss is a choice we have, and we make it each and every day throughout our lives. Peer grief support can be a key to helping us as we do the very hard work of incorporating our loss over a lifetime. Please reach out to us if you would like additional information on how we can support families after the death of a child. Thanks again for providing this opportunity to share more information about the Compassionate Friends and how we can find our way after loss by sharing grief through peer support. There are many people all around who are here for you. And I may have finished a little early, so I can answer questions if Gloria and Heidi have any.
Oh, sorry, we're moving.
Okay.
Hi, Sherry. Sorry, we're just,
Sorry, Sherry, we were in the other room. We could hear you, but
We
we
were
couldn't see you.
No problem, no problem.
all right. Well, thank you for being on and for Compassionate Friends and all the good stuff that you do there. Really amazing. And we love the organization. We're looking forward to seeing you.
Thank you. Looking forward to seeing you too. And thanks again for all your support through the pandemic, before and as we go forward.
All right.
Thanks, Sherry. We will see you in Texas this summer. We're looking forward to it.
Sounds great. Thanks.
Thanks. Oh, Heidi, our next guest. We love this woman and we haven't seen her for a long time and she's looking adorable.
Yes, as always. She's always glamorous. Are you kidding? We are going to talk to Carol Brody Fleet today about when it comes to your grief, watch your reach. So Carol is a multi-award winning author of 4 books, including 12-time international bestseller, Widows Wear Stilettos. And we love that.
And we
name.
loved it. She wore stilettos at her
Yes.
events, always.
Always.
I am right now.
I love it. Yes. She is a media contributor, 6-time contributor to Chicken Soup for the Soul, and an expert in grief recovery. Carol has made nearly 1,300 radio appearances and additionally appears on numerous television programs. Welcome to the show, Carol.
Thank you. And thank you both so much for having me as part of this incredibly special day. I am so honored to be with you.
Oh, we're so happy we join you. You'll join us because we know what a busy woman you are.
Aren't all of us? I think all of us are, but what you have put together, you two and Open to Hope and everybody is just remarkable. And I've gotten so many incredible comments just leading up to today about this forum that you've provided, this wealth of information and the opportunity for growth and healing. Thank you both so much for that. And I do want to say thank you to all of you for joining us here today. Just by being here, you've taken a gargantuan step forward in your own healing journey. And it takes courage to do that. So thank you for joining us. I do want to tell you just a little bit about myself so you kind of get a feeling for why I'm sitting here talking to you today. Back a few years now, we were a normal family. My husband, Mike, was a 28-year veteran of his police department here in Southern California. And our daughter, Kendall, at the time was just on the cusp of adolescence, and that's always a fun time, and keeping us very busy. And I had just left the legal profession from which I come from, education and degree. And I was enjoying my career in the upper management levels of the beauty and cosmetics industry. And that's where life had us when Mike was diagnosed with ALS. That's more commonly known as Lou Gehrig's disease. Happily, there's been a lot more awareness brought to that illness in the last few years through the Ice Bucket Challenge and so forth. But at the end of the day, the reality is that it is a terminal illness. And as was with the case with Mike, the illness took him fairly quickly. And 2 years after he was diagnosed, he passed away. I was left a widowed parent of a then pre-adolescent child in complete financial and emotional ruin. And I had absolutely no idea in which direction to turn. There just simply wasn't a whole lot of support out there for widowed, and none that spoke to me anyway. And it was a few years later, after going through the healing processes and doing some great things and making some strides and making a couple of mistakes, that I thought, you know, there's got to be at least 1 or 2 other widowed people out there who might be feeling the same way I felt at the very beginning of my healing journey, isolated, completely alone, and absolutely rudderless. And I just started writing notes on a legal pad. I'm old school, and I just started writing notes. And when I finished writing down all the things that I'd been looking for and couldn't find, I actually wound up with the table of contents to the first book, Widows Wear Stilettos, which has just been released into 2nd edition. And I am so excited that those notes on a legal pad scribbled in the middle of the night has turned into now 17 years of service to the widowed community predominantly and the bereaved community at large. It has been a journey of privilege and of blessing for me. So that's how I wound up here speaking to you. And I am thrilled about this particular subject because what I am going to try and impart to you is just a little bit of control, because too many of us relinquish that control, the control of our healing journey. And that relinquishment can start with our reach. When it comes to your grief and your healing journey, you must watch your reach. What does that mean? Let's start with a huge myth. And that myth is that time heals all wounds. I hate that phrase. It's not true. And I will teach about it. And in teaching about time healing all wounds, or not, I will also talk about reaching. You've got to be proactive and you've got to reach for help and you've got to reach. But it occurred to me after a few years that I wasn't being specific enough about the direction in which you reach. So that's what I want to talk about. All of us, every single one of us has 3 distinct directions of reach. And this goes for whether we're healing after loss or in our daily day-to-day life. We have choices in our directions of reach. The first direction is reaching down. What does reaching down mean? Too many of us, myself included, have reached down during our healing journeys. Reaching down means that you are sharing and expecting support from toxic people, negative people, people who are not going to benefit you in any way as you move forward through what may very well possibly be the worst time of your life and the worst experience of your life. And who are you reaching for? People who are going to bring you down and keep you there. You know, let's stop for a second. Everybody on the planet can be divided into one of 2 columns, energy givers and energy drainers. Now, the energy givers are the people that you've seen today and you're going to continue to see throughout the day. They are fantastic. They are making you better for having spent time in their space. They're encouraging and they're uplifting and they have positive suggestions and they're proactive in helping you. Those are your energy givers. Energy drainers are just that. They're draining. If you spend enough time with one, you're going to feel like someone let all the air out of your tires. If you ask them how they're feeling, they'll tell you, and it's never good. They're full of ailments. The dog has fleas. The oven door is broken. They're tired all the time. You know, they're the living embodiment of the cartoon character with the dark cloud over its head. And you know that glass is half full, half empty thing? Well, their glass is not only half empty, it has dribble holes and a lipstick stain and a cigarette butt in the bottom. Energy drainers are going to bring you down and they are going to keep you there. You've got to get away from them. So before you share your healing journey or your feelings or your innermost thoughts or your fears or whatever, with someone, think about this. Why am I sharing with them? Why am I listening to them? Am I being wise in allowing them to possibly inform and couch my healing journey? And if your answers aren't in the positive, those are your answers right there. That's reaching down. You never, ever want to reach down. It will not serve you in any positive stead as you move forward through your grief. The next direction of reach is reaching out, laterally, sideways. Reaching out is awesome. It's terrific. You're reaching out to the people who have the same or similar experience as you do. You know, as I said at the top, and I remember this feeling so well, the first thing that you feel after a tremendous loss is alone. Alone in your feelings, alone in the experience, like nobody could possibly understand. Now, obviously, all of our loss experiences are unique because we're unique, but the experiences that are born of that loss can be very similar. And I found that out as I began to receive the thousands of letters I've been blessed to receive over the years, is all these people writing in saying, I know nobody has this problem. And I could think of 24 other people who have said the same thing. So when you reach out to others who are in the same boat that you are, that right there is a huge comfort because you know you're not alone. And other people will share more readily with somebody that they know will understand and relate to them. And you will learn so much from a community that will surround you with support and encouragement and education. Remember what I said about energy giving? Just because you suffered a loss doesn't make you an energy drainer. And the people in the community that we are a part of, that we serve, are the most phenomenal people in the world. And the fantastic thing about technology is if you're not a talker, if you're not an extrovert, if you're not a joiner, you can still reach out for that community. And you can be a part of it just by going online. And there is literally a community for every single kind of loss that you can imagine. I happen to serve the widowed community predominantly, but I welcome anybody who is suffering through loss or life challenge, because so much of what we teach can apply to so many loss perspectives. So that's reaching out. I really want to encourage you to reach out to others who have experienced the same or similar experience as you. And they're easy to find. And that includes in-person support too. The last direction of support is reaching up. Now, I know most of you will think, oh, reaching up to God, reaching up to a higher power. Absolutely. I absolutely sanction that, but that's not what I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about reaching up to the experts. And experts can be anybody that has the education or the experience, or a combination of both. Doctors Heidi and Gloria Horsley are excellent examples of reaching up to the experts. Experts can also include your doctor or somebody related to your doctor in the mental health field, a therapist, a life coach. Reaching up can include authors. Because I promise you this, I'm gonna do something very, very bold and speak for every author in who writes in the bereavement genre. We write in that genre by choice. It's not an easy genre to pitch from a business standpoint, but it's the most important in my humble view, because we all choose to write in that genre for one reason. We want to help you get through your pain. We want to alleviate hurt. We want to provide hope and promise and tell you that even if you can't see it today, we can see it for you. Let us see it for you. And if you just reach up, we'll grab your hand and we will show you how. I also encourage you to reach up to several different experts, because everybody's approach to grief recovery is different. And not everybody's approach speaks to everybody the same way. I know for a fact that my approach to grief is a little different, and it doesn't necessarily appeal to everybody. That's okay, just as long as you don't stop trying to seek and trying to find the support that speaks to your heart and your spirit, which has been wounded, not broken, but bruised. As long as you can find something that speaks to you, you have reached up. You're letting somebody else guide you. What I love to tell my widows is, I know right now you feel like you can't even see the street from the front of your house. It's just a fog. And I get that feeling. I remember that. I remember sitting on a couch in the dark and not moving, because what was the point? But I like to tell those widows, you might not be able to see the street or down the block, but I can see around the corner. So let me see for you for a little bit. Let me help you. Just take baby steps to get to that street, to start walking down the block, and to make it around the corner. So those are the three directions of reach that you have to choose from. You know, I like to leave people with a takeaway, something that they can put into practice right after I finish speaking. Something that's going to help move them forward, just a little thing. So what I hope you will do is make a list. And the first list, I want it to be energy drainers that you believe are in your life, perhaps even in your circle. Make a list of 5 energy drainers that are in your circle. And then ask yourself, am I reaching down to them? Am I sharing parts of my healing journey that I shouldn't be, that they're now influencing? And then if that's true, I want you to ball up that list and throw it away, because it's not helping you. Your next list is going to help you. You're going to write down your list of energy givers, the people that you walk away better than you were when you walked up, the people that lift you and support you and say, and that doesn't mean they're just always saying yes, but everything that they're doing, whether they're volunteering to pick your kids up from school, or they are giving you links or grocery lists or whatever it is that you need in that moment. That's who I want you to focus on. I really want you to gravitate toward your energy givers. Make those lists and see if your healing journey doesn't improve just a little bit by changing your circle of influence, the people that you are permitting to inform and couch your healing journey. Probably one of the most important journeys that you'll ever take. And while we have just a little bit of time left, I want to encourage you to take one more reach of direction. I want to encourage you to reach back, reach behind you, reach back and look over your shoulder at how far you've come. And I don't care if your loss was 10 minutes ago, 10 days ago, or 10 years ago. Look at how far you've come from that moment that shape-shifted your future forever. The moment when your life was never going to be the same. Look how far you've come. Just by logging on today, that's a huge step. And I also want you to reach back and grab one person that is coming up behind you, because sadly, we do welcome people coming up behind us. Grab a hold of their hand and say, hey, I have found an avenue for help. I have found Open to Hope. I have found Soaring Spirits. I have found Compassionate Friends. I have found Grief Matters. I have found Widows Wear Stilettos. I have found my people, my tribe, the people that understand. Reach back, because I promise you, there is somebody coming up behind you who feels just like you do now, or just like you did at that moment of loss. I want to thank you for spending some of your precious time with me and for being a part of this incredible day. To find out more about Widows Wear Stilettos and all the books and what it is that we do, I invite you to visit widowswearstilettos.com. And also you can find me on Facebook at Carol Brody Fleet. And we have a lot of hot topic discussions and motivation and inspiration there as well. Thank you once again. And thank you, Open to Hope. I love you guys dearly.
Great. Thank you, Carol. We love you too. You're a fabulous person. And I'm hoping we're going to get to see you this year. You wonderful.
I hope so too. I hope so too.
Miss you a lot.
Carol, you are such a bright light and you're so energetic and you really raise the vibration. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Heidi. Love you guys.
Love you too. Have a great
Take care.
Well, Heidi, we have got an interesting guest today from Helping Parents Heal, right?
Yes, we're going to talk with someone from Helping Parents Heal, and we are going to call this next topic, Helping Parents Heal from Grief to Growth. And we are going to Brian Smith is going to talk today. And let me tell you a little bit about Brian. Brian Smith became acquainted with grief in 2015 after the sudden passing of his 15-year-old daughter, Shayna. Since then, he has studied the nature of life and death and how to progress through grief. Today, Brian helps guide others going through loss of any kind. So welcome, Brian.
Welcome, Brian. Great to have you on the show today.
Hi. Thanks for having me.
And I love the picture of Shayna, I'm guessing, behind you.
That is Shayna, yes.
Phenomenal.
All right, wonderful. So you're going to talk to us about From Grief to Growth, right?
I am, yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And remind me, how much time do I have?
Let's see, Brian. I've got to look at your. You will be 3:15, Brian.
Okay, so I thought it was 15 minutes. So it's great. I've got more time. All right, let me go ahead and share my screen. Let's see. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes. Yes.
Let me try this again. I'm sorry. And Keynote.
Yep, we can see that.
Great. Let me find here. There we go. And I still need to go back. All right, there we go. So thank you everybody for having me here. My name is Brian Smith. My business is called Grief to Growth, but I also work extensively with a group called Helping Parents Heal. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that while we're talking today. So what I've got a few minutes here, what I want to discuss is how we can kind of flip the script on what grief actually is and how we can maybe look at grief and life and death a little bit differently. So in the time I have today, I want to talk about what society's relationship is with death currently. We'll talk about what grief is. We'll think about grief as what if we think about grief as the beginning of a journey, what to expect when we're going through grief. I'm going to talk about grief as a practice as opposed to something that we just have to endure. I'm going to give you a few tools that you can use while you're going through grief, and then we'll summarize. So, and generally in our society, death is kind of a stranger. We kind of hide death away. We don't like to see it. A lot of times nowadays we die in the hospital. Sometimes people die alone. Whereas in the past, people typically died at home, for example, and people were more familiar with death. Children growing up on farms would see animals dying. So death becomes to a lot of us as a shock. We have a very youth-oriented culture. We have a culture that says death is the ultimate failure, that we want to remain young. We were constantly obsessed with, looking like we're younger than we are, and we change our bodies to pretend that death doesn't exist, that we don't actually even age because it reminds us of death. We have preconceived notions of when people should die, and this applies particularly to me. My daughter Shayna, who you can see behind me, was 15 years old when she passed away. That's not something I ever expected. Now, and again, in earlier times, children would pass away all the time. It wasn't so much of a shock as it is now. And now we have this idea that everyone should live to be 80 or 90 or 100 years old. And when people don't live to be that long, it really throws our notion of what's fair and what's right way off. We don't really have extensive knowledge of the afterlife. I was just interviewing someone yesterday for my podcast who's talking about the afterlife in a film that he's putting out. And we were talking about how it almost seems to be news to people. It's called New Age sometimes to talk about the afterlife, which typically in ancient cultures, everybody knew about the afterlife. Everybody believed in the afterlife. But we've gotten to the point in our society now where it's kind of not known anymore. And we think of death as the ultimate failure, that, we fight against death, we rail against death. But the one thing that we honestly all know when we're born, even when we have our children, that we all ultimately go back to where we came from. Nobody here lives in this body forever. But we think of death as the ultimate failure, and we talk about it in that sense. So therefore, if that's your belief, that means that the end of everyone's life is a failure. That's not a very productive way to view the world or view life. So what if we flip that on its head? What if we said that death is not the end of the journey, but the beginning of a journey? And I say this in two senses. It's the beginning of the journey for the person who we call deceased, because I don't believe that they cease to exist. As a matter of fact, I believe they're in a much higher state than we're in. But what if it's also the beginning of the journey for us? What if it's the beginning of the journey for us, the bereaved, the person that's left behind? What if we looked at this as a different way, as an opportunity to grow? So how do we do that? Well, we got to really look at the world and life and death differently, as I kind of alluded to before. And there are two basic ways of viewing the world, two philosophical ways of viewing the world. The first one is materialism. Now, materialism is the belief that all there is what we can see, what we can taste, what we can hear, what we can measure with our instruments. And this is actually a relatively new view of the world that came about in the last couple of 100 years. This view also believes that consciousness arises from the material, that the material universe pre-existed consciousness, and then somehow through a series of incidents and ever-growing complexity of its inert material became conscious. So that's the materialistic point of view. So this point of view leads us to the conclusion that when the body dies, consciousness dies. It's really the only conclusion you can form. If consciousness, if you think of it as resting on the material, or arising from the material, living in the material, if that's true, then when the body dies and consciousness must die, and since we're nothing really but consciousness, we would cease to exist. Now, the other way of looking at the world is we call idealism. Now, idealism, again, turns us completely around. And idealism says that consciousness is actually the foundation of everything. The consciousness pre-existed the material, and that the material is actually a subset, if you will, of consciousness. So what does this lead us to believe? Well, that means that, again, the material universe is derivative. It's not foundational. It's not primary. It is actually derivative from consciousness. And since consciousness never began in the sense of the material universe, consciousness also never ends. Consciousness never dies. And this is my belief. I believe that consciousness, the one collective consciousness that we all arise out of, not only is that eternal, but we are eternal as beings here having a temporary materialistic or material experience. So again, I believe that consciousness is actually everything. And this is the foundation of why I believe that if we can hold this belief, that we can look at grief in a very, very different way. And again, just to reiterate this, the idea of idealism, which some people, it might be a new term to you. And when I say materialistic, I don't mean materialistic in the sense that we like material things. In that sense, I mean materialistic in that everything is material. But the idea of idealism is being talked about by philosophers. And I would say again, not just now, but it's actually something that's been talked about again, because this is the idea that actually most people had for most of mankind's existence. And as I said, just recently, we kind of moved away from this in the materialism. If you look at the creation myths, and I was raised a Christian, so I know about the creation myth that's in the Bible. But if you look at other creation myths from around the world, they have some really interesting things in common. And one of the things they have in common is they all start with some form of consciousness. They all start with consciousness creating the material. And actually, it's interesting because if you look at even the Big Bang Theory, which is a very materialistic theory, it starts with this singularity that explodes in everything there is, which is very similar to a lot of the creation myths. So my belief is that the philosophers and the ancient theologians had it right, and the scientists are finally kind of coming back around to that. So again, consciousness is eternal. Another thing about these creation myths, a lot of times what happens is consciousness in one form or another steps into its creation. It steps into the material world. Some people use analogies like, the material world is a dream and we're being dreamed by consciousness, but somehow this consciousness kind of interacts with the world that it's created. I believe that idealism, this idea that consciousness is what we are, is actually built into us. I think this is inherent in our nature, and that when people come into this materialistic society that we live in, it's kind of driven out of us. And we're told, no, you're just an accidental biological robot in a meaningless universe that doesn't care about you. You were created, if you want to use that word, when you were born, and when you die, you'll be destroyed. But I believe this goes against man's nature. And I believe that's one of the reasons why, I think it's one of the reasons why a lot of us are so lonely, frankly, why we struggle with not being able to connect to each other. I believe that's why we don't really value each other in a lot of sense. And I believe that we've forgotten this. And it's something that we just really need to be reminded of. And so and I want to tell you, there's a lot out there that supports this idea. There's a guy I want to mention who wrote several books. His name is Dr. Bernardo Kastrup, and he wrote several books about this idea of idealism. So sometimes people will think this is just a theological thing, or this is just wishful thinking. But actually, this actually makes a lot of sense when you start to look at things, even from a scientific or a point of view where we can study things. Quantum physics is really turning the idea of materialism on its head. The idea that consciousness can interact with the material. And this has been proven over and over again. There are lots of scientific studies to study things like ESP and what they call psi abilities. So these ideas are supported. So I'm not here, I don't tell people that this is something that you should just believe and take on faith, but I know there's a lot of evidence for this, and I've been studying it for quite a while. So why is this really important? Okay, what happens to us when we, quote, die? What happens to us when our material body ceases to function? Now, I don't like the word die, because the word die has an implication that is this an end, and it's a cessation of life. And it's true in a sense, because our bodies, as we all know, and it's obvious, do not live forever. Our bodies will die. If we were our bodies, as I said earlier, that means that we would die. But I don't believe we are our bodies. And again, there's a lot of evidence for that. So when we die, there are three different ways we can basically look at this. The first way is when we die, we blink out. We're just like a light bulb. When we die, our brain shuts down, our body, our consciousness is gone, and we just turn off. And this is a belief that some people hold to this day. This is a belief that doesn't give us any hope, of course, for an afterlife or for an existing relationship with someone who's gone on. But this is one way to look at life. Another way that people look at life sometimes is when we die is that we merge. We merge into the one, that we just become this greater form of consciousness. This is the idea that energy is neither created nor destroyed. So when we die, our energy just kind of goes back out into where we came from. But there's another way of looking at this, and this is the way that I look at it, that we actually, when we quote die, when our bodies stop, we actually expand, that we expand back into what we came from. I believe we lose our ego. Our ego is the sense of what makes me different from you, what separates me from you. It's necessary to live on this planet. It's necessary to know where I end and you would begin. So I know not to give away everything I own, for example. So the ego is something that is formed when we come to live in this material world. And it's a very necessary thing. But even though we lose the ego, we do keep the sense of I. We do keep our individuality. And again, I believe this is supported by after-death communications, by mediumship connections with people that are beyond. The people I say the people, we are the people. We will all go back to that state at one point. But when we cross back over, we do keep our sense of I. We retain our memories. We retain that sense of self. So I don't believe in the merge theory necessarily. I believe we do keep the sense of I. We go beyond our story. Right now, I am Brian. I identify as Brian. When people call that name, that's the name I respond to. And I have a story. I remember my youth. I think about myself as being born in 1961, and I grew up in Columbus, Ohio. That's my story. That's a story of me in this individual lifetime, in this individuation. I believe that we live many lifetimes, and that when we reunite with our greater self, that we go beyond the story, the little story that's Brian. And I remember and I can recall the collective story of my greater self. Again, I also believe we retain access to our memories, but we also gain access to a collective consciousness. This is the really cool thing about death, I think, is we expand in the sense that I can now connect with my collective consciousness, with my prior lives, if you want to look at it that way, or my future lives, and even lives, maybe other people that might be in my soul group, which is getting into a concept I don't have time to talk about today. Again, reunion with our greater self. We go back to this state where we have reunion with ourself, and we have reunion with our team, the people that we come in with, that we reincarnate with over and over again. We have these reunions when we go back. So for me, this is something really cool to look forward to. I love this cartoon, so I had to include this. I love this image of, here we are as people, material people, trying to hold people back. We want to keep our loved ones with us, and that's normal. That's a part of being human. I wish my daughter was here with me now in the physical, but they're not gone. They don't cease to exist. They just move back to where they came from. I believe when it comes to death, that we have absolutely nothing to fear, and we have everything to gain. Now, one of my favorite authors is C.S. Lewis. I love this quote from him. He says, "It would seem that our Lord finds our desires not too strong, but too weak. We are half-hearted creatures fooling about with drink and sex and ambition when infinite joy is offered us, like an ignorant child who wants to go on making mud pies in a slum because he cannot imagine what is meant by the offer of a holiday at the sea. We are far too easily pleased." And I say this in reference to, we cling to what we know. We cling to this life because we know this life. But this quote reminds me of my friend Peter Panagore, who's been on the other side a couple of times. And I was talking to him, he said, living here is like living in the gutter when you have a mansion to move back into. And it doesn't mean that living here is all hell or all bad. Not at all. This place is great. But compared to what was waiting for us, we can't even imagine it. So enjoy your life, enjoy your time while you're here. That's fantastic. But also remember you have something to look forward to. And another quote I love, this is from the Bible. This is what the scriptures mean when they say, "No eye has seen, no ear has heard, and no mind has imagined what God has prepared for those who love him." Now, to me, this reminds me of the near-death experience. When people come back from a near-death experience, they say, "I would love to tell you what I experienced. I can't put it in the words. I can't put the feelings in the words. I can't put the colors in the words. I can't even put the timeline to it because Things don't happen in the same order there. I can be in multiple places at once. I can think, at a much faster speed than I think here. We communicate telepathically. We can't even imagine what waits for us. So how does this relate to grief? When I think of my daughter, when I think of our loved ones on the other side, I don't feel bad for them. I never feel bad for the people on the other side. When someone crosses over, I rejoice for them. I feel bad for myself, but we should never fear that they're gone or they're lost. So what is grief? Grief is a deep, prolonged mental anguish and intense sorrow. It's an emotional suffering resulting from a loss. And this could be any loss, okay? So we're talking about grief specifically in terms of death usually. This could be any loss, such as a loss of a job, a loss of a relationship. We're going through coronavirus, loss of freedom, etc. So that's what grief is. And grief feels like the end. It feels like you've been planted, like you've been buried, like you've been just put under the earth and you'll never see the sun again. Another quote I love is, this is from Jesus from the Bible. I assure you, I must solemnly say to you, unless a grain of wheat falls into the earth and dies, it remains alone. Just one grain, never more. But if it dies, it produces much grain and it yields a harvest. And this is why I title my business Grief to Growth, because I believe that when someone passes away, it can be like us being planted. It's our choice, but we can actually choose to see ourselves as planted rather than buried. Now, in grief counseling, there are a couple different theories. And the one that's becoming more prevalent now is called continuing bonds. Grief counselors a while ago said, okay, you need to be realistic. Your person is gone. You need to let them go. And again, I was just interviewing a gentleman yesterday whose mother's husband passed away, and she started having interactions with them, after death communications. And her grief counselor said, you need to let that go. That's really old fashioned way of looking at grief relief. Now we can have continuing bonds. We never let go of our loved ones. We keep them with us in our lives, in our hearts, for the rest of our lives while we're here. But grief does require practice. It's not easy. We can't just let it happen to us. It requires actually actively looking for hope. It requires finding your tribe. As I mentioned earlier, Helping Parents Heal is an organization that I found. Other parents who have lost children. I know the previous speaker talked about finding tribes of women who have lost husbands. Find people you can relate to. Find a safe space. Find people who will build you up rather than tear you down. I think this is really, really key in dealing with grief. And it requires resetting your mind, literally changing your mind in the way that you think. Grief, as I said, can be a growth opportunity. The thing about anything that happens to you, there's three ways you can look at it in terms of growth. You can gain knowledge from that event that happened to you, something that you didn't know before. You can gain new skills or develop new strength from whatever it is that happened to you, because you need to develop these skills to overcome it. And you can use that tragedy, whatever it is that happened to you, to inspire your next act. So, like, for example, the mother who found out Mothers Against Drunk Driving had a child that passed in a drunk driving accident. The reason I'm talking to you today is because my daughter passed away 7 years ago. 3 years ago, I decided that I was going to do this to honor my daughter. So whatever it is that's happened to you, you can use that as inspiration for the next thing that you decide to do. Now, I like to use a 4-letter acronym to what I do on a daily basis. And I think, as I said, grief is a practice. It's something we need to do every day. You need to practice gratitude. Be grateful for what you have. I know this sounds difficult, but there's always something to be grateful for. So I do this every day before I get out of bed in the morning. I think of 3 things at least that I'm grateful for. The other thing is, I think it's really important to exercise because of the mind-body connection. The third thing is practice some sort of meditation and mindfulness. And the fourth thing is to make sure you're getting enough sleep. A lot of times when people go through grief, sleep is a very difficult thing. These are 4 things you can do when you're going through grief or any time of your life. This is a great practice to have on a daily basis, no matter what it is you're going through. And in conclusion, I want to just let you know who I am again. My name is Brian Smith. You can find me at growth.com. That's grief, the number 2, growth.com. I mentioned Helping Parents Heal. It's helpingparentsheal.org if you want to find Helping Parents Heal. If you lost a child or you know someone else has lost a child. So thanks for having me. And I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Brian.
Wow, Brian, you are a phenomenal speaker. And I love all the information you're giving everybody.
Yeah.
Like they have a toolbox to go home with and to say, okay, these are the kinds of things I can do to get from grief to growth.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we're looking forward to seeing you at Helping Parents Heal.
Awesome. Thank you for having me.
We'll see you there. Take care, Brian.
Bye.
Bye. Well, Heidi, we've got one of our bestie buddies on next, right?
We do. So we are going to be talking about the wholeness that grows out of brokenness from someone who knows all about the wholeness that grows out of brokenness, our dear friend, Dr. Ken Druck. Hey, Ken.
Ken, you've got a beard. Am I seeing that?
Hey, my COVID beard.
That's from grief to growth. That's what he's talking about. His
Grief to
facial
growth.
hair.
How do we get to accessorize as men?
Exactly. So I'm going to introduce Ken. Dr. Ken Druck is a pioneer in the field of grief literacy and recipient of the Distinguished Contribution to Psychology Award. Ken founded the Jenna Druck Center in 1996 to honor his daughter, Jenna. Ken has been a lifeline to countless bereaved families all over the world. He is the author of The Real Rules of Life and Courageous Aging. He has been interviewed for the New York Times, Huffington Post, and Wall Street Journal, just to name a few, and has guest appearances on numerous media outlets, including CNN and PBS. So Ken, welcome.
Thank you for this end of day welcome. My goodness, what a day you have had.
It has been a day.
I try to imagine, I've been trying to imagine all day. I've been tuning in and out, going through all the things that I needed to do today, but just delighted. Oh my goodness. David, Donna, and Brian, and Rebecca, and Michelle, and you guys, it's been, what a glorious day.
It has been, and everybody's
I was
such
sitting
a
here
delight.
thinking, if I had been watching all day or a part of the, what would I be? I'd be trying to figure out, what do I want to, what are the gems? What are the
so
things
many.
that so resonated with me? Because we're all in such different places. We all have different backgrounds and beliefs and ideas. And I mean, I resonated with something that almost everybody said. You know, I was sitting here listening to Brian and thinking about one of my best friends who died and then came back and said, Kenny, you're going to be so excited. The greatest myth ever perpetuated in human history is death.
I love it.
He says, I died, but I didn't, you know. And so I'm listening to Brian and thinking about that. And then I'm listening to David. My heart goes out. David is a thought leader who now, you know, who 5 years ago loses his son, and Michelle and everybody's journey. And then I think about the two of you. And I think about, you know, you and Heather and what you have gone through in losing one of the most beautiful men I've ever met. Your father, your husband, and the journey, how you honor him in doing a day like this with gifts for everybody. I don't care what stage of grief you're in, where there's something that was there for you today, and how all of us as we wind this day down, have to be thinking about, what do I want to pour water on and cultivate and grow? What resonated with me at this time in my sorrows, in my confusion, and my lostness? What can I resonate with? And that's really the moment that we're in right now, isn't it? You know, all of us are saying, what do I want? Maybe we're so filled up with information that we don't know if we can handle one more bit of information. Part of managing grief and loss is knowing when we've had enough, knowing to say, I need to step back now and digest the meal. I need to step back and unplug. I need to watch a stupid movie. I need to walk in nature. I need to quiet my thoughts. I need a massage. I need some pampering. I need to be in the company of people who feed me. I love the presentation we had a couple ago about be around people who feed you, who nurture you, not around grief groupies. So all these things are coming together, and it's a time to put these things. And I want to add what I feel is at the core of so many of these elements as a kind of the icing on the cake of today, with your permission and understanding that you've been listening for so long and there's so much that you've already absorbed. At the core of healing after loss, whether it's been a living loss, a divorce, a bad diagnosis, an accident, God knows our world unraveling in Ukraine, COVID, whatever it is that you're dealing with, and including and at the core, a loss of a life of someone you loved and whose life was as meaningful, if not more to you than your own. And for me, that's my daughter, Jenna, and my earth daughter, Stephanie, because we are left often with an angel daughter and an earth daughter. And for me, it's living into the future for both of my girls. You know, I used to wake up every morning and it was like Groundhog Day, and I'd look down two paths, and down one path is both of my daughters, I imagine, saying, Dad, we should have buried you when Jenna died. You made your pain the center of the universe. You gave up. My earth daughter would say, Dad, you stopped being my father. And then I looked down another path, and there are both of my girls saying, Daddy, we're so proud of you. You fought your way back into life. And we understood, it was so understandable to us that there were days you wanted to give up. All the wind had been taken out of your sails. But you chose to fight your way back into life and to give life new meaning. And the way I did that, I want to share with you. I want to share the core elements, and I called them the 6 honorings. How do we honor those who we have lost? Number 1 is survival. It's our own survival that is the way to honor them, that we summon the newfound strength and courage or faith and understanding and kindness to help ourselves survive, the patience. And what's at the core of that survival? Self-compassion. It's keeping our hand on our heart and our foot off of our throat. It's our hand on our heart saying to us, how could I feel any different? How could I not feel lost? How could I not feel broken? How could I not feel a choiceless amount of sorrow that I've never had to deal with before? It's compassion that embraces our brokenness and becomes the most important part of a new wholeness, a new us. The life we had has ended, and the new life that we're going to be challenged to live and to move into awaits us. But does it await us with a patient, kind, supportive, encouraging, gentle heart? Or does it await us with criticism? You know, when I meet bereaved parents for the first time, what's the first thing that we all do? We break down and we apologize. And what do I say? I say, your apology is not accepted. You've honored me. You've entrusted me with your tears, with the fact that you feel you're shattered. How could you apologize? You've entrusted me with something so sacred. So self-compassion is at the core of our self-care and our survival. Survival is the first honoring. Learning to take care of yourself, surrounding yourself with the right people, giving yourself movement, giving yourself quiet time, giving yourself all the elements of healing that resonate with you. The second honoring, do something good in their name. Today has been about every single person who's spoken is doing something good in the name of their beloveds. Doing something good could be anything. It could be lighting a candle. It could be saying a prayer. It could be doing something that had to do with how they died or how they lived. Whatever it is, the goodness that you do in their name is sacred. It is an honoring. The third thing, cultivate a spiritual relationship with them. So many of the speakers today have spoken about what? The love that never dies. By cultivating a spiritual relationship, does that mean that I have the answer to the universe? I can tell you with 100% certainty what life is, what death is? No, I don't have 100% certainty, but in the absence of that 100%, what do I have? I can bet my faith. I can tell you what gives me such comfort to think about, to know, and to hope that that is the true nature of the way things are. I can bet my faith. I can look at a rainbow. I can watch a sunset. I can find beauty again and find hope again. So, cultivating a spiritual relationship means not being afraid, as I do every day, to say, Jenna, I love you. Or to feel her, I love you, Daddy. Dad, you're not going to wear that shirt. You can't wear it. Get rid of that shirt. But to feel her, the presence of her love for every day of the rest of my life, and to be expressing my love. Do I have certainty? Might I be defrocked because I sound like a desperate, pathetic father who's grasping at straws about the nature of life and death? It doesn't matter to me. I embrace what gives me hope and comfort and what I hold in faith. The fourth honoring, to embody some element of her essence, something I want to be more of as I grow, as I aspire to become the better version of myself. That's the way I honor her. It would please her so to see me being more irreverent and less serious as I've aspired to be, like my daughter. The fifth element, take the high road. Our trip to the bottom of pain has given us a view of compassion. When we turn on breaking news now, whether it's what's happening on the other side of the world or a family in our community, we can feel deep compassion. We know the suffering of the world. How do we use that? We take the high road. Believe me, I bit so many people's noses off after my daughter died. Have a nice day, sir. Yeah, it'll be a great day. My daughter was just killed. How many people's noses are we biting off, including family members? After 9/11, we instituted a program called Take the High Road. Treat the people in your family and friendship circles as an expression of your love for the person we all lost. So taking the high road means in the rawness of your grief, show people patience, kindness, understanding, cut them a little bit of slack. They're going through their own grief journey. And lastly, perhaps the most difficult, write new chapters of life. Live out the rest of your days as an honoring. How do you do that? You allow joy to come back. You allow laughter and irreverence. You allow sorrow its voice for as long as it wants to speak, for as long as it calls out to you. Those are the honorings, the ways we do it. That's a sampling. Again, my wish for you is to take the gems of resonance, things that people said and taught and showed you, and the stories that they shared, and to incorporate the things that you believe are going to help you find your way and fight your way back into life and find some measure of peace. And as you do so, please understand paradox more than anything. The paradox that I tell people, my daughter is gone. When her body came back from India, where she passed, I held her body. I held her, and I can tell you she had vacated that place, that beautiful body that carried her for 21 years. She was gone, and she was right here. She never left my side. My daughter was with me, and she has been with me. She's gone, and she's with me. We're broken, We're shattered. We can look into each other's eyes and see the tears. And we're whole. We're whole in that we have become the better, more compassionate, perhaps more loving, more understanding people who really know what's true and what's precious in this life and how to live it more meaningfully. We have become the better versions, the more whole versions of ourselves. That's what it means to be broken and whole. And there is never shame with wholeness or brokenness. The shame is gone. We take a deep breath. We walk with a limp in our hearts, perhaps. And that is us. That's us. That's the life that we are living, that we hold in gratitude, that we live on and write new chapters and make new memories for. So, all that shared, I want to thank Heidi and Gloria and everybody who's involved in the production of today for honoring me and giving me the privilege of being one of your speakers. And my hope and prayer for everybody that has been listening is to keep your hand on your heart and take your foot off of your throat when you catch yourself there. Blessings.
Blessings to you, Ken. You are so fabulous. We love you so much and everything you do for the world. And we're hoping to see you personally again soon.
I'll look forward to that.
A few takeaways for me. There were so many, but I loved when you said our own survival is the way to honor them. And we are broken and we are whole. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you for today.
Well, our next, and I hope you'll stand for the candle lighting. Our next guest is Alan Peterson. And before we get on with Alan, take a minute, get your candle. And we have our candle here, our Scott candle. And we are going to open it so you can see everybody that is on this program, but you have to mute your microphones. Please mute your microphones. And while Alan's singing at the end, we will open it so that we can see all our candles together.
And I know I'm not supposed to light my candle, Alan. Alan's probably like, why is she lighting her candle? I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but eventually you will light your candle. I just love this candle. It says, "Tonight I hold this candle in memory of you," which is one of Alan's songs. So we are going to introduce Alan, who has been in our lives and in our grief journey for over 20 years. And Alan Peterson is an award-winning speaker, songwriter, and recording artist. Since the death of his 18-year-old daughter, Ashley, in 2001, Alan has traveled to more than 1,500 cities, speaking and playing his original music. Alan also successfully served 4 years as the executive director of the Compassionate Friends. So if for any reason you want to have Alan come and visit you, your chapter, your organization, he is available. So thank you, Alan.
Thank you, Alan. So good to see you.
Thank you for
Good to see
closing
you.
for us.
All right.
Well, what is left to say? I mean, what an incredible lineup of speakers. And Ken Druck, him and I are wearing the same outfit, and we didn't even call each other about it. So I always love hearing Ken. And first of all, it's just an incredible honor to be a part of this healing day for the second year in a row. And I want to thank, and I'm sure everybody has had that opportunity today, but I want to thank both you, Dr. Gloria and Dr. Heidi. We have been friends for as long as I've been on this journey. I also want to thank Rebecca and Heather, who are kind of behind the scenes, but also work very, very hard to put all this together. If you have never done something like this, it takes a lot. And it takes getting a lot of people involved. So thank you for this day. And along with everybody else, I just echo that it's an honor to be a part of it. So I had a few things I was going to say, and then I thought, you know what, they've been said. And I think the best way to wrap up a day like today is really just to remember. And as Ken just said, to hold them in our heart. And I know we have people on here that have had a loss of all type. And, you know, I never compare losses. As you said in the intro, back in 2001, my 18-year-old and only daughter, my oldest child, Ashley, died in an automobile accident. I was in a completely different world. I didn't know a thing about grief and loss. I'd been around the music business, radio, television, and had been a writer my whole life. Knew nothing about grief and loss. And I've been very fortunate on my journey to find the support that I needed. And to, amongst that support, as I started doing this work, traveling around the country, playing music and speaking for others who have had loss, I've had the privilege of meeting people like yourselves, the absolute best and brightest minds on planet Earth. And many of those people on here today are friends of mine or people I have worked with. So I've just been blessed. But one thing I have learned in grief, and I guess one of the biggest things I do when I go and speak and play in a town, is I don't just play music, but I talk about the journey. I talk about what we learn on the journey, what I've learned on the journey. And in the end, as we come through grief, we're kind of just left with the choice. Are we going to live the rest of our lives trying to live without the loss, or are we going to continue living the rest of our lives with the loss? And as anybody knows who's been on this journey, regardless of your loss and regardless of how long you've been on that journey, we live with the loss because the love is always there. The love is with us right now. And everybody that's watching me right now can feel that love and tap into it. We don't love them less today than the day they died. And so that's a lot of my message. And so I want to close today with just a candle lighting ceremony. And what I'm going to ask you to do is just for a moment as we close this down, I want you to just take a deep breath. And I want you to close your eyes. And I want to take a walk together, you and I, but back to some very specific and unique places that are all our own. And what I'd like you to do with me is take a walk with me back into the halls of your memory, where you've got a beautiful memory of your child, grandchild, brother, your sister, your mom, your dad, your husband, your wife, your friend, your loved one. And there in the halls of your memory, I'd like you to look up on the shelf and find a specific memory. Pull it down from the shelf and put it in your heart and put it in your mind right now. Now, maybe in your memory, you're outdoors, and if that's the case, I want you to really be outdoors. Look at the sky and all that is around you. If your memory has you indoors, I want you to really be in that room. Look at the walls and look at the furniture. Now I want you to look into their eyes. Maybe they're a fully grown adult, or a teenager, or a toddler, or an infant. Maybe this is a child that you carried and barely got to hold or never got to hold. But for the next few moments, let's wrap ourselves in a blanket made of love and memory for those we are here today, not only to remember, but to, in fact, celebrate. I just love the fact that love never dies. And when someone we love dies, that love does not. And it's always there for us. And I love to do that exercise to remind people that there's days when there's just nothing good. You just can't think of anything positive and good. And when you have those times, you can do what we just did right here, is you can reach back and pull down that living, loving memory and sit with it for as long as it takes to get you through that moment. If there's one thing I learned on this journey, and just about everybody I know that walks this journey knows, we don't get through this a day at a time or a week at a time. Those are just cliches. We get through it a breath at a time. Breathe your way through it. Pull that living, loving memory down and sit with it and just breathe. Because so many of us in our grief didn't think we could take the next breath, or didn't know if we wanted to take the next breath, but we did, by golly. And collectively, all of us took enough breaths that we are here today. And so I want to close today out with the candle lighting song. And so, if you've got a candle there, hold it. If not, in your mind's eye, hold on to a candle. I want to let you know that I am going back out on tour in April. I'm going to start in Indiana and go to Pennsylvania and all over in the Northeast. The day after tomorrow, I will be meeting many of you. I don't know if you're all going to be in Hawaii, but we're going to Honolulu, right? For the first ever, this is amazing, the first ever Compassionate Friends Conference, regional conference held in Hawaii. So we'll be there. But anyway, grab your candle and let's see if I can reach back and pull this song. Here we go. This is called Tonight I Hold This Candle. Tonight I hold this candle in memory of you, hoping some way, somehow, my love will shine through. I close my eyes, lost in the glow. There are so many things that I want you to know. This candle says I love you. This candle says I miss you. This candle is saying I remember you. When I'm holding it toward heaven, it feels like you are near. If you're looking down tonight and see this candle burning bright, it says I'm wishing you were here in the glow of this candle. I can almost see your smile, and it carries me away for a little while to another time, another place, when all it took to light up my world was your beautiful face. This candle says I love you. This candle says I miss you. This candle is saying that I remember you. When I'm holding it toward heaven, it feels like you are near. If you're looking down tonight and see this candle burning bright, It says I'm wishing you were here. Well, someday, some way, I'll see you again. And I'll hold you in my heart. Until then, this candle says I love you. This candle says I miss you. This candle is saying that I remember you. When I'm holding it toward heaven, it feels like you are near. If you're looking down tonight, see this candle burning bright. It says I'm wishing you were here. If you're looking down tonight and see this candle burning bright, it says I'm wishing you were here. This candle says I love you. Blessings to each of you. I hope today has been fantastic. And once again, to you incredible people, who is the guy who photobombed back there?
I don't know.
Blessings to all of you. Thank you. Thank you for all the
Alan,
support.
thank you. And thank you for everybody for joining on this wonderful conference, the speakers, the people who came, and Heidi and I and our team here, back here, Heather, Rebecca, John Rampton, who does our AV, Heidi and I. It's been a wonderful event, and thank you so much, everybody. And all of our team wants to say, if you've lost hope, please visit Lean on Our Hope till you find your own. And God bless you all, and join us at Open to Hope, and have a wonderful evening. We love you.
Bless you.
Success.
You guys are awesome.
Good job, you all.
Thank you.
You're awesome,
I just finished
Alan.
taking